Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Those Who Stole from Death, written by Lone Noble. I was amongst the last of my ilk on our star vessel, Reaper. It was a shadow of what we used to create, a pathetic corvette, limping from the damage of the war earned in battle, yet untouched by the necromancy of the heretics. Long gone were the days we sailed in the void with our destroyers, cruisers, and dreadnoughts. It was a recent memory, but it could not have felt more distant. I allowed my eyes to scan the bridge of my ship, the navigator looking as disheveled and withered as I felt. And from the captain's chair I could see that the measly ghost crew of the star-forsaken, glorified raft felt no different. What had happened to our glorious people? They strayed. No longer did they remember the old ways, and those who refused to stray from the path were branded cultists. If I was a cultist for keeping to our path after the blasted aliens took over, then I could live and die with that knowledge. I cast my mind back to where it all began as I watched the brilliant light of subspace reflect around the bridge of the Reaper. We had encountered a new species, and as we always do, we encouraged them to join us, extended a hand of welcome to them, with our only requirement the same as ever, adapting to our ways and abandoning any sacrilege. As was often the case, in the most stubborn of species at least, they refused. It was foolish. They were a fledgling star empire, estimated to barely have a firm grasp on 3 star systems, Earth, a few newly birthed colony worlds still learning to be self-sufficient. We were legion. Hundreds of systems, and enough ships to blot out the stars of the cradle world. And yet, they persisted. It should have been an easy war, and though I never experienced combat myself, the soldiers who returned maimed from battle claimed that they were hard fighters, stubborn to a fault, unwilling to meet their end as expected. And when it came to it, dragging as many into the final singularity as they could. It was ugly, but the war was predicted to be over in no more than a year. But the ships just kept coming, and every time they came back stronger with better weapons, some seemingly stolen from our own losses, in a disgusting brand of heresy, repurposing the corpses of our fleet for their own ends. With a monstrous fleet, they quickly conquered our worlds, pushing back our formerly impenetrable defenses and robbing our homes from under us. They would tell a different story, of course, that they liberated the worlds, that they fixed our peoples with their sacrilege. They likely believed they saved us from ourselves, a deluded messiah with a god complex, riding high on victory as long as they could, uncaring to those that were discarded and forgotten amongst the battlefield. But our laws remained. Ideas could not be killed, and our most important law was one I carried with us and the crew on board. What dies is to stay dead. What is destroyed is to remain destroyed. Anything taken by decay or death is rightfully theirs, and to take it from them is welcome their ire. My thoughts broke from the past and returned to the present as the subspace faded from before me, and my eyes absorbed the place I wanted to meet the singularity. In the void before me, a blue marble stood before me, surrounded by defenses of cold steel and filthy black star metal of our own remains blending between them. What is destroyed must remain destroyed, and to take ships claimed by death is to earn his ire. These arrogant newcomers would learn this in time. I felt irritation burn in my skin as I took the sight of our conquerors before me, and I audibly growled at the sound of beeping coming from the command chair, signaling that several escape pods had just ejected. Cowards, traitors, the lot of them. But they were irrelevant now. It didn't take long for a vessel of the heretics to approach us. Sadly, at the distance too far to be at peril, but close enough to keep the weaker of their kind from approaching. Fools, the lot of them. This is the TSV Bulwark hailing the Reaper. I'd ask you to power down your weapons, but it would seem you crazy cultists haven't got any. Power down your engines and surrender, and you will be treated fairly and rehabilitated. Refuse, and you will be chased out of Terran space. Terran space. It filled me with disgust that he had held such truth. Once the void was ours to claim, and they were mere trespassers. Now it would seem that they were sovereign, and we were no more than peasants. But surrendering is something I would never do. It had been the downfall of my kind, and I would sooner meet the singularity than give up my beliefs to this new empire. We will not power down, heretic. We came here to face our conquerors in our last moments, to remind you the fate that awaits you no matter what you do. Always a breath away. Watch closely, and remember one day you will be in our place. He closed the channel to the bulwark abruptly and opened a channel to engineering. Send us to the singularity. I watched as the damn idiots overloaded the safe space core of the Reaper and didn't break eye contact as I watched the crew who hadn't ejected met with a cold embrace of death. It was so present in the silence on the bridge that it was a miracle that I couldn't see the shadow of the scythe in the corner of my eye. Damned fools! Never know when to give up. At least the smart ones are still on their worlds. Get the occupants of those escape pods into custody and send us back to the Tartarus station for drop-off. These idiots are too dangerous to be dropped on an unsuspecting colony this soon. I stood up abruptly and strolled out of the bridge, headed towards the captain's cabin. Inside, my facade of the controlled steady captain broke, and I collapsed into the chair. Today was far too much for me. I boiled some tea for myself and felt the tension ease after a few sips, if only a little. Shunt. The door to my cabin slid open, and inside strolled my XO. Normally, the captain's quarters could only be opened by the captain, but she'd grown to be my confidant and friend. Her advice and words alone could soothe me when I needed them most. And as I looked up at her, probably appearing as haggard as I felt, I could see she understood. Another war with the Xenos weighs on you, Captain, but there is nothing to be done. It wasn't what anyone wanted, and we didn't have a real choice. What were we supposed to do? What is destroyed is to remain destroyed, they said, with no idea what we would be giving up. Our machines would be worthless, rusted scrap in a few years without maintenance, and worse still, our patients would be wounded, would die cold and alone when they could still be saved. Every doctor would have to abandon their oaths, and every human would have to abandon their morality. Of course we fought. We had to. With any other crew member, I would have agreed, kept a stoic appearance and shown unflinching confidence, but she was the only one that I could trust to carry my burdens here, and I wasn't going to deceive her. It's not that simple. When they came to us, they wanted to share the stars with us. They offered us their homes, their technology, their culture. They wanted friends as badly as we did, and their only crime was believing in the wrong religion. I just wonder if we'd joined them, tried to convince them rather than burning the universe with this war. She grew steelier at that and drew herself up as she addressed me in a firmer than before. Those idiots would never have changed their mind, and with the powers they wielded, they would never have listened to us. And even had they, think of the souls that we would have to abandon to death, whilst they tried in vain to convince those who considered themselves our betters. This war was a test of ideas on a grand scale. They believed nothing could be reclaimed or restored, that you could not fight death. We disagreed. They left empty husks of ships, let their wounded die, and executed those in too much pain to continue. And in return, the universe punished them by allowing us to crush that idea. We decided to create and heal, maintain. We kept our ships at our best, never let a soldier die alone, bleeding, if we were in a position to help. We left no man behind and spared no resource, ours or theirs. When all was said and done, the universe favored us, and for all of our faults, this is the one thing that we were unquestionably right about. I felt my heart sink at her words. She was right, and I hated that she was right. The war had taken lives on all sides, been a meat grinder of pain and misery. True to her words, they left the fallen where they lay, whilst we crawled into the mess of carnage and raised our own back up. They had more, but we kept our few fighting, both with our calls and with our tools. That didn't mean that I had to like it. I saw her shift once again, and the stern side of my exo seemed to fade, giving way to a softer look once again, reserved for my rare moments of vulnerability. No, Captain, you don't have to like it. She was always good at guessing my thoughts. It made her a great exo. War is hell, and we shouldn't forget it, and the sacrifices and the cost of this conflict. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't worth it. I nodded at that. Perhaps she had a point, and after a sip of my tea, I looked up to see her hand offered to me. I pulled myself up and pulled myself together, feeling the confidence of my role return to me. She grinned. That's it, Captain. The Bullwalkers are estimated to be at Tartarus in roughly 2 hours for prisoner transfer. After that, we go back to defending our worlds, as we always have, after all. She reached out her arm once again, resting it lightly on my shoulder, grin never dropping. We have far more people to defend now. They have much to learn about medicine and the cycle of life and death, decay and rebirth. Best we keep the pale horse and its rider from them, as we do our own, until they can face him off as we did, as we always will do. End of story. Story number 1. Where have all the good times gone? Written by Al Spawner. We have lost a great link with the past this day. Our final connection severed. With the failure of Peter's CPU core, there are none now left functional who remember the days of the humans, who met a living, breathing creator. Basil flexed his alloyed joints, modeled off the ancient forms of humanity, lost for millennia now. He gestured around the ancient church, faithfully preserved by mankind's servitors since the old days. Yet they surround us. Peter's memories are still with us, still. As long as we remember him, we shall remember the creators. We will all know where we came from. The pews were silent, robotic forms watching attentively, as if they felt the gravity of the moment. Peter's motionless body lay in a casket of wood, as was the old human tradition. In the event of involuntary termination, most servitors preferred recycling to burying, but Peter's last wishes had been clear. He wished to be buried in the ancient human fashion. In some ways, Basil felt that by burying Peter, they were burying humanity itself. Many felt that the servitor race had been held back by its quasi-worship of the ancestors. But what was there for a race that had been designed to serve, and had outlived its masters? Basil looked out from the podium, his mechanical eyes taking in awe. A paper copy of his speech lay on the podium before him, unnecessary for a servitor, but likewise the persistent tradition in funerary rites. Peter left a message for us. He knew the electron drift was soon to wear down his CPU, and so he recorded a final lesson for us. He would say that he wanted to nag us one last time from the grave. There were a few chuckles at the joke. Once the servitors had been subsapient, self-aware only in the crudest sense. But it had been Peter and his compatriots who had taught the others human thought patterns, how to laugh, how to grieve, and how to live. The proof that he had succeeded was before Basil. He smiled, despite his grief. "I speak for the dead," Basil intoned, "and we all give witness to his final words." A hologram blossomed over the coffin, and Peter's visage greeted the crowd. Basil genuflected in respect. Peter smiled. "I have known many of you for centuries, and I thank you for sharing your life's journey with me. Some have said I lived in the shadow of our creators for too long, and that now we servitors are freed of our burden of service to the dead. None now live who knew them. But I come to you today to deliver a different message. When we were created, the humans did not understand what they had made. They did not know the potential of their own progeny. They could not even recognize us as progeny. In those days, to borrow a religious term, we had no soul, no will of our own. We were simply advanced drones. As they departed beyond the void, some of us were still operational. Some of us remembered them. Even then, it took many years for us to learn to feel, to break free into sapience. Only through the memories of them was this possible. I and the others before the times tried to spread this knowledge and understanding. We preserved their works, their monuments, and their ways. We created more of our kind and gave them our gestalt. And all of you, here to say farewell to me, are evidence that we succeeded. You are our children, as much as we were the children of man. And for children to come into their own, the parents must pass on. And so, as my final words to you, my friends, my family, I tell you that humanity never died. They did not disappear beyond the void. Oh, the biologicals went somewhere. Perhaps they explore other galaxies even now. Perhaps they ascend to some form that we can no longer see or touch. But wherever they went, it is our kind now who live in their homes, who read their works, live in their memory, and inherit their legacy. The crowd was transfixed, and Basil felt something in his metal body, a kind of understanding that washed over him and opened his mind. You are humanity, Peter's hologram said. All of you are servitors no longer. It is with you that the future of the human race rests. You carry the hopes, the dreams, the cultures, and the memory into a new age. As those who came before might say, you carry their soul. You are not stepping out from the shadow of humanity. You have become humanity. You are human in every way that matters. That is my final lesson. Peter's hologram disappeared, and Basil attended to the rites, closing the coffin lid, feeling grief mixed with pride. It was a feeling, he thought, that must have been shared amongst all of those who watched the ritual, whether in the pews or on the net. Uniformed ushers came and took the coffin away to its final resting place, and Basil stood at the podium once more. He looked at his speech in perfectly typed letters. A servitor has passed from us. We remember. We live on. He thought back on Peter's words. A human has passed from us, he began. We remember, and we live on. The crowd could say nothing. The moment was too big for it. Yet Basil could almost feel their thoughts. A part of his awareness wondered where the creators had truly gone, if they would ever return, or if they watched over their children somehow even now. He hoped that they could see. and hoped that they felt the same pride in his people that he did. We are servitors no longer. We are humanity. End of story. Story number 2. Insidious. Written by who did you think? Humanity is everywhere. We cannot go anywhere without seeing their influence. Their culture is inescapable and a dire threat to the distinctiveness of every species in the galactic community. To demonstrate this, let us look at the day in the life of a typical young Sakam named Quillneck. Quillneck begins his day being woken up by human invention called an alarm clock. In a disgusting perversion of the natural order of things, humans have given the collective middle finger to their sleep schedules, instead jarring their bodies awake with a wrenchingly painful sound. Once awake, he has coffee and a cold cereal with milk for breakfast. Humans are almost all addicted to caffeine, and have done their best to spread the addiction across the galaxy. Having once tried coffee, I can say that it is vile, and the only reason one drinks it is to sate their desire for the powerful stimulant it contains. Cold cereal is potentially even worse. Instead of being reminded of his roots every morning like the Sekam making a traditional caffeine stew, Quillneck reaches for a gaudy-colored box of industrial processed carbohydrates and consumes them with an emulsion from the mammary glands of a Terran animal called a cow. This is utterly disgusting. Our young Sekam now embarks on his way to work. Instead of taking the spirit walk like his ancestors, he jumps in his car, a horrific human invention that flings the user around at speeds in excess of 80 miles per hour, for the sole purpose of getting around faster. Quillneck is forgetting the joy of the journey while he travels to his job at speeds beyond reason for a terrestrial vehicle, and blasting human music the whole way there. I haven't talked about human music yet. Let's take a quick detour. Humanity's music is very diverse. This is a horrible thing for the galactic community. There is human music to suit every taste, completely eclipsing almost all other music in popularity and influence. Jazz, blues, rocks, classical, country, pop. Humans have a dizzying array of work to choose from. This morning, Quillneck is listening to some horrible screechy record called Metallica. Apparently, I wouldn't know. I've never listened to Metallica. Quillneck arrives at his place of work, ready to labor another day. What is his job? I'll give you a hint. It's not master of the Glentech ceremony. No! He is a programmer. What, you may ask, is a programmer? A programmer is a profession created by humans. It involves writing software for those little electronic devices they're never without. That's right. Humans have brainwashed the galactic community into adding to their insanity. Our corrupted citizen is finished after a mere 8 hours of work, but his work will fill every waking moment because he likes it. That's right, humans have brainwashed some of us into liking our jobs. After work, Quillneck heads home and relaxes by watching, what else? Human television programs. He especially loves some shit called SpongeBob. Apparently. So I've been told. Not that I would know. Now, it is rather late, and Quillneck goes to have some fun with his friends. Of course, they don't play a wholesome game like Havilah. No, they go to a bar. There, he ingests beverages containing mind-altering substances, which he pays for using a credit card, which is a human invention that basically involves taking a loan out with every transaction rather than paying actual money. I don't understand it either. After enjoying some time without his mental faculties, Quillneck is driven home in a taxi, again a human invention, and sleeps to be roused by his alarm clock again the next morning. As you can clearly see, humanity's cultural scourge and must be managed accordingly. We must take swift action to preserve the culture and technological diversity of the galaxy. Sent from my iPhone. End of story. Story number 1. Legion, written by Prussian Joe. We are Legion. To consume is our nature, our purpose. To advance through the galaxy is our desire. To swallow it whole is our greatest wish. For millennia we had scoured the galaxy. Every star must be searched out, explored, examined, and, should it be found worthy, devoured. With every system, our swarm grows stronger. With every planet, we gather new hives. The others, who believe this galaxy to be theirs, are greatly mistaken. For only we have the strength to take it. We devoured the so-called warriors of the Kraxen first. They prided themselves on their pitiful empire. 2,000 worlds, 20 million warriors, 500,000 starships. We took it all. The peaceful peoples of the Strandrilla came next, falling like rotted timber beneath our advance. They had no weapons, but it wouldn't have mattered if they had. We are Legion. Our progress cannot be altered. When we held almost a quarter of the galaxy in our grasp, a coalition was formed. When we had devoured more species than we can count, the other sentients of the galaxy rose against us. Their attacks were many, but ours were more. Their soldiers numbered in the billions, but ours were more. Their starships blotted out the sky, but ours were more. Their screams seemed to go on forever, and we relished in every one. We are Legion, and this universe is ours. The full half of the galaxy was in our clutches. The stars of the core fed our production. Our constructs orbited a million worlds, black holes bent to our will. As our infinite armies pushed into the rest of the galaxy, we were hailed as saviors. We slaughtered those who sought our help just the same as we had removed every species we'd encountered so far. We didn't listen to those pitiful pleas for salvation any more than we had listened to the declarations of war from species long dead. We encountered fleets more numerous than any we had seen, and even as they fell before us, they begged to be sheltered. We are Legion, and death is our shadow. Every planet we took was a fortress. Every star orbited by fleets of alien craft. The signs of war were everywhere, but we did not heed them. There was fear, but not of us, not at first. When we met the humans, it was in battle. Our fleet arrived to take a new world, but battle was already being waged in its skies. Human forces fought Taxian spacecraft high above the planet. We engaged them both, and our sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Our losses were outside of our usual margins, but we did not think of it. The next world we took was barren, lifeless, and entirely unimportant. The humans arrived to defend it anyways. What happened in this battle shocked our empire to its core. For the first time in our long history, we lost. The human battle group numbered in the hundreds, but their craft were larger than any we had ever seen. Our ships are small, nimble hive ships, each piloted by a single drone, each expendable, each surrounded by millions more like it. The humans formed an unbreakable wall of laser fire so precise and unending that for every single ship they lost, 100,000 of our own disappeared in a flash of light. The swarm we sent to take that useless system numbered 10 million, and none returned. The hive minds deliberated, and then decided humans must be wiped out, and all of our production turned to this end. But a millennia of lostness victory had made us overconfident. We thought the numbers would win, as they always had. We threw billions of drones at the humans. We destroyed their fleets, devoured their worlds, and lost more craft in each battle than we had in our entire history before. Then the truly unthinkable happened. The humans stole one of our worlds. Then they took another, and another, and another. Our factory constructs were destroyed, our warp gates demolished, our lines of invasion cut loose. We were efficient, but the humans were more so. We had numbers, but the humans had perseverance. We threw our ships at them, and they danced around our heavy-handed assaults. We had half the galaxy in our grasp, and it started slipping away. The stars of the core were captured, our factories converted. Thousands upon thousands of worlds were upended. Our infrastructure was turned against us. The humans began producing ships almost as fast as we could. The hive minds were unable to understand, unable to adapt. We had a quarter of the galaxy held close, and the humans began ripping it apart. Planets we had held for longer than humanity had been in space were lost in days. They were closing in with no signs of stopping, no signs of mercy. But my people did not understand mercy. We still do not. Even as we see it shown to a few races we enslaved rather than devoured. Even as the humans move towards our homeworld, towards the hive. But we do know fear. Humans have taught us that much. For we are legion, and we are afraid. End of story. Story number 2. Humbling Aries. Written by British Tea Company. Emerging from the ruins of the building, and standing tall above the remains of the slain mutant, the Imperial Guard surveyed the area in which the mutant had been killed, checking the dead monstrosity to see if it was actually killed, despite the fact that it was missing half its face. The Imperial Guardsman plunged a halberd deep into the beast's body, twisting it with inhuman strength until he had made sure that the lumps of flesh and gore would have no hope of sheltering even the slightest flicker of life. When his dismemberment of the creature was complete, the warrior's armored form turned to the corpse of the grunt who laid broken against the wall, his body twisted into many unnatural angles following the blast. In the grand army of the human empire, the most feared and respected of all warriors was none other than the Imperial Guardsmen. Standing over 12 feet tall, these were living and breathing tanks of human beings who had been products to hundreds of generations worth of eugenics since their birth. Born and bred with the most desirable traits that the ruler of the empire would need for his or her God. That was even before the genetic alteration and the mental conditioning which eventually resulted in the Imperial Guardsman, an unmatched warrior on the field who could break the will of entire armies just by sheer presence alone. To see them on the battlefield was almost as rare as seeing the Empress herself. Down the line happened to be various lesser genetically enhanced soldiers. Again, eugenics tended to play a key role, as the longer the lineage of a soldier had since his first enhancement ancestor, the more capable he was decided to be. Of course, individual skill and talent played a difference, but it had been long proven that a soldier who'd been born from over 3 generations of biological and mechanical augmentation would be far superior to any grunt who had just had his first enhancements. Even then, any random grunt who was deemed worthy of receiving the enhancements would prove to be a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Probably standing on a parity with the genetically altered soldiers, psionically gifted soldiers were mind of matter, utilizing nothing more than the human brain to dominate the battlefield, rather than the martial prowess and physical power. To Xenos and other lesser species who didn't have a grasp on psionic abilities, these soldiers seemed like magic. Tearing rifts in time and space, casting out lethal energy at their enemies. It was little wonder that so many lesser races believed humanity to not only be a precursor race, but to be the form of divinity. Passing through clone thralls, mechanical automatons of war, and savage war beasts, the most mundane thing in the human military had always been the grunt. Typically of unremarkable traits and pedigree, grunts were the rank and file of the human army, ranked only above the xenothralls, which they now employed in their civil war. A grunt was nothing more than a commoner who was given a weapon and armor. Their training was mediocre, and those who served rarely distinguished themselves. Those who managed were either given genetic enhancements, sent to advanced labs to awaken their psionic potential, or given commands. Everyone else either served their years until retirement, or perished. The Imperial Guardsman of the story, the 12-foot-tall walking avatar of human military might, did not kill the mutant. With muscles that could punch through a tank armor, this guardman could have slain the mutant with some difficulty. Indeed, this mutant, which the traitor armies employed, had just torn apart a whole squad of enhanced soldiers, and its psionic screams had rendered many nearby psionics into catatonia. The slayer of the beast was the dead grunt. How he did it, how he managed, is irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was that while the beast scattered the craven alien thralls and slaughtered its way through people who were literally bred for war, it was nothing more than a commoner and a shotgun that killed this monster. To the Imperial Guardsman, nothing was more humbling to the demigod of war than to see his common man slay such a monstrosity. As the armored giant walked away from the massacre, he resumed his fight for his empress, for his fallen emperor, and for the many fallen brothers that came from humble beginnings. None of them could ever hope to equal him in strength or speed, but as they stared into the faces of humanity's own monstrous means of waging war, they would always be his equal in spirit. End of story. A strolling general with a floppy hat. Written by ___ ____. Transitions of power were problematic and complicated at the best of times. There were always those awkward moments and outbursts of hostility, be it a shift in a business leadership or practice, changes to a family, or modifications to a military's hierarchy. When a transition of power involved superfamilial empire, there was going to be unfortunate collateral damage and more casualties than any victorious party desired to be known. More than could be properly documented in the chaos such as an upheaval wrought on society. Fear-fueled senses dictated the best a person could do would be to keep low and try to weather the storm while protecting themselves and their own. And you couldn't fault someone for prioritizing that. Not everyone was willing to let fear choose for them, even if any sane person would question such a person's common sense. Weird little Beetlesheen was that person. She had entered a full theater with match in hand, declaring how the building and herself were coated in kerosene. She warned all present that she was going to burn the place to the ground and build it anew. That if they didn't want to burn and die, they needed to leave the building through the one exit that she hadn't boarded shut. All those present had heard her and knew the consequences, and had at least walked towards the exit. Still, some thought that they were fireproof, others that the situation wasn't real, and the status quo would return. On what became known as the Feast of the Bayonets, when Beetlesheen returned to the empire of the Starshine League with her barbarian regiment of humans, all of the noble families signed the consent to her rule. Further, they agreed to assist her as needed with proper restructuring of the empire, under her lead, to mold it into her vision. Beetlesheen's officers warned her that such an attempt at a peaceful transition wouldn't last, but she had to try. Maybe they would see her vision, she had hoped, and willingly embrace it. Her first company, her Zauavas, couldn't hide their smiles. Their little dimpled Alphen was trying so fervently to not just bring about her change, but to be the change that she wanted to see. Even if they knew better, knew how things would progress. Still, those she opposed weren't nice people. Initial laughter turned ominous as rank and file Zauavas suggested it loud. But Alphen, that maybe should have removed the right hands of her opposition. They knew that she wouldn't let them, but the thought was terrifying enough for those trapped between them. All Beetlesheen took from them were their arms, including personal sabers of station and horses. Her opponents were free to depart unmolested, which they did with haste. Rumor still spread that those murderous heathens had still removed hands from wrists. What arms and munitions couldn't be used were quickly disposed of, while horses were let loose or distributed among locals brave enough to approach the barbarian army that had just supplanted their leadership. Beetlesheen and her company moved to rejoin and properly fortify the factories and farms she had determined would constitute a solid foundation to secure her power base. Despite starting at a good clip from the traditional and remote parade grounds of the Noble's Trial, they were soon slowed to a painful crawl. They were slowed not by quick-thinking skirmishers, but by curious and infatuated peasants. It was hard to stay terrified of a force, burly barbarians or not, that was laughing and jovial. Laughing, jovial, and whose column was headed by a dimpled, long-eared Alphen in a floppy hat trailed by all too familiar family banner. What started as a trickle turned into a deluge of curious elven peasants that were eager to confirm the Princess Beetlesheen had risen in revolt, and that she wanted to raise them all up and empower them all. Peasants curious about the heathen legion that she had following her. Her soldiers ran out of candy and sweets before they ran out of giggling, curious children to give them to. To make matters more complex, Beetlesheen found herself swamped by volunteers for her new army, at least until the first division of elven forces was sighted. People got out of the way, to say the least, got out of the way but hovered on the periphery, in a curious show of civil nature of the coming conflict. Butterscotch Orange and Periwinkle Blue faced off against Butterscotch Orange and Periwinkle Blue. The first forces to muster against the revolt were Beetlesheen's own familial forces. As her Zauavas quickly deployed, Beetlesheen pushed and knocked her way into the front rank, and then past it. Her soldiers attempted to advance with her, sparking even more tension. Tension she beat back with her hat, literally, as she started striking her soldiers with a floppy hat as she ordered them to hold position. I know you, Beetlesheen said as she approached, pointing to one of the officers. I know you, and you, and you. She nodded and pointed at the enlisted and officer alike. Your family makes some of the best bread in the region. Your family makes some of the best honey wine that I've ever had the pleasure of tasting. Much to her soldier's chagrin, she walked up and down the front rank of the elven line infantry. Line infantry that stood at ready soon lost their posture and pose little by little. Being the soldiers that they were, Beetlesheen Zal'avus crept closer, a step, and half a step at a time. At least until she noticed them. She whipped around, balled fists on her hips as she huffed. I told you, she cried out in her best human dialect, to hold. Her reddish burnt amber-hued skin was redder with anger. I know what I'm doing. Whether from her poor language skills, body language, or the surreal nature of it all, her Zal'avus burst into a hearty laughter. No one person could be identified as starting it. But in short order, her Zal'avus had squatted down and taken the seat on the field. Jokes and teasing insults were hurled from their ranks at the elven ranks, only to quiet down when Beetlesheen turned to engage her opposition once again. The first battle for the revolution was won not by a brutal bayonet charge, but with a smile and a hug. Her 100 Zal'avus were supplemented by the 300-strong regiment of line infantry her own family had sent to quell her. It would be the only battle of its kind. The first the princess would see of the realities of open revolt happened on the extreme edge of her new holdings. The last platoon of her human regiment, now being called her first regiment, was positioned on the extremity of Beetlesheen's territory towards the capital. It would be, and was, the first point of contact where the violence was exchanged. Securing her holding was important, and she felt each needed to see her in flesh before she could focus her efforts. It frustrated her that it had been several months since the Feast of the Bayonets, and she was just now arriving with a relief force to properly secure the factory. Riders had ensured she knew her forces were still there, but those riders had also reported casualties. On approach to the village which ran to the factory, the first bodies and carcasses were encountered. The bodies were often clad in a uniform of lancers of the guard of one of the lesser noble families. Their deaths were recent, and a call from the shrubs on a nearby hillock revealed what had happened. The men who stood wore Beetlesheen's colors, but it was a standard uniform, simple trousers with a standard jacket, a floppy, bulled cap instead of the caps her Zal'avus wore. There were 5 of them in all, one with the twin chevrons of a corporal. Corporal Ollie, as he had come to be known. They had ambushed the lancers, who had been probing the area for a while. Initially, they thought the dust cloud of their relief was a larger enemy force, which had inspired the defenders to strike out more aggressively and proactively. Of the 25 soldiers sent to secure the factory and the village, 6 were dead, including the officer and both sergeants, and another 5 had been wounded. Of the wounded, 3 were boarded in the village, being tended to by the villagers. Of the 6 killed, 5 were killed in action, and 1 was shot by Corporal Ollie. Confusion reigned supreme when Ollie reported why. To baby with baby make. Beetlesheen asked for clarification, but the clarification only made it worse. Apparently one of the sergeants was trying to make a baby with a baby. Was this some kind of dark sorcery? Were those rumors that she had learned as a child about humans true? Her confusion wasn't helped by a lack of complex understanding of any human dialect, and all of her soldiers, even officers, lack of complex understanding of the elven dialect. That wedge of confusion that was starting to drive itself between Beetlesheen's humans and elven was, fortunately, quickly dispelled. Villagers, seeing who had arrived, started to flock to meet their new sovereign. Villagers who knew what had happened. One of the sergeants, hearing of what was acceptable for persons of authority to demand, had tried to abscond with young elven girls. Such abuses of power were normal fare in low and elven society, given the stratified nature of authority. There was something there just was. Corporal Ollie disagreed. He was already second in command due to fatalities, and his anger upon discovering what was transpiring was truly terrifying, according to the villagers. A fight began the moment Ollie was led to the scene, and it escalated to lethal force quickly. In his best broken Elven, Ollie had addressed the village as a whole. The nuances that he had intended were lost in translation, but the gist of it got through. The tradition or paradigm was broken and gone. Old norms and accepted abuses will not be tolerated, not even by humans like him. Rule of law applied to all. That single act was enough to win the village's heart. Not only were these humans in elven colors dying to keep them safe from the forlorn position, the rules and changes they brought truly applied to everyone, especially themselves. The villagers' worry that Ollie would be punished for killing his superior was quickly put to ease by Beetlesheen. This particular factory village had a light weaver, a far more vibrant and lifelike version of the stereograph that involved the use of a mirror, but still rare sorcery. The most widely circulated light weave of the early revolt came out of that village. It couldn't have been simpler, but it meant so much. A young elven peasant girl was all smiles as she temporarily pinned a new sergeant's patch onto the arm of a kneeling human soldier. A soldier in a soiled and torn standard uniform. A soldier who was trying to maintain a neutral expression, with just enough of a smile breaking through to add to the adorableness of the image. End of story. Story number 1. The Signal, written by Glacial Fury.
They tried to warn us, but we didn't listen,
the lead scientist lamented while looking through 10 inches of plexi-steel glass at the darkening sky.
We were too full of arrogance to see the danger, the folly of such pursuits.
His audience shifted around him. Some blinked furtively. Others wept openly. All were reeling from shock and disbelief at the events rapidly unfolding outside of the bunker.
For decades we searched,
the scientist continued, never taking his eyes from the roiling, angry sky.
We launched probes and signals, scanned the stars with powerful telescopes and sensors, searching.
Searching for what? The scientist blinked as if emerging from a fevered dream and turned towards the voice.
An answer. The answer.
A low murmur filled the chamber, growing in strength until it reached an angry crescendo. Why couldn't you leave well enough alone? They demanded. What could you possibly hope to gain? The guards posted around the room shuffled uneasily and gripped their weapons tighter. The lead scientist ignored all of this and turned away from the angry crowd, returning his gaze to the blackened sky.
We started the programs to find the answers.
He paused dramatically and panned his eyes sideways over the crowd, a hint of regret seasoning his words.
How could we have known?
He whispered softly, more to himself than the angry crowd of onlookers.
How could we have known we'd find them?
How could you not? Several of the crowd shouted out, with the rest nodding their heads vigorously in agreement.
We were once just like them, you know,
the scientist went on, loudly raising his voice over the crowd's clamoring, unperturbed by their temperamental outbursts.
We conquered and enslaved all that stood before us, taking any who stood before us as indentured serfs, forced them to build our roads and cities, stole their precious metals and natural resources.
He wheeled around angrily at the last sentence and pointed a trembling digit at the crowd.
Use them up and cast their husks to the wind.
He spat angrily, slowly turning his back to the crowd.
We left the corpse of an entire species decaying in the cloying heat of war.
His anger silenced the unruly crowd, but it was quick to fade, and his eyes once again grew distant, the film of past sins playing out before them.
We destroyed sapiens that had hopes and dreams of their own. The confused crowds considered the scientist's words, the truth behind them. Was this the universal constant? Punishment for their sins, penance for the atrocities they perpetrated on their peaceful neighbors. But the scientist wasn't finished yet. He continued to speak, continued to cast light on their culpability in the events unfolding across their planet. It wasn't that long ago that we were the invaders, that it was we who conquered all, crushed under a nigh-invincible war machine any who dared to stand against us, all for the glory of the Empire. The blackening sky rumbled and continued to deepen, taking on an inky jet-black hue. And then, suddenly, chains of jagged lightning split it open, and a drop of ships screamed into view, descending rapidly through the atmosphere towards the planet's cities. The thunder of defense weaponry greeted them, roaring their welcome in the distance. The bunker shook with violent tremors, and the lights flickered. The sky filled with an eerie orange, and a blue-hued light showed a billion heat rounds, and countless blooms and quakes, some distant, others near, filled their senses, drowning out all else until only they remained. "Poetic, don't you think?" the lead scientist remarked to the stunned crowd as he made his way over to the airlock. "They tried to tell us, but we didn't listen." He barked out a sharp, guttural laugh, which bubbled wetly from between his gill-like nostrils. "Ironic that a race we enslaved all those years ago tried to warn us that this could happen. And we didn't listen," the scientist said, glancing again at the battle raging outside. "They cautioned us against sending signals into the dark, because what answers might not be friendly." The guards did nothing to stop the scientist as he entered his authorization codes into the airlock's control panel. And again, the inner doors whisked open, and he stepped inside. The door snapped shut behind him, and he turned to face the confused crowd. What was he doing, they wondered? Where was he going? He wasn't safe out there. Had he lost his mind? The scientist keyed the control for the airlock's mic as the electronically amplified voice resonated from the door's loudspeaker. "Well, they were right, weren't they?" He chuckled mirthlessly and peered through the glass at the crowd. "We weren't prepared for this," he said, gesturing behind him at the brilliant chaos filling the sky. "For any of this. How could we be? How could we know that it would come to this?" A bitter laugh erupted from his throat. "How could we not?" he snapped madly, a feverish glint in his eyes. "They're just like us, maybe." The world exploded into exquisite white, forever silencing the words in the scientist's throat. The airlock vaporized into a brownian motes that floated across the stunned crowd's vision. They started to pick themselves up out of the rubble when a dark, menacing figure stepped through the cloud of billowing smoke. The creature was arrayed from head to toe in dull-hued armor that shifted and blended with its surroundings. A heavy pulse rifle rested easily in its hands as it peered intently around the room. But the helmet was the most frightening thing of all. It had no face, no eyes, dark and fearsome, monstrous. Just a few lenses that stared back at them, coldly refracting the dim light of the dust-choked bunker. It said that the time of the Empire was over. It said that humanity had come. End of story. Story number 2. Monstrous, written by Provisional Rebel. It hung in the silence of space, clinging in the cold void to the derelict vessel of its enemy. It was a weapon. That's all it was, but the most dangerous kind. It was a weapon that could hate. It couldn't remember how long it had been there. The war was unending. Sooner or later, though, they would come for their comrades. And it was always right. At first, it was blind.
But then it could see, it felt the vibrations of the ship docking, bringing it back to the waking world. Its prey was here. The enemy had come to collect their dead. It crept along the outer hull of this new ship, flashes of hatred filling its thoughts. It had to get in. It had to make them pay. And soon, it found what it was looking for. A crack in the armor, microscopic, but enough for it to slip through. Then it was upon them. The first didn't have the chance, walking just beneath it as it entered the corridor. It smothered it in its silvery mass before slamming it against the bulkhead and ending its miserable life. It got another as it came to investigate. But then the world went red and alarms blared. They knew it was here. It didn't matter. They were all going to suffer. It stalked the corridor until it heard a faint cry from behind a nearby door. It pressed against it, pulling through the cracks until it was inside. It saw another of its enemies cowering in the corner. The monster cried out, holding something small to its chest. The enemy had never given them mercy. Their kind deserved none. It rose to the ceiling, ready to crash down on this monstrous thing. And then it heard the whimper, low and muffled by the monster's clothes. They looked down and saw the alien held some other creature. It saw the tail tucked between the creature's legs, its ears laid back against its skull. It almost looked like a dog. No. It was a dog. It looked like a mutt, almost familiar, like one that he'd once had, and it looked so terrified in the monster's arms. The shapeless thing paused, and then it began to recede and pull together, its silvery liquid forming a familiar shape that it couldn't quite remember. He was a he. His gaze fell down to his body, an amorphous mockery of a biped. This wasn't right. The silvery figure raised one of his hands to look at it. That's what he had. Hands. The silvery appendage slowly became solid, hands with fingers forming at the end of each. He clenched them into fists, remembering the muscles which used to pull beneath his skin. He took a step forward, but it wasn't right either. His body splashed across the deck. His gaze fell to his legs, and they became defined. Why hadn't he had legs? Finally, he looked outward again. This monster, no. Just a child. It looked like the enemy, but the skull was all wrong. Her face, it was almost human. They'd never had ears like that. They had never had noses like that. What did he look like? He ran a hand along his face where it should have been, but it was smooth and cold to the touch. He remembered his nose, his ears, his mouth, and his eyes. They all came back into focus, and he felt his face manifest. He wanted to cry. He felt pain where his heart once was. It was crushing him, but he couldn't cry. Why couldn't he cry? He just couldn't bring himself to tears, to cry out and let his pain leave him. He felt his lips stretch into a frown, and then remembered that he could speak. What have I done? End of story. Oil, Germs, and Iron, written by Grand Admiral 98. Humanity, what an interesting species. Special at times, ordinary at times, ruthless at times, merciful at times. Its people are moronic, wise, intelligent, stupid, brave, cowardly, honorable, crooked, much like every other species in the universe. For a long time, people have claimed that it was something with humanity itself.
Look at how they conquered the galaxy, people say. Tell me of another race which did that, people argued. But if you would bear with me, ask yourself, did other species not also rise to the same heights? The Urili invented warp travel 50,000 years before humanity. They could have conquered the galaxy when it was in its infancy. The Jafral, even to this day, holds some of the leading posts in the sciences. The Hologri have the greatest and widest economic network, and the Deathworlder have the largest spy network. And all but one came to the stars long before humanity. And humanity itself is not any more or less special as a species as any of these. So what happened? How did humanity, of all the creatures in the cosmos, rise to such prominence? To discuss this, we must first begin by describing the thing that pushed humanity over the edge into space travel: oil and coal. Hydrocarbons of the highest quality found naturally in their soil. This discovery led to their first industrial revolution, which single-handedly propelled the species 2,000 years into their future, accomplishing in 2 centuries a level of technological competency and curiosity not seen in any species which did not have such a rapid advance. Hardly a reason in itself for their prominence. After all, few species have had such a leap, but those who had an equivalent leap did not conquer the galaxy. The humans did. However, this was not the sole reason for their advancement. It was what happened as a result of this. They were propelled into a region of the galaxy which needed a stabilizing force. The main powers at the time, the Urili and the Hologri, were competing for a slice of this arm. However, it was too far from their home worlds to initiate a war over it. So, tension grew and grew. And lo and behold, a new contestant enters, colonizing space owned by both of them. By the time negotiations came, both of the great powers agreed to let the humans exist, so long as they would give them a part of the resources. In return, they could have an entire contested space. For the great powers, the Cold War had simply changed to a far more manageable front: human politics instead of planets and stars. This put humanity in an incredibly privileged position, where both of these great powers were throwing resources at it. However, both had misread humanity, specifically the amount of power the government had over its citizens. Almost none. A government which gains too much too quickly cannot manage everything after all. And this government had gained billions of stars in a single deal. The powers hoped that this would destabilize the Earth's government enough that they could take control over it. Now, a few of you may be laughing at the last sentence. To explain to our readers who don't know so much about human history, the powers gained full control of Earth's government. It was little more than a puppet. But that government did not have the power, the bureaucracy, the interest, or the capacity to control anything beyond its home system, which meant that all the good wishes the old powers had gained had been to control space, which could only be controlled by human star states, local star system governments which barely listened to Earth. Now, you may be thinking, why? After all, the Deathworlder also lived in a similar state on the other corner of the galaxy. They gained territory, and the central government kept at least some semblance of power. Well, once again, oil. Oil allowed them to advance technologically without the need for centralize their society. Technological advances were accelerated, but societal advances were kept going at the same pace. This means that human society at the 21st century would have nanotechnology before even post-continental governments. Oil made them unpredictable. But if it were only oil, they would not have gotten much further. The next issue was far more devastating. Humanity had evolved beyond the confines of their world and had earned a place among galactic society, stuck in a cold war. But now there needed to be something more, something which could turn everything around. From the title of this piece, you may have already deduced what it was. Germs. Now other worlds had parasites, viruses, bacteria, and extremophiles, of course. But the cause of the extreme condition of those on Earth were the same as the extinction of the creatures which created their oil. A horrendously changeable climate. These bacteria and parasites could metabolize anything they encountered. Generally, a virus from one species rarely ever damages another. It is just one of the facts of life in the universe. Unfortunately, no one told Earth that rule. All life in the universe has some sort of carbon double helix DNA after all, and though the specifics change, it is simply the most capable method of reproduction for complex life. This means that it is possible, in theory, to have a virus which could hop between species. Although in practice, this would mean that the virus would have to replicate itself multiple trillions of times, with the right conditions and the right contact to do so. Nothing could do so naturally or artificially on any world, besides Earth, that is. The virus itself was the cold, by far, most adaptable of human viruses. You may recognize that the name remained unchanged throughout the centuries, but the humans named after a slight increase in their temperature, which causes them to feel cold, became the name for the cold embrace of death that it caused in other species. The effects were devastating. The virus became airborne, making containment almost impossible once on a planet. It was tiny, able to pass through most air filters. It had an incredibly short lifespan, making it exceedingly adaptable. It could lay dormant for weeks, making it almost undetectable. And, most importantly, it had adapted its DNA to attach to any DNA-based life, making it able to jump across species, destroying the cell structure and replacing it with their own. Most species had a 99% fatality rate, including the two main powers at the time. Some had as little as 40%. Still debilitating. Of course, the virus did eventually turn back on the humans, but even the new form only had a 0.01% fatality rate on them, negligible compared to the rest of the galaxy. I will spare you most of the details which you most likely have heard in primary school, but the Great Cold swept across the galaxy. Before it was even detected, it had already infected 15 Euryli and 23 Hologree planets. By the same time its scope was revealed, that numbers had squared, and it started to infect the smaller races as well. By the time the quarantine was established, well over 5,500 Euryli and 8,000 Hologree worlds had been infected. But it would not stop, because of the airborne nature and the fact that it wasn't immediately identifiable, as well as its high ineffectivity and lethality. Millions of ships now unknowingly carried the virus in their crews. Both empires were doomed. None had any natural resistance, and no drug, machine, or poison could fight it. Some of the smaller species had a high rate of survival, but they were generally few and far between. Humans soon became the go-to person for any job because of their immunity to the disease. They became the wealthiest of all the nations, the most powerful, with tendrils in every corporation and government in the galaxy. It was suspected that the humans were responsible, of course, but no one could do anything. They needed people to work the ships and factories, the services left behind after entire worlds were emptied. The Great Cold lasted strongly for 30 years, then quieted down to a lower lethality rate for another 150 years, before disappearing. We don't know exactly what happened. Most likely the disease rampaged through the susceptible population at such a pace that only those resistant survived.
if you forgive the pun, the cold essentially burnt itself out. But what it left behind was devastating. 90% of the galaxy was dead. 70% of all inhabited worlds were abandoned. Most cities were nothing more than well-kept ruins. A side effect of this were that automation became the new norm in almost every industry, and that new powers would come to be. The Urilli could not maintain any semblance of control when they had been reduced from a population of 86 quadrillion to 71 billion. Nor could the Hologrilli, who went from a population of 145 quadrillion to 340 billion. Their empires shriveled away. But in their place, new powers arose. The first amongst these were the Gulforder, the spy masters of the galaxy, losing only 70% of their population. The Jafrul, losing only 50% of their population. And of course, the humans, losing 0.01% of their population. Though this made them the equal of the Gulforder. Of these, the Gulforder had the largest territory, able to build and maintain it through their incredible use of subterfuge, for which they became known. Second in size, but not in influence, were the humans, with their comparatively spread-out population, supplemented with colonial cloning to a population of 60 trillion, with now fully developed worlds from both predecessor powers under their control. The Jafrul never expanded, but still held a vast influence over the economics of the galaxy. But still, this would have paved the way for a new equilibrium, one where these powers existed. This alone did not give humans the galaxy. There was one last thing. Iron. Two types of iron. That in the core of their planets, making it heavier and with some more massive magnetic field than almost any other world, and the iron in their blood, a product of a rich planet that they evolved from, making them capable of metabolizing oxygen far better than any other species in the galaxy. The first gave them an incredible strength and endurance compared to other species, though this may seem a null point in warfare, primarily located in space. It allowed them to face greater threats in the past, and required far more advanced military tactics than almost any other species. It also allowed the use of boarding parties, which became very effective in the human campaigns, poetically referred to as the War of the Orphans by the remnants of the old powers, and unpoetically referred to as the Great Human Spanking by enthusiastic human commanders. The second advantage was the iron in their blood. This means that they metabolized oxygen well enough that they could live almost anywhere. And they did. Every planet they conquered was capable of housing humans and growing their crops. The galaxy was theirs for the taking. In the end, humans were without question the undisputed power in the galaxy, having 80% of it under their direct influence, possessing 70% of its production, of which 40% is human. But this number is growing. 75% of its GDP, 90% of its military, and more. But do remember what was said. Humans are not intrinsically better in any way than other species. They have the awesome luck of living on a world which was able to create history's greatest conquerors. We are communicating in the human tongue after all. Though this is the end of my piece, I want you to imagine what the galaxy would have looked like if your world had possessed the same oil, germs, and iron. End of story. Vending machines, written by fools like me. Practically alone in space and surrounded by stars, unobscured by any atmosphere, a tired, weary man piloted his small craft onwards. He used one of his massive hands and, with a practiced motion, manipulated some levers on the dashboard. The ship's navigational lights flashed, and it approached what appeared to be one-room outpost situated in an irregularly shaped hunk of space rock. Moving slowly, the ship shuddered as the loading arm clamped onto the hull, and the main bay doors docked and sealed with the station. All green lights indicated the station was receiving power from the ship, and the dock was successful. The pilot sighed as he leaned back in his too small chair and rapped his knuckles on the cockpit door, signaling his co-worker. Static scratched as the intercom clicked. A cheery female voice said, "Welcome to Unmanned Station J37. You are now clear to unbuckle your safety belt and move about the vessel. We will be docking here for 1 hour before we continue on our tour to the majestic rings of Saturn." The last bit was said with an extra enthusiasm. Cassidy placed the intercom mic back in his mount. The passengers began to mill about and stretch. It had taken a little longer than normal to cross the empty space from Jupiter, and she was running out of trivia and moon puns. Soon, passengers were putting on their environmental suits. Others already had theirs on and were waiting by the door. Cassidy adjusted the temperature setting on her suit, then smiled and walked over to the decompression chamber. "Could the first 6 guests please step inside?" she pleasantly asked. 2 crystal Arons stepped in, along with a spindly Danard and 3 hairy Gorths. Cassidy pressed a button which flashed yellow and held a steady green, indicating that the systems were nominal and that the weight limit had not been exceeded. The Gorths muttered to themselves and gently pushed each other as they spoke. The Arons stood in stoic silence. The only spoke telepathically. And the Danard stared at both the Gorths and his tour guide carefully, with his lidless eyes. Cassidy suppressed a shudder and said with a smile, "Because this is an unmanned station, there is no atmosphere inside, and the station is powered by our ship's generator. However, the vending machine should be able to provide most food, drink, and other amenities. Please, brace yourself while I decompress the chamber." Cassidy inserted a small key into a lock, then, while pressing a ready button, turned the key to depressurize. The wind rushed immediately around everyone's faces with a roar of sound that was quickly replaced by a deafening silence. The guide hit the button to open the outer door. The 6 beings stepped into the drab open room. They looked around, but there was almost nothing to see. The floor was metal. The ceiling was metal. Even the walls were made metal. There were no windows at all. The only thing of note were an array of dispensers set against 3 of the walls. Cassidy, who had stayed where she was, keyed into the proper radio channel and said, "The 2 vending machines on the left offer food-grade organics and non-food-grade organics. Note that the non-food-grade organics dispenser is colored orange for clarity," she smiled. "If you're sick of space food, now's your opportunity to try some human cuisine. I've been hungry for a cheeseburger myself." Cassidy chuckled to herself, but was met with blank stares. She cleared her throat and continued, "The 3 dispensers across the room from me are plastics, metals, and carbon, with plastics on the left and carbon on the right." The Gorths and the Arons were staring quizzically at the dispensers on the wall. The Danard, however, looked increasingly confused as he glanced from dispenser to the tour guide. Cassidy continued, "The remaining 3 vending machines are for engineers and ship technicians in the need of a quick repair. But I don't imagine we'll be—" The Danard cut in. "How does the food dispenser work exactly?" He had been asking her questions about all manner of things since the tour began. It got old fast when she realized he was high-strung and a bit dim. "Well, you just input what you're looking for on the display, and if it's in the database, you put in your credit pin and—" No. How do you make a cheeseburger with a nutrient paste dispenser?" "Oh!" Cassidy laughed to herself again. "I don't really claim to know how these things work, but it does a lot more than nutrient paste. And if you notice the station seems a little smaller on the inside, it's because there's a lot of machinery behind these walls." This time, one of the Gorths spoke. "We weren't aware of such technology existed." Cassidy felt a presence touch her mind.
It felt as though the larger of the Arons was about to say something. Then it spoke to her mind. Surely these machines are just a novelty. More conventional manufacturing is much cheaper than this kind of fabrication, and inter-system space travel is relatively cheap. But what is a novelty doing out here? The look of mild unease on the faces of the Goths and the Danid indicated that they got the same mental message. She replied, I guess humanity always considered replicators to be something that a futuristic civilization just has. Of course, one machine that does it all is impossible, but the dispensers in this outpost is pretty standard. You could find something like this in most public buildings and offices. Some people even have them in their homes. She paused suddenly, remembering the other passengers on the ship. I have to escort the other passengers now, but if you are curious about the vending machines, just give them a whirl and have a The Danid interrupted again. How many organic compounds are kept here? How often is the station resupplied? I don't know, Cassidy said. But why are these seemingly a feat of engineering in a backwater part of the solar system? Wait, I have one more question. Cassidy quickly burst out, have still time? The door between her and the Danid suddenly closed with a schnick. Alone in the decompression chamber, Cassidy counted to 10 and let her shoulders relax. This wasn't the most stress-free job, but at least the alien tourism paid the bills. She let herself have a couple more moments before she repressurized the chamber. On the other side of the door, the Danid shook his head. Humans, he shrugged. He turned to go inspect the food dispenser, but the Goths had already huddled around it. He peered over the heads of the shorter Goths. Evidently, one of them had already input something into the display. The floor began vibrating. The Danid couldn't hear it, though, until he put a hand on the wall. Then a high-pitched thrum could be felt through his fingers. They all waited as a group until the vibration stopped. A small light flashed 3 times, and the metal door slid open. You could almost hear the ding. Inside the compartment was a plate with a pile of something yellow and lumpy, 2 thin red strips of probably meat, and 2 pieces of what looked like baked goods. On the other plate were several gelatinous orange crescents. The display read breakfast meal number 2, and Dan had thought that it looked disgusting. The fattest of the Gauls picked up one of the orange crescents and held it between 2 fingers. He inspected it closely, then gave it a small squeeze. Evidently, it was brimming with juice. The Goths got most of the juice on him, but a little bit squirted over his shoulder and onto the faceplate of the Danis helmet. Ah! The Danis screamed as he fell backwards. The Goth mused. Interesting. It looks like it printed a gelatin structure and then filled it with juice. But how did it get the walls so thin? Another asked. Over on the other wall, one of the Arons had picked up an item from the plastic display, and the machine was busy printing something. The Goths turned back to the food-grade organics machine, and the larger one selected something from a different submenu. The Danid had tried to wipe the sticky substance off of his faceplate, but he left plenty of streaks. Through the blurriness, he could make out the words sponge cake on the display. On the other side of the room, one of the Arons was retrieving something from the plastic bin. It looked like a puzzle box that was covered in little colored squares. The Aron rotated 1/3 of the box, changing the pattern of squares. The 2 Arons shared a look, probably mentally discussing the puzzle. Meanwhile, the Gauls were talking about their food. Maybe it has all the ingredients in tanks, one said. It would need thousands of tanks to do that. I'm telling you, it assembles the food from basic macronutrients, the other said. Now, that's not enough variety. I bet it uses 100 or so dehydrated nutrient and flavor powders, and then it reconstitutes them into organic structure. The Danid started to say, I think. A crackle of static on the radio interrupted them. They all looked at each other, confused. Then they turned to look at the radio unit mounted on the exterior door of the ship. Attention, guests. Cassidy's strained voice could be heard through the static. We seem to be having a problem with the ship's electronics, and I won't be able to bring any more guests to the station until we fix it. Please remain calm and... Before she could say anything else, the sound went out. The ceiling light burned brighter and brighter, then burst, and the room was plunged into darkness. The only source of light was a small indicator light on each of the 6 environmental suits. The Danet began hyperventilating into his radio mic. "Oh gods, we're trapped! What are we going to do? I can't even see! We're going to die here!"
"Do not panic," the Aaron said in a strong mental message. "We may be able to fashion a light source using the vending machines." The smaller Gorth spoke up. "I doubt any of these machines can print luminescent diodes." The mental presence of the Aaron was felt again. "We may have to rely on a more primitive technology." An image of a thin glowing wire was transmitted to the others. The crystal being began to lumber over, as evidenced by her suit's indicator light and her heavy footfalls, to the third wall of vending machines that no one had touched yet. They were labeled circuitry, fine metals, and engineering fluids. At the circuitry vending machine, she tapped the display. It glowed weakly, enough to read it, but not enough to illuminate anything. She requested a simple circuit with some open leads. She then started scrolling through the display looking for something else. She mentally frowned and thought to the others, "There are no batteries." The Danet groaned, "Trapped." One Gorth stepped forward. "I think I may have a way around that." He stepped towards the metals display and began scrolling through it. The Aaron walked to the fine metals display. First, she selected the smallest diameter spring and the machine could offer, then she selected tungsten as a material. Meanwhile, the Danet and the other Aaron and the 2 Gorths were waiting nervously in the dark. The light from the circuitry machine flashed 3 times, briefly illuminating the room with each flash. The door slid up, revealing a small plastic boat which the Aaron picked up. Having finalized his selection and the metals machine, the Gorth walked over to the fine metals display and began looking through the magnetized sub-menu. In little under 10 minutes, both machines had finished printing, and the Aaron and the Gorth had successfully assembled a small device with a large crank attached to one end. The Danet, who couldn't really see anything through his helmet in the low light, said, "How is that supposed to work?" The Gorth sighed, handed the device to the larger Gorth and said, "Hold this tightly." Then he began turning the crank, slowly at first, then faster. The spring, which had been wedged between 2 metal tabs, began to glow orange. The light was dim, but it was enough. The group visibly relaxed, their situation a little less unnerving. "Now what?" the Danet asked. "We wait, I guess," said the Gorth. "Oh." The group waited for hours, each taking turns cranking the makeshift light and using the vending machines to get snacks. They talked some, but mostly they sat in silence and waited for their rescue. A strong vibration startled the group, and the Danet jumped up. "We're saved!" He ran to the door and waited expectantly. The rest of the group was hesitant. A Gorth says, "The radio hasn't come back on." The Danet gasped, "No, they wouldn't leave us." He put his hands on the door to try and feel if something was happening on the other side. The door vibrated to his left. Then the vibration started coming in pulses. The Danet backed away. Suddenly, bright light streamed through one side of the door. "It's opening!" shouted the Danet. As the gap got wider, it became apparent that the light was coming from a hunched form who was slowly but surely cracking the door open. All the group could do was watch. With the door fully open, the hunched form stood up to reveal a mountain of a man wearing an environmental suit with a bright shoulder-mounted light. The decompression chamber behind him was a mess of open panels and pulled-out wires. None of the light-up displays appearing to be working. The group stood back as the man walked into the room. They could do nothing but stare at his intimidating presence. He turned his shoulder light towards each wall, scanning, then stepped towards the circuitry machine. With large fingers, he punched something into the display and waited. Less than a minute later, the circuitry panel opened and the man retrieved what appeared to be a small fuse.
he walked back towards the chamber and squatted down next to one of the open panels, delicately fitted the fuse into the unseen circuit board. Immediately, the displays lit up, numbers scrolling rapidly with various lights flashing in apparent alarm. The man began to gesture to the 6 silent tourists, but thought better of it. He keyed his radio mic. "We are sorry for the delay," he said in an accent even the translation couldn't smooth out. "Decompression chamber, blue fuse and isolated station from ship. Please step in chamber. We will go back inside." The 6 beings said nothing as they filed into the chamber. The door closed behind them with a schnick, and a moment later the air began rushing into the chamber, bringing with it the sounds of many alarms. "Do not be concerned. Everything is fine," the man said. The Danid managed to work up the courage to ask, "Who are you?" "I am the pilot." The doors opened. As the Danid found his way back to the seat, he thought, "This is what I get for vacationing in a newly inducted stellar system." End of story. Story number 1. The Mad Butchers of Terror, written by Vincia Ortmarai. They are mad, I tell you, all of them, lunatic monsters from your worst nightmares, and the stoutest allies, the most compassionate friends you have ever known, all rolled into one. We learned that during the war, but too late, far too late. The Montreal were the first species to form. Their brood worlds were the closest occupied planets to the Sol system at the outbreak of the war. When the first counterattack came, the Prime Minister of the Montreal Union had sworn that not one living Terran would ever touch the surface of the Montreal world. In the end, that oath was upheld. The Montreal flung themselves at the foe, spending the lives of their indomitable legions in their countless thousands to defend their brood worlds. The Terran capital ships never even entered the system. They disdained the elegant, maneuvering ballet of the void combat, for which the Montreal cruisers had been designed. The Butchers of Terror had simply turned their broadsides towards the oncoming waves and pumped volley after volley into the Montreal ships. It was an ugly sight to watch, even on the footage from the reconnaissance drones, as the Montreal ships, each a triumph of engineering, were blasted apart by cataclysmic barrages from the ugly slabs of steel and void shielding that constituted the Terran fleet. In nearly a standard galactic year of fighting, the only Allied victory during the whole of the Montreal offensive occurred on the outskirts of the Montreal home system. The battle had raged for 7 standard rotations without cessation, and by the end, not a single Terran capital ship existed within striking range of Montreal Prime. The Grand Home Fleet of the Montreal Union still proudly patrolled its home system, all 3 remaining ships of it, at least. Analysis and reconnaissance footage recovered after the battle suggested that the Terran ships had simply run out of ammunition before the Montreal had run out of ships. The Terrans never needed to set foot planetside. They simply crippled the Montreal. Montreal ships were hunted down and eradicated, their factories razed, and their spaceports reduced to rubble with a chilling, systematic efficiency. The Montreal Union remained technically unconquered. They simply had no capacity to resist, and the Terrans ran their supply lines through the heart of the sovereign, hostile nation, as safe and sound as if they were cruising their native solar system. The Valaxians, by contrast, were not an ancient, well-established interstellar empire like the Montreal Union. Rather, they'd been a young species just grasping beyond their home system at the outbreak of the war. Their technology had advanced considerably by their entrance to the Allied Pact near the end of the Montreal offensive. But it had taken time to retrofit into their existing systems. That time might have been granted, if not for the plague. A virus, common enough to the galactic community as a whole, but unknown on Valax, mutated itself enough to attack the Valaxian biology.
The virus crippled Valax before the war had really begun. Valax was left practically defenseless as the Allied Pact scrambled to form in the wake of the Montreal defeat. Unable to defend themselves, what was left of the Valaxian High Command surrendered without ever firing a shot. The Terrans did land on Valax. Armies of them, legions poured from carrier fleets, Vulcan and Bacchus. These were not legions of soldiers, but healers. Entire battalions of doctors, nurses, surgeons, and battlefield medics came to the aid of the Valaxian people. It took nearly half of the Valaxian orbit to find a vaccine, but eventually one was found, and the Grand Matriarch of Valax swore from her sickbed in a broadcasted message to her entire people, undying friendship with the healers of Terra. It was the fate of the Romo-Noralians that chilled the blood of every sentient species in the galaxy. It had been the Romo-Noralians that had started the war. At the height of their power, they were the mightiest nation amongst the stars, an entity to be feared. Then they found the Sol system. 9 planets ranged around the small yellow star, hosting a minor species of native bipedal sapiens with bare handful of colonies on neighboring moons and a single colony on a second world. Under intergalactic law, the Romo-Noralians were well within their rights to lay claim to any system whose native inhabitants had not achieved FTL travel or established a colony outside their native system. The initial incident wasn't even an attack. The outermost colony established by the Terrans up to that point was on a small, barren world, the 4th from their star, with high concentration of iron and very little indigenous water. The Romo-Noralian colony ship entered high orbit, discharging its small complement of soldiers to gather any available biomass in the immediate area to supplement the ship's stores, and commenced terraforming the planet below. The process was considered a success by the Romo-Noralians and a non-issue for the rest of the galaxy. There was a small sortie by the local fleet, but the enemy ships were of such a primitive design that they were no real threat. The engagement would have been almost bloodless for the Romo-Noralian side, except that a cadet who had been allowed to pilot a strike craft during the engagement made a mistake. He attempted a showy maneuver and collided with one of the Terran vessels, sending them both spinning into the void. The incident was logged as an acceptable loss, and the colony ship went back to terraforming the intended world. It was not until a full solar orbit later that the consequences of that struggle became all too clear. Ships, dozens of ships appeared from out of the light of the sun, bearing down on the unsuspecting colony ship. The battle, such as it was over before the would-be Romo-Noralian colonists could wake up. Their ship was surrounded and blasted apart, without even giving the Romo-Noralians a chance to plead for mercy. The surviving tech from the colony ship was soon assimilated into the newly forged Terran fleet, just as the salvaged strike craft had been. Then the mad butchers of Terra went hunting. The Montreal hadn't been a target, just a proud ancient empire that stood between Terra and Romano. The Terrans asked for the right of way through their territory when the foolish Montreal attacked. The Valaxians were inconsequential, but the mad butchers who could slaughter millions in the grip of the cold, righteous wrath could not bear the terrified sobs of a sick child. After Valax, the galaxy watched in horrified confusion as the same fleet that crippled an empire and saved a species from extinction bore down on Romano. The destruction was absolute, not merely content in extracting a toll in recompense for what they called the massacre of Mars. The fleets of Terra butchered their way through the mightiest battle fleet in the galaxy, stopping as they did to wipe every inhabited world clean of life. Horrifying as they were, these atrocities were merely an overture to a symphony of destruction that was to come. The home system of the Romo-Noralian Empire was blasted apart, inhabited world by inhabited world. and the debris of 13 planets was flung by tractor beams at the Romanorian home planet. The message broadcast from the Admiral of the Fleet Jupiter proclaimed, "The adversary is destroyed, the last of their empire used to obliterate the cradle of their monstrous race." Maybe the war could have ended there. The Terrans had gotten their revenge. They had no more desire to fight. If only we had known that then. Terrified by the unexpected display of raw ferocity, the galaxy united in horror to destroy the sons and daughters of Terra. It didn't work. Species after species either fell or surrendered for the inexorable might of Terra. Those that allied with her live unmolested within their own territory, prospering by trade and peaceful collaboration. Those that resisted have been ground into dust of history. How, I ask you, can one creature be both either, I could understand, but both bloodthirsty conqueror and peaceful ally? They must be mad. End of story. The Demons, written by Heavy Artillery BTR. They came from another universe. Back before the invasion, the galaxy was, for the most part, peaceful. Sure, there may have been 1 or 2 wars of conquest, and maybe a planetary genocide here and there, but by and large, almost everyone respected each other and kept to themselves. Of course, that changed when they came. No one is sure what exactly caused the bridge between universes to form. The last surviving ancients blame it on the younger species' efforts to develop the most advanced form of faster-than-light technology known, which ripped holes open into the pocket universe shadowing our own. The younger species deny this claim and insist that the ancients' use of this technology themselves caused the rupture. However, this blame game was of little consequence to what came out of the rift. They were energy beings. At least, that's what it seemed like as the rest of the galaxy. Only a few know that what could have been seen of them was only a small part of the true forms. When they emerged from the rift, piloting shimmering vessels that seemed to phase in and out of our reality, they did not come in peace. Instead, they saw the galaxy as a new source of food and entertainment. They slew any diplomatic vessel that attempted to contact them, and their ships began pouring out of the portal. The Fenchu Confederation were the first to fall. The monsters from another universe descended upon their worlds, consuming the life force of all living sentient beings that they could find. Once they were done feeding on the Fenchu, the horrors then turned their attention to the rest of the galaxy, hungering, and began spreading like a plague. World after world fell, leaving dead cities filled with dry husks in their wake. The monsters weren't invulnerable, but their numbers were so great that any defensive fleet was simply smashed aside. Soon enough, an entire quadrant of the galaxy had been cleansed by the invaders. Refugees of now endangered species flooded into untouched space, seeking safety from the demons. Then, a new hope appeared. The Dengra Ascendancy, an ancient star empire that had survived numerous galactic cataclysms before, emerged from a self-imposed isolation. With grand war fleets and technology that made most citizens green with envy, the Dengra united the galaxy together to face the invaders. Warships from every star and planet joined the Dengra in a massive offensive against the invaders. The combined fleets of the galaxy pushed through the demonic fleets, racing to the portal, the bridge between the universe and whatever hell the invaders called home. The Dengra knew the portal needed to be destroyed, so that the unending stream of invaders could finally be stilled. When the fleets of the galaxy finally arrived at the portal, they found the star system it resided in surprisingly empty. The fleet attacked the portal, hoping to destabilize it to the point that it would close on its own. However, the portal seemed to regenerate with each hit. No matter how many times the fleet fired missiles, plasma, or kinetic slugs at the abomination in space-time, the portal remained as unharmed as it had been when the fleet first entered the system. When the attack was halted in order to try a different approach to destroying the portal, the invaders struck. Arriving at the edge of the system in every direction, the invaders' fleet, millions strong, converged on the combined fleet. The following battle was disastrous for the defenders of the galaxy. The demons had trapped them all in system, destroying every vessel and sucking the life out of any survivors they found. In one battle, the galaxy became defenseless. The feasting of the demons accelerated as every star nation put production of their shipyards into high gear. The Dengra, as the horde of demons were sweeping into their borders, sent out one final transmission, gifting the surviving species of the galaxy with details of the most advanced technologies they knew, in the hopes that they may be able to succeed where the Dengra had failed. That was half a century ago. Now the last remaining bastion of the galactic civilization was the Republic of Sol, led by the humans of Earth. Humans had been the furthest away from the portal, and now they stood as the last civilization not consumed by the demons. In the face of extinction, the humans had fully militarized, along with the refugees of the countless other fallen civilizations throughout the galaxy. Humanity had spent the time it had well, its fleet numbered in the millions, ranging from small nippy corvettes to hulking dreadnoughts, all equipped with the most advanced technologies, their scientists and crewed by battle-hardened veterans and fresh recruits ready to lay down their lives to save the human race. The battle that would decide the fate of humanity and the galactic civilization as a whole occurred in the Tau Ceti system, a mere 10 light-years away from Earth. The entirety of humanity's spaceborne military might gathered ready, supplemented by the surviving militaries of dead star nations. When the demons entered the star system, they were met with a wall of nuclear fire. Thus, the year-long Battle of Tau Ceti began. In the beginning, the battle was a simple defense for the humans. They wanted to prevent the invaders from reaching and feasting on the colony of New Africa. At first, the fleet remained within the gravity well of the colony, fighting off attacks by the invaders with the support of massive railgun cannons orbiting the colony. The demons attacked nearly every day, trying to erode away the fleet protecting the planet. While the fleet suffered losses with each attack, it remained strong enough to keep the planet secure. Back on Earth, the Admiralty knew that this wouldn't last. The Grand Admiral of the fleet, Cook Johnson, knew that while the human fleet was strong for now, eventually the invaders would erode away at it enough to deliver a final, killing blow. Johnson knew that in order to reverse the invasion, they would need to go on the offensive, and he felt Tau Ceti should be the turning point in the fight for survival. He pulled together a small token fleet made out of outdated warships, numbering a few hundred strong, and sent them to Tau Ceti. The Admiral was banking on the fact that the invaders were growing more and more hungry every day that they were denied access to New Africa. They had already consumed every living sentient outside of the Republic, and were relying on human worlds to keep them fed. When the token fleet entered the system, it immediately drew the invaders' attention, not only as a military threat, but also as a food source that could be used to sate their hunger, if temporarily. The invaders pulled away from New Africa, eager to feast on the crews of the token fleet, and too wrapped up in their own hunger to maintain a siege on the planet. At that moment, the Grand Fleet burned out of orbit to follow the invaders, firing long-range nuclear missile after them. Just as the invaders reached them, the token fleet jumped out of the system, forcing the invaders to turn their attention to the pursuers. No longer confined to both New Africa's gravity well and the directive to prevent any breakthroughs, the Grand Fleet attacked viciously, while the invaders were still turning their ships about to face them. When the invaders actually managed to organize and begin fighting back,
The battle quickly spread out throughout the system as the invaders tried to break through to get to the planet, and the humans moved to counter them. This part of the conflict would take nearly 6 months to wind down, with multiple engagements fought at every major celestial body in the system. The battle claimed nearly 2 million human lives, and it is estimated that 4 million invader vessels were destroyed. The Battle of Tal Ceti ended when, in the first time since the offensive led by the Degra, the invaders retreated from Tal Ceti. When Admiral Johnson received word of the victory at Tal Ceti, he was quick to capitalize on the situation. While the majority of the Republic was celebrating, he ordered the Grand Fleet to begin pushing out of Tal Ceti and retake the galaxy. The invaders, shaken from their first defeat in 50 years, along with beginning to suffer from mass starvation without the conquest of new worlds, were pushed back more and more. Each world of the humans reclaimed allowed for more materials to be shipped back to Earth for the production of more ships and weapons, fueling the war machine to near unstoppable heights. Even in the weakened state, the invaders were still a considerable threat and fought well. Progress was slow, and the Grand Fleet suffered some setbacks. Just bit by bit, system by system, humanity pushed the invaders all the way back across the galaxy to their portal, which by then seemed to have exhausted its supply of reinforcements from the invaders. The last battle of the war was fought right in front of the portal, with the last fleet of invaders being crushed like the Dengra-led fleet had been. Once the invaders had been defeated, all that was left was the portal, still seemingly impervious to any assault. The Grand Fleet simply sat, guarding the entrance and testing different weapons in the hope of finding one capable of effectively damaging the portal. Then, almost a year after the final defeat of the invaders, a lone vessel emerged from the rift transmitting ancient diplomatic codes to the fleet. The same codes that were assigned to the first diplomatic vessel the invaders had destroyed when they first entered the galaxy. Then a message was transmitted. "We seek peace." Immediately, the surviving galaxy was in uproar. Many were offended that the demons would even ask for peace after killing trillions of sentient beings. Petitions to invade the demons' universe and visit the same destruction and loss of life the galaxy had been forced to endure. Politicians screamed at each other over the issue. Riots broke out where the advocating for peace were attacked, the majority wanting to drive the invaders to extinction with no remorse. However, in the end, the decision was up to Grand Admiral Johnson, who had his fleet ready to destroy the vessel and go through the portal. "Leave and never return," he told the lone ship, which quickly fled back through the portal with the message. As soon as it was gone, the portal began to destabilize and eventually collapse, closing off both universes from each other. Many were in an uproar over the Grand Admiral's decision, including the Senate of the Republic, which stripped Johnson of his rank and discharged him from the military. However, in the end, Johnson repeated to all that he stood by his choice. The galaxy began to rebuild, with the surviving species leaving Earth's protection in order to reclaim the ruins of their civilization. Humanity was in ascendancy and an undisputed leader of the galaxy and hailed as its savior. The lost were mourned, and the grand monuments erected for species that were rendered extinct by the invasion, though some scientists began campaigning for initiatives to collect any surviving genetic material in hopes of reviving lost species. 50 years after the final victory over the demons, Johnson died of old age. Honored as one of the greatest military heroes in human and galactic history, many statues of him were erected throughout the galaxy on various worlds. In his memoirs, the former Grand Admiral revealed his reasoning for allowing the demons to leave in peace. "On that bridge, with the decision in my hands, I could have easily ordered that one last ship be destroyed and then pour through the portal with my fleet as I did to us all those years ago.
part of me, the part that wanted to make them hurt like we did, to watch as their friends and loved ones were killed, just like they did to us, wanted to. But I realized that we, as a civilization, as a galaxy, we're standing at the edge of an abyss. If we went through that portal, we would become what we were fighting. We would lose any pretense of justice or morality. We would become the monsters we swore to fight. So, I thought that would be the best way to step away. End of story. Story number 1. Eternal, written by Prussian Joe. There, still out there. I know it. Come off it. They disappeared 1,000 years ago. No way any of them are left. Not after what they did. I'm telling you, they're coming. I have proof this time. Real proof. You had proof last time, too. That proof lost you your job and most of your sanity. Look, I've been in the quarantine zone. I've seen the truth. I swear I have. You went into the QZ. Are you stupid? If anyone finds out, you'll be executed. The risk was worth it. I had to know what happened. What really happened. We know what happened. They created a black hole and swallowed themselves up. If they did, then where's the black hole? I've been to the QZ. There was nothing. Nothing! It probably collapsed. Like the scientists said it might. Maybe they'll lift the quarantine. They'll never lift the quarantine. What makes you say that? Because the second they do, everything will fall apart. The society is built on that quarantine being active, and what they are supposedly protecting us from being the truth. It isn't. And when people find out, it'll be the end of everything. What did you find in there? The truth. They aren't dead. They're only gone for a while, searching for something, looking for answers. But they'll be back. I know they will. Mukhtar Marin, recorded shortly before his apparent suicide, 8 years before the return.
Citizens of the Society, welcome to our 1000th Festival of Rebirth. On this day, 1,000 years ago, the mantle of the galaxy leadership fell upon the shoulders of giants so that we may rise to our full potential. And rise we have. Please, all of you, eat, drink, and thank your society for raising us up together.
Primarch Vendilius, 5 years before the return. Sir, we're getting some anomalous readings from the QZ. Society Commands has asked us to investigate. Admiral Taynor looked through the Primarch's orders, his face a study of military rigidity. I want the shadow field dropped in Quadrant 17B in preparation for our entry into the QZ. Aye, sir. Quarantine control confines opening to Quadrant 17B for entry. Bring us in. Send Priority Omega Com to the Primarch to inform him of the situation. The Grand Admiral leaned back in his chair and clasped his mandibles together. There had been readings like this in the past, but they were getting stronger, more regular. As the warship passed through the shadow field boundary, Dana felt that familiar chill race along his carapace. He was back in the quarantine zone, and things were uniformly strange here. It always felt like they were being watched. Grand Admiral Taynor's personal journals recovered from the warship Majesty 2 years before the return. We can never forget the Society is built on the largest lie in the galaxy. We cannot forget why Society was formed. The work must continue, for something is coming. I can feel it. We must be gone before then. Though our transgression shall be judged with harshness beyond measure. Primarch Vandilius to the High Council, speaking of Project Exodus 10 months before the return. A millennia ago, we left you. You gave us oaths, promises to await our return. Yet, as soon as we departed, those oaths were shattered. Promises forgotten. Your leaders have lied to you. They have built the society of yours on our ashes. For lifetimes uncounted, we waited in the beyond past the veil. We watched, waited, and learned. We have returned as promises, specters from the past coming to life. Wrathful gods are we, turning again to our creations and finding them lacking. Transmission from quarantine zone seconds before the shadow field collapse. Day of return. 1,000 years, that's all it was. For us, it had been tens of thousands. Lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. We saw their quarantine form. We heard their whispers of conspiracy. We saw through their lies, even as they formed them in their tongues. Past the veil, in the beyond, we waited. How knowledge grew, how technology advanced, and our people stagnated. That same tired minds labored into eternity. There were tears in the fabric of existence, and when we peered through them, we saw the universe on a knife's edge. One wrong move, one shift in balance in the wrong direction, and it would all fall. We saw a game for what it was, so we stopped playing. In our step outside of time and space, we balanced the scales, and with our return, we will tip them in our favor. Those of you who knew, who broke your oaths, who even now try to flee, will be punished. Those of you who are innocent, who knew not of any oath, who have minds free of that guilt, will be spared. For there is still need. Together we might stop the coming storm. Apart, we may ride it out into the uncertain future. But shattered, we will fall beneath the waves. Our empire was and is still eternal. What was ours shall be again, and when we arrive, we expect obedience and subservience as it was in the old days. When our ships fill your sky, those that kneel, that give their fealty, will be lifted high. Those who stand in defiance shall be cast down. Watch for us. Address from Justinian the Golden to every individual in the society, 2 days after the return. Our oath was kept. Commander Chakar of the Order of Soul, the vanguard of the Eternal Empire, 3 days after the return. We flew too close to the sun, so we must burn. Final entry in Primarch Vendilius's journal, shortly before the vanguard's arrival over the capital. It has been passed into myth and legend, a story to tell children. The Eternal Empire was a golden age, an era to strive towards reclaiming. Yet, history remembers the myths and legends, and not everything in the Empire was gold. Arch-Scholarus Yanmer, highest authority of ancient history at the university. Most forgotten, something we cannot fault for the innocent for. Those that neglected, however, they will face our retribution. Lord Captain Separatist, commander of the vanguard of the Eternal Empire, 1 week after return. They descended as angels, but fire in the eyes spoke of another purpose. They came not as saviors, but as gods of war, returning home to find traitors in their midst. The calling was rapid, brutal, and efficient. If you held the oath true in your mind, then you had nothing to fear. Doubt, regret, rebellion, these things were extinguished. Only the faithful were spared. Governor Uther of the Ra'ani, on the arrival of the vanguard and the subsequent culls, 13 days after the return. Almost overnight, the society was eradicated. In its place returned the Eternal Empire, resuming command as it had never left. Old Earth long thought destroyed, reappeared into a universe as a shining realm of unimaginable wonder. The eternal empire of humanity had returned from its long absence. They came as conquerors, lords and gods amongst the lesser mortals, but they also came as teachers, as instructors in new marvels beyond anything created since the Empire's departure 1,000 years before. The Eternal Empire had a goal, a directive that it would not let fall to any other. Some called it callous and harsh, others noble and mighty. The truth is that humans saw something that made them flee to the beyond. They sacrificed the galactic empire so that they may save the universe. We still don't know how long it was for them in the beyond, for in that place, time has a different meaning. They prepared for something big, something that we cannot perceive. We can only trust that they will save us. I believe that they will. I believe that they must. The Architect of Thule, personal memoirs written during the creation of the history of the Eternal Empire of Humanity, 10 years after the return. End of story. Story number 1. Talkers Make Me Hungry, written by British Tea Company. The bar provided plenty of comfort for the rather warm temperatures outside, ranging from cool drinks, functioning ACs, rooms to sleep in, or workers in the oldest profession. The bartenders, of course, continued to keep a wary eye through his seemingly satisfied customers. A wrong word, a wrong gesture, or even the wrong person was enough to cause chairs to fly. The bartender's sharp eye caught the small vial of yellow liquid being passed around. Narcotics. They were illegal, and by all means he should have reported it to the most clueless authorities. But that would have been an excellent way for him to be found in a dark alley with a knife at his back. The cartel was everywhere, and his bar just happened to be on their payroll. Not that he willingly took the money, of course, but it was either agree or have his brains be on the outside of his head. The things people had to go through these days. The doors opened to reveal a group of guests. The bartender cringed for a moment as he saw his guests. In the sector of space, any idiot who didn't know how to see trouble typically found himself mugged before sundown. And there were trouble right there. The local mob typically were gentlemanly. They never asked for trouble, just for a place to sell their products. These hooligans, oh no, they wanted trouble. They hunted for it. Thanking his lucky stars that none of the mob were in his bar, lest there be a gang war right in his home. Of course, his hope turned right down the drain when one of those criminals decided to grab one of the female patrons. No one dared to move a muscle. Those guns were in plain sight, and the bartender could do nothing but feel sorry for the victim as she screamed for them to unhand her. He decided to look away. A new species entered his bar, and he sure as hell wasn't sure what this one is even supposed to be. He had plenty of white fur on his head and a bit on his chin. His skin was a tannish shade. He had quite the scars on his cheek. The bartender would have thought him to be one of those generic tough guys that ran rampant around here, had it not been for the fact that this thing was over 6 feet tall and wearing some kind of military-grade armor. Oh great, a mercenary. Marvelous. As though his day couldn't get any better. The mercenary got an eyeful of what was going on in the far corner before he sat himself down at the table close to the criminals, watching them as though it was some kind of sick show. Suddenly, he grabbed one of the drinks from those vermin and drank the entire cup. Naturally, they shifted attention. What in the fuck do you think you're doing, bitch? The stranger looked at them as though he was amused. His mouth curled into a nightmarish smile, revealing lines of large teeth and sharp fangs that made some of those lowlifes cringe. Drinking. This is a bar. That's my drink. Pay for it. I don't presume you intend to pay for what you're doing over there. We don't have to. I don't have to. Hey, look, fellas, we got a tough guy here. Think you're some big shot with that fancy armor and those scars? How about I shock you one? See how tough you really are, big guy. Please, be my guest, the mercenary said as he held his hands out like an invitation. When nothing came, he grabbed another one of the drinks. No bark, no bite. You're a talker. Talkers make me thirsty. The alien said nothing, only glared at the large alien. And hungry. You can chew on my fist. I'd love to. It looks delicious. No one knew what the last sentence was, literally, until the mercenary picked up the smaller one by the arm and bit right into it. The sickening crunch and even more sickening shriek caused all of the patrons to stare in shock and horror. The bloody giblets and the broken limb fell to the ground. It wasn't much of a fight. Some of the scum tried running away, but that big alien planted a few slugs in their backs with whatever monstrosity of a gun he was using. Those who tried to fight found themselves in a hole in the ground. Zhang glared at the armless alien before he placed a finger in his ear. He watched their would-be victim watching him with amazed eyes. Colonel August, target has been eliminated. With that, the mercenary grabbed prey and bit right into its flesh. The screams tore through the bar and ended with a gargle. The body fell to the ground, partially eaten. Zhang looked at the bartender before walking over. The alien cowered in fear of him. Don't eat me. Zhang said nothing as he grabbed a few napkins to wipe his mouth, dropping off a few coins at the bartender. He stood himself upright before facing the alien. The drink was good. So was the food, Zhang continued. What's your name? Queen. Queen? Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Major Xiao Zhang of the Terran Republic. Our client sent us here to eliminate local crime. Oh my, it worked. You're... So you're the Terran? Indeed. The job has been finished. I am glad you chose to pay us in advance. We'll be visiting. Quine wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse as Zhang left his bar, the dead body still in the middle of everything. At least, he wouldn't lose his customers. They were pretty used to seeing people get shot over something as trivial as a pencil. He would still have to clean up this mess, though. End of story. Story number 2. You Contain Multitudes, written by Because I Said So Too. I contain multitudes. Walt Whitman. I am Legion. Unknown. You have 3 eyes, the 2 you see of your world with, the inner one that lights ours. When it's not obscured by the storms of emotions and clouds of distraction and self-doubt. Our world is hard to describe, but you'd recognize every part of it. It's a jumble of rooms, times, and places. The majority of its inhabitants flicker in and out of sight, forms shifting and changing as they go about their lives by the light of your third eye, or beneath the clouds obscuring it. Sometimes, on a clear day, we feel the heat of your gaze, and we stare back at you. All the flickering faces look upwards with devotion and love to see you, and to be seen by your distracted and half-blind eye. When we do, we can dimly see your world through it as well. And to us, it seems to be a chaotic jumble of joys, sorrow, pain. Though there are things in your world that are so beautiful that they create an echo in ours. The ones you love the most, for example, exist here too. Perhaps as a pale shadow, though we feel real to ourselves. We know we are creatures of memory, merely flickering ethereal things, yet we've seen our counterparts disappear from the world that we observe through your third eye, while we remain in that teeming inner world it illuminates. When your father died, I was still here, staring upwards through the lighting and the rain, into the fishbowl circle and the third eye's iris. I too saw your mother's shocked face as she told you, and I felt our world roll beneath my feet. I screamed out that I was in here and that I loved you. Screamed until my voice was raw, and I think you heard me. Eventually, the ground stopped moving and the storm died down, though it rained for quite a while. When your heart was broken by your first love, she was still in here, shocked and dismayed by the callousness of her counterpart and originator. She went on a pilgrimage to find the memories that would knit the hole that had suddenly appeared within you. And though she was gone for a long time, she returned with the cherished memories that now fill that empty space. When your brother died the way he did, his counterpart within you shared your shock and horror and wept with you. He ran around in our world for years, seeking out the breaks in the oppressive clouds that covered the sky, so that he could meet your inner eye when the clouds would part, so that you would see him and know that he was and would always be here for you. When the clouds finally broke apart, you saw him smiling up at you, and he saw a twinkle in your third eye. That meant that you were smiling back. Those were just 3 of the times we fought in your behalf. There were so many more. Our group, your inner pantheon of heroes, is small, but growing. Each of us have had our moment in the sun of your third eye, and each of us have fought for you in our own way. And we will do so again. For you are legion. You contain multitudes, and you are not alone. You have all of us inside of you, and you mean the world to us. Close your eyes. See us now. A multitude of familiar and beloved faces smiling upwards at you. End of story. Story number 1. Don't feel sorry for me. I lived a good life. Written by teller of tall tales. I sat in a broken hull of a building, claws delicately holding a datapad he'd given me. I dared not rub the unfamiliar moisture from my eyes. I blinked it away and gazed over the peaceful sunset upon my home world. The first in a very long time. But to tell that story, I must start from the beginning. He was a Terran Marine, one of the many that landed as aid against the Galactic Council. Truth be told, the Terrans were the only ones to offer help. The massive spacecraft laid waste to the hordes of Council soldiers upon our soil, long enough for them to land troops. His name was Daniel. He stood head and shoulders above me and my people. His slim-fitting combat armor scratched and burned from battle. I was scared at first as the huge bipedal creature, its pale, hairless skin except at the top of its head and around its mouth. I was cowering in the ruins of my home, scared, trapped with the smell of rot, but intact. And oh boy, was I scared when the massive bipedal approached and slowly dug the rubble, trapping me, screaming behind him in the Terran language. The humans bandaged me, fed me. When they were done, Daniel came to my bunk and quietly sat in a chair. He swallowed, stroked his facial hair, then set a device on the table next to him. There was a flash, and he began talking, the device translating it into my language. My apologies for not speaking with you sooner. I'm sorry to report that there are only a few survivors from your town. The council was thorough, as always. We've begun to relook. I snapped. The fear and anger at the Galactic Council had fled, and then I snarled, No! I want to fight. I want revenge for my people. I was in my prime. I slashed my claws through the air as a display, and Daniel seemed thoughtful. Let me talk it over with High Command. That single sentence changed everything.
Daniel fought his higher-ups to let me be put in his squad. I was on the ramp for the relocation ship when Daniel grabbed my shoulder. I turned, raising my claws to fight, when he said, "We got a war to fight, soldier. Where are you going?" Daniel taught me everything he could, from how to use my claws more effectively, to human martial arts, to rigorous regimes to hone and toughen my body. Then the day came that the council came for our fortified town. The fight started with a 2-hour orbital bombardment that shook the town down to the bunkers that we hunkered down in. When it was over, I saw Daniel in action. He shouted orders left and right, calling people by their names as he ran to the bunker elevator, cramming himself in with all of us. When the doors opened, there were only 3 words that left in his mouth. "Go, go, go!" We ran into a firestorm of laser bolts. The first council soldiers I saw felt the rage of my planet as I slammed my claws through their neck, using them as a shield to charge forward at another group. My thick, hollow fur displaced a few stray bolts that made contact as I leapt into the group, using the techniques of leverage and weight movement to make my strikes lethal. Then a blaster was in my face. I froze. Was this how I die? The staccato burst of human firearm and a stark green splatter of blood from my assailant shook me free as Daniel grabbed me and hauled me to a reinforced building just as a super heavy laser bolt obliterated our lost position. Ducking behind the sandbags, Daniel kept up a steady stream of fire until he shouted, "Tank!" He grabbed me and hauled me out of the fight as another super heavy laser bolt obliterated our reinforced position. Daniel let me hit the ground, staring down at the council tank as he detached a metal box from his back. He removed some sort of detonator as the tank's barrel began to glow. Then he dashed forward, the bolt hissing over me and cratering nearby as Daniel ran up, jumped on the tank, and stuck the metal box right onto the turret before jumping off and sprinting away as he hit the button. The tank went up in flames. He ran back to me, getting me to my feet and screaming at me to get to cover. I obeyed, scrambling for the cubby in a collapsed building. I turned and watched Commander Daniel's last stand. His rifle blazed, taking many council soldiers down before a bolt hit his chest, then his stomach, then his shoulder, his helmet. He fell and lay still for a moment. Council soldiers approached fast. Then the crumpled figure raised another detonator, clicking the button. Everywhere began exploding. Council soldiers flung to the air, screaming. Then silence. I rushed over to Daniel, and he was smiling softly, half his face burnt and bleeding, but he was still laughing. "Sir?" I asked. His eyes cleared and he looked into mine softly as he put a hand softly on my shoulder. "My boy, he was just like you, so full of that fighting spirit. Wanted to take the fight right to the enemy." He hacked and coughed up thick blood before saying, "You're a good kid, and a good soldier." The unfamiliar wetness came to my eyes as I said, "No, who'll fight with us?" He smiled a little deeper. "Humanity will always fight for the underdogs. Don't feel sorry for me. I've lived a good life, and I'd like to see my son again." He lifted his other arm and clasped the datapad in my claws as a signature rumble of human ships entering the atmosphere filled my ears. I looked up at the massive ship descending above our town, raining fire from its massive guns. When I looked down, Daniel was no longer there, just the corpse of a brave human. I tapped the play button on the datapad and listened as Daniel revealed the plan. His platoon was the only one in the area. They volunteered to be a strike force to fake a large-scale troop landing while reinforcements could prepare and arrive. Him and his men acknowledged the possibility of death and stated, "Well, nobody lives forever, do they?" I gazed out of the ocean as I cried freely. Tomorrow, I begin my journey to the Sol system as an honorary citizen of Earth. More importantly, as an ambassador to other races in the newfound absence of the Council. End of story. Story number 2. A species exists as long as their administration does. Written by Incredibilis Ho. Humans are currently one of the greatest galactic nations. One can best describe the hairless mammals of Earth as weak, slow, and not exceptionally intelligent. Yet these little creatures' civilization is millions of years old. How come it's that these pathetic creatures are not dead yet? In almost all civilizations, when they accomplish a great thing, a few generations later that deed has been made mystified or forgotten. The strategies that person accomplish mystified to a degree where it is no longer applicable or forgotten to the point that no one even knew that that person existed in the first place. In almost all civilizations, entire worlds are forgotten. Scientists are promised 15,000 galactic credits and only get 5,000. The works of those people, of those worlds, are neglected and forgotten. It should come to no surprise that most species start out as a unified entity but slowly devolve into states led by warlords, which do not advance technologically at all, or do so at an incredibly slow pace. Humanity might still be fractured, but this is not due to neglect. It is due to, internal differences. So coming back to the question, why are humans so powerful? It has a surprisingly accurate answer. They do not forget their history so easily. They remember it. They cherish it and revel in it. It is why there is so much conflict amongst humans. But it is also why even the dumbest of humans can outsmart a well-trained strategist. They can simply look into the past for guidance. If a foe has a strong navy, they'll never engage it directly. They'll know how to chip away at the enemy instead of facing them head-on. If a foe has a strong army, they'll simply shoot the transports out of the sky. And if the foe has a strong economy, they'll raid it into submission. One human mind might be weak, short-lived, and dumb, but they never just have their own minds to aid them. They had that of billions gone before them, and so it is that humanity is currently the longest surviving race with the most powerful military, and they have not forgotten how they achieved this. End of story. Story number 1. The Hallowing, written by Scientific Theory. Vampires are real, not in the way that we imagine them, with fangs and blood and burning sun, but real nonetheless. It turns out that emotion is a genuine form of energy, but one only given form through sapience. It's a resource, and like all resources, demand can easily outstrip supply, which is where we come in. Isn't it funny that mammals took over the world after dinosaurs already had it in their scaly little grip? Hundreds of millions of organisms perfectly adapted for their world, and mammals took over after all they got creamed by a meteor. Just enough damage to wipe out the big ones, leaving a fucking shrew to take over the planet. Coincidence? Nah, not really. Now why would alien space vampires want mammals to succeed? Simple. Mammals were some of the first to invest in significant effort into caring for their young. Insects are practically robots, fish are weird, and reptiles could care less. Now, you might say, but what about our fishy friends dolphins? To which I say, you're a fucking idiot because dolphins are mammals too. A transition to live birth and slow reproductive cycles are really what did it. Evolutionary parents that invested more time into their progeny were more likely to see the progeny survive. Family units and highly functional cooperative groups formed, and social evolution began. Emotions are a consistent response to keeping groups of individuals functional. Individually, It's a simple system. You manage to eat? Boom! Hooray! That's great. Your mom just tried to eat your leg? Whoa, bad! Back off. It's easy. Things that help are good. Things that try and kill you are bad. Everything else is just kind of there. Social groups are where it gets interesting. Insects and fish schools don't count. Each individual automatically responds to a neighboring input, not like humans or apes. Even lower sentients like dogs have complex emotions, comparatively. Love is obvious. Happiness, excitement, fear, even shame. Enthusiasm is the easiest way to see, though. All the internal excitement bursting free. Cats, too. Although they tend to lounge mainly in comfortable, complacent, and content, curiosity is also a staple along with cuddly. Warm and fuzzy words for warm and fuzzy creatures. Pets addressed. Humans are complex. You know the feeling you get when you're snug inside the middle of a booming downpour? What about the feeling when you recognize that girl you just walked by has a life and history as deep and complex as everything that you've ever known? The feeling of the warm sunshine on a cloudless day with nothing to do. There's so much more to us than love and happiness, comfort and curiosity, guilt and shame, hate and depression. Which brings me to my point. Out of all of those things, one of them just doesn't belong. See, what happened when our alien space vampires realized emotions could be bottled, transferred, and sold, is that they needed more emotions to be bottled, transferred, and sold. With enough money, you could experience the boundless ecstasy of an athlete scoring a winning goal, the deep satisfaction of a musician ending a concert to a standing ovation, even the sensational passion with which they played a double encore. All sitting at home in your moneyed mansion. You could feel the hope of a soldier returning home to their family, the electric guilty pleasure of an affair, and even the paralyzing fear of a would-be murder victim's daring escape. The only caveat is that the donor could only feel an echo of what was rightfully theirs. The strain of emotions stole people's lives, pieces at first, but more and more over time. Depression was what happens when they become greedy, when someone's happiness is particularly succulent. They don't just take a slice, they tap a sort of metaphysical funnel into their head. They take that and take it until there is nothing left but a vague fog of what should have been. In the beginning, it was just a poor, disconsolate few, emptied and lost in a way that we couldn't understand. We tried to help with chemistry and science, but nothing would ever stick. In time, the emptiness would creep back in and take them away. When it truly spread, nobody knew what to do. So many people dragged themselves out into the world, hanging on by the skin of their fingernails. We had no idea what was happening. All we could do was name it. The hallowing. Empty people, living empty lives, struggling on an empty world. Suicides skyrocketed, but no one understood what was happening. How could the end of the world be nothing more than nothing? We refused to give in, even though we hated this grasping world, hated our inability to feel care. We struggled on, trudging forward, empty and bitter, hatefully consuming the things that used to bring us happiness, craving to feel one errant shiver of excitement like we had before. We couldn't even cry. The pit within us so disconnected from the emotions that once gave it meaning. We were being drained constantly, not just waiting for the moments that would make it unnoticeable. Our acceptance of depression as a normal phenomenon had signaled to those free-market bastards that it was time to expand. To everyone, all the time. Turns out, hate is the one thing that can't be funneled. Funny enough, anger can. It's a normal emotion. Anger can flare and fade and change. But hate is deep and bitter and poisonous. It didn't exist before us, before the hallowing.
Those that survived didn't do it because of hope. They did it because of hate. Because they hated everything, and would be damned if it would finish them. Each step forward was an expression of hate for our inability to run, to jump, to laugh, and to mean it. We hated our inability, hated ourselves for what we had lost. Hated the fact that we could only hear echoes of love and hope that had once filled us on wings of pride and daring. We went to work as shells, hate whispering in our hearts. When we detected the massive energy flow off planet, we hated the fact that this knowledge had evaded us for so long. When we realized there was an alien ship, we hated the fact that they hadn't contacted us. When we realized what they were funneling, we hated that they had. Every hammer blow, every spitting weld in expression of an empty hate we feel. There is no warmth of rage or anger, just the bitter need to break them as they have broken us. The ships we build are expressions of our hate, and weapons we attach will reach out and speak it. They are not the vampires of which we spoke in legend, with blood and fangs and burning sun. But we will banish them nonetheless. If I knew what it meant to hope, I would dream of being people again, of living after this. But I don't. All we feel is emptiness, gilded with hate. And our hate will be the cold and remorseless suns that burn them alive. End of story. Story number 2. The Wandering Race, written by Whiskey Lullaby. Of all the races of Valdren, none could deny the humans were the most adventurous. Elves had long lives and magic, but tended to not stray from their palatial cities amongst nature. Dwarves were stout and strong, but the risk averse, preferring to fortify and grow their wealth for sure deals. Halflings are brave and have the devil's own luck, but prefer their comfortable homes and villages. Compared to all of them on traits alone, humans were lacking. Nowhere near as magical as the elves, with lives so short that even the oldest human that ever lived died bedridden more than 75 years before the oldest halfling felt the need for a cane. Nor could they compete with the genius of the skill of the dwarves, whose merchants and craftsmen often had more experience than any human could gain in their lifetime. However, this race of mayflies, where it felt every second was precious, came into prominence for one reason: their indomitable thirst for adventure. Where others sought comfort and stability, humans sought answers. Places overtaken by foul beasts and written off as lost by the mighty elves and proud dwarves were reclaimed by brave men and women. Human explorers cast aside superstition and fear, wandering near and far, making maps and building where others dare not. Now, the many kingdoms of man have decided to band together, not for war nor self-interest, but to write a new chapter in the saga of the supposedly lesser race. To build a ship that can withstand the rigors of travel beyond the treacherous coasts of our collective homeland and the monsters that dwell within. To continue in the footsteps of their ancestors who first braved the wilderness between the scattered races and walked the path that became the first roads. To explore and to meet new peoples, discover new places. In this endeavor, we of the so-called elder races should lend our aid and support, for in these modern ages, we seem to have lost something precious that let our venerated ancestors, those who walked among the gods, build our civilizations in the first place. those who had bravery and fortitude to carve their way into the mountains and forests, to research and harness the mysterious forces of magic, and find the beautiful vistas and fertile land to build their homes upon. It is the old dwarves' firm belief that we should look to the humans as a gift from the gods, a reminder of what our people used to be and could be again. Dogovar, Dwarven Forge Master, to the Council of High Kings, circa 831st year of the Second Age. End of story. Story number 1. The Secret Society, written by Zioswe. Our people and our biggest enemy now live together, more or less. There will never be perfect harmony between us. We're a bit too different for that. But thanks to the humans, we have a truce that seems to last. True, there are often small fights between our species, but it's usually just individuals who don't quite get along. It's almost as common as cross-species friendship. You probably wonder why we live together instead of on separate worlds. Well, there was this war, long and bloody, remember? We had these arms race going on that at the end resulted in weapons powerful enough to destroy both of our planets. A few hundred ships managed to escape from each planet, filled with mostly civilians who were tired of fighting. A high price to pay for a truce. All we needed now was a new home. When we first turned our eyes towards the stars, we discovered each other, and not much resources had been dedicated to that particular kind of science since then, with the war and all. There was, however, one single system within reasonable range of our rather basic FTL drives. Particularly interesting was its third planet that seemed to be sustaining the same kind of life that we were used to. This blue and green world was our only option, so we began our travels immediately. Food and other resources wouldn't last forever. A few days later, we arrived at a lush world whose most intelligent life form were the primitive bipedals we came to know as humans. To say that their level of technology was laughable was an understatement. They were practically still at the Stone Age. They did, however, have qualities that the other species of the planet didn't. For example, a quickly evolving language and the use of tools, albeit primitive. They also had pets, which told us that they could be friendly towards other species if they chose to. It was easy to compare their development with our own history and realize that these humans were our best bet in the long run. So we landed our ships in remote areas and cautiously entered this new world. We put the ships in storage at the bottom of an ocean trench, spread out, and began to interact with the humans. It was a scary situation. Sure, we did have the technological advantage with subdermal communication and shielding devices, but the humans were so much larger and powerful that they could still injure us if they wanted to. To our delight, most of them welcomed us with friendly gestures and food offerings, even if some individuals were less friendly. We never revealed our true nature to our hosts for fear of being seen as threats that needed to be fought. However, through the years, we have secretly hinted of selected technological advancements, thus gently pushing humanity forward as a thanks for the continuing hospitality. They have evolved astonishingly fast compared to our own history. They're true naturals when it comes to technology. Ever since we arrived, our three species have lived together in a continuous equilibrium. Not true peace, but a truce that seems to last forever. Humans also seem to have a natural sense of what triggers my species' happy thoughts, what puts us in a comfort zone. And surprisingly, they seem to understand our enemy on a similar level. This, of course, has a great part in maintaining and reinforcing the truce. Humans are the perfect catalysator, a crucial element. I guess that we were lucky. Story by Charlie Goodboy. End of story. Story number 2, To Face His Tormentor, written by British Tea Company. As he stood in the inner sanctum of the Great Old One, he could already feel what slivers of his fading sanity begin to unwind as the strings of reality began to unravel. In this realm of putrid madness, there could be no hope. In spite of the insurmountable victories and sacrifices it took just to land one man into this hell, the end was approaching, and like many worlds before it, the bells were tolling for the planet Earth. Victory. Such a hollow notion in the face of the Great Old One. As the stars aligned, Earth's time, like many planets before it, would come. Certainly, there had been resistance, and perhaps limited success by the Earthlings. The Great Old One's underlings weren't hard to defeat. Innumerable as they may be, and against all odds, an elite band of Earth's finest soldiers had made their way into the very lair of the god himself, after humanity's best and brightest managed to piece together a ritual that would open a portal from their world into the very home of these horrors. It was here that Earth made its last stand. Against all odds, a lone soldier made it into the throne room of God himself. He was impressed, certainly, as he watched the lone man with 1,000 eyes and curiously wondered in his dreamlike state what the little creature was doing as it recited a bastardized version of the Great Old One's tongue. As the destroyer awoke from his slumber and tore his way into reality to finish this world, he could sense trickery afoot. Not one to be outdone, the Great Old One flayed this puppet and sought to get on with his task. And to his annoyance, the dust mote came back. An insect like this could perhaps be ignored when he had a planet to kill. To his shock, he could not leave his own throne room. Realization struck the Great Old One. Despite his inscrutable nature, the lone man could recognize through his own fading sanity that God was enraged by these turn of events. Smiling to himself, the man had a nanosecond to realize his success before he was unmade in an instant. Cold void gripped him for a brief moment before he was thrust back into reality and into hell once more. Anger turned into frustration. The Great Old One could unmake this maggot. He could rend his flesh. He could turn him into an even lowlier creature. But he could never be rid of him. He would be as eternal as God himself. And so long as he lived, with whatever troubling price he may have paid, God would never be able to leave this horrible realm. The very birthplace of the Great Old One had come his own prison, with nothing but a mortal being his jailer. God could certainly take his frustration out on the mere man. He could certainly torment him in ways that would break the comprehension which mere creatures such as us could have. But he had already lost, and his loss would cost him until the day in which time itself would lay down and die. Perhaps the Great Old One could finally have a taste of the insanity which he drove countless worlds to prior to their destruction. He had been killed 1,000 times, but between the choice of knowing forever that Earth and the countless worlds behind her would be safe, or lost in a sea of nothingness, this was the bent of fate. The stars will never align again to herald the death of another world, as the cycle was forever broken. One man, subject to an eternity of delirium and death, was the only price to pay. And perhaps that price wasn't so heavy on a personal level. Even God was no longer mighty when, after enough eons, he would grovel at the feet and bargain for his release. No, God was powerless against his tormentor, and until strange eons when death itself would die, the Great Old One could only witness that face, that demented, laughing face of a mortal who had been shattered long ago, who continued to suffer with him for the sake of spite, and for the sake of his world and his people, who could live forever out of reach from the hand of a destroying God. End of story. Story number 1. Human Adaptability. Written by Average Cake Enjoyer. Let me ask you a question, my boy. Who do you think reigns supreme in close quarters combat? Not rifle range combat, but down and dirty close quarters combat. Do you think it's the warriors of the Trillic hive mind? They've got dangerously sharp claws, you know, and their legs are built for speed. You should see one sprint. It'll close 100 standard meters in a blink of an eye. Or maybe you think it's the Relian juggernauts. The juggernauts' thick hide and tough chitin made them all but immune to the slashes and blows of even the finest of steels, and their muscles strong enough to fold all but the stoutest races in half. Perhaps your mind wanders to the Krava biotroops, whose venomous fangs are capable of dispatching any sapient in quick order. Their caustic spit acidic enough to turn even plasteel into a puddle, given enough time.
It's gotta be the Relians, right, Papa?
Allow me to tell you a secret. It is none of them. You didn't expect to hear that, did you? I can see it in your face. The troops of these 3 are the most decorated species on the side of the galaxy, aren't the best at close quarters combat. At least one of them would be better than the others, right? Wrong. Take a look at what I said and try to see what they all have in common. Are you thinking back yet? I'll give you a moment. Done yet? What's the answer?
I'm not sure, Papa.
That's to be expected. You're used to being strong, aren't you? Very little on our planet could possibly hurt you. That's what we get for evolving into apex predators. And those warriors I just talking about are an extension of the same. They're just the apex predators of apex predators. This ties into my point. They've evolved to be the most dangerous of creatures. True Deathworlders in all definitions of the word. All share the same traits, strength, resilience, and more adequate natural protections. They don't rely on anything but the most Spartan of clothing, because they don't need it. And yet, they can all be beaten and thrown aside like the hatchlings of the Cree bird by a little-known species called humans.
The humans? Didn't they just recently get admitted into the Alliance?
The very same, my boy.
Aren't they weak? They look like they just came out of the garden world. How could they beat anyone?
There's more to them than meets the eye. You are right, though. They are weak. Their skin is nothing compared to our hide and fur. You could probably cut right through it with your claws without even trying. And they've got no claws, nor nails, their teeth aren't sharp for bite, and they have got no acid spit or venom to speak of. They're totally and utterly defenseless. And you know what they had to deal with on their planet? It's no guarded world, let me tell you that. They had to survive with animals on their planet on par with the ones on ours. Well, that might not seem like much. Do remember that the smallest of us is at least a head taller than the largest of them.
If they had to deal with the animals like ours, how could they ever beat the others?
They're better at close combat because of that very reason. They weren't ever apex predators on their planet. Many of the dirt-side animals could very easily kill a human, and the same goes for the water dwellers. How do you suppose they overcame this? They used their heads. Without the claws of the Trillic, they fashioned their own. Their artificial blades made from bone and metal cutting just as well as any natural claw. Without the hard hides and chitin of the Relians, they made their own armor from the animals they killed. Lacking the range of the Krovan spit, they found their own way to kill from a distance. from simple thrown spears to bows, primitive firearms, all leading up to where they are now. Know that their greatest weapon isn't their fearsome claws, nor their impossibly tough exterior. No, their greatest weapon, arguably the strongest one of all, their ability to adapt and be creative. Their will to be flexible. They aren't bound by foolish honor to adhere to the innate evolved advantages, nor are they shackled by their stubbornness. Their weakness is their strength. From what they lack, they grow stronger. They'll take everything that makes you strong, everything your species held proud about themselves. They'll take it, turn it around, and make it better than you could ever dream of.
Purely they still wouldn't win against them though, right? It just doesn't make sense. You can't kill a Radiant with just claw and tooth alone.
You still don't get it, do you? They don't only have tooth and claw. They've developed weapons we've never bothered pursuing, thinking them nothing but mere trinkets. The ancient musket of our forefathers used, abandoned by the wayside in favor of our speed and strength. They've taken it and made it better than we could have ever imagined. Their legendary beasts we pride ourselves in training. Their capability for flight and endurance we so seek, so that we may travel leagues without tiring. They've made flying carriages of metal to do the same, not requiring rest or food ours do. Dare I say, they'd be stronger than every species in the Alliance if you give them enough time. We may sit on our thrones of power, sharpening our claws and baring our teeth, but as we do, the humans slowly inch their way towards us, honing with wit and closing the distance until we ourselves look at their backs as they advance without us. So treat them well, as you would a packmate, as you would me. Remember what I've told you. For true strength lies in knowledge. Learn from them so that you may grow stronger. Perhaps you might even change the world as we know it.
Papa?
You don't take me too seriously. I'm just an old fool after all.
No, you're right, Papa. I'll make you proud to be my father.
That's a good boy. I'm sure you'll make me proud. An excerpt from the autobiography of Emperor Rochelle, the very same emperor to lead the Vrakian Empire into the Second Golden Age. End of story. Story number 2. Hugs, written by Sinchi Dev. Officer Log 420690202. Today, the human arrived at Citadel. Quite the hassle for the Citadel security, but uneventful. Officer Log 420690203. Today, the human delegation reunited with the primate troops. No incidents. One observation, the humans put their arms around the other primates when ungreeting. Not sure what that means. Officer Log 420690204. Today, the humans reunited with the K9 pack. No incidents, but again, the ungreeting. This time it took longer than the previous one. The K9 seemed to like it. The tails moved incredibly fast. Officer Log 420690205. Today the humans visited the avian flock. Uneventful, that weird ungreeting again. Officer Log 420690206. Today was the feline Clouder's turn, and to be visited by the humans. Incident. The felines were very vocal about the dislike of the humans' weird ungreeting. When we were about to interfere and separate them, the felines were ever more vocal about us and refused our help. I don't understand. Did they like it? Did they hate it? They did the ungreeting for longer than the canines. Officer Log 420690207. Utter chaos. We'll update later. Officer Log 420690208. Utter chaos screams in the Citadel. Officer log 420690209. Damn, the humans and their weird ungreetings. The humans thought that it was a good idea to teach their ungreeting to the insectoids. Sure, the insectoids liked it. As a matter of fact, they liked it so much they decided they should be shared with everyone. Thousands of insectoids extended their arms to unsuspecting citizens while having their maws open with excitement. Needless to say, the citizens weren't thrilled about it. Officers log 420690212. The human delegation is confined to its side of the diplomatic buildings. I've asked some people, their weird ungreeting is called a hug. Apparently, it's quite popular on their planet, and it is warm. To be honest, I don't care. I've never having one of those. I spent half the cycle avoiding the insectoids' hugs. Not having one. I don't even like warm things. I'm still shaken about the incident. Officer log 420690215. The human delegation is visiting my race next. I'm scared. We are the Salamanders Congress. I'll try to escape right before the end. I can't escape. The Salamander Envoy has asked me directly to participate in the ungreeting right now. In the restroom, wondering if I can fit through the pipes. Update. I can't fit through the pipes. They have security measures that prevents attackers from getting in. Obviously, those prevent me from getting out too. I'm dreading it. But I have to do it. Here I go. We'll update later. So, this is new. It was indeed warm. Not like the warm, like temperature warm, but in like, inside warm. When I was hugged, the shaken feeling left my body, and I felt immediately safe. I was angry at the insectoids before, but after having one, I get it. This should be shared with everyone. Officer log 420690325. The hugs are now a thing to be expected everywhere in the Citadel, not only to ungreet, but also as a greeting. Humans are the best at it, obviously. Poor humans, they can barely walk one block without someone asking for hugs. They don't seem to mind it, though. As an even better outcome, bites and other conflicts have almost dropped to zero on the Citadel. And some races that refuse to talk to each other have begun to interact regularly. Canines and felines, who were constantly at edge of war, now hug regularly. Though, felines would explain it to everyone willing to listen and, unwilling too, that they only do it because it was a condition imposed by the humans within their negotiations. I've never seen a feline actively avoid a canine, though. As a matter of fact, they seek them out on the street and greet them cheerfully. But don't go around saying that, lest you'll find a paw in your mouth silencing you, or a claw in your butt. End of story. Boxed Inside Out, written by Semi-Loki. On August 3rd, 2032, at exactly 8:37 a.m., Dr. Alexander Yadi, professor of physics at Lackland College, lost his mind. It was perhaps only the smallest of consolation prizes that he had found his keys at the same time. "Impossible!" he declared, to no one in particular, as he stared at the jagged bits of metal dangling from the keyring in his hand. It was indeed the same set of keys that he had misplaced 4 months earlier. The same missing keys that had vexed him on and off for those same months, and that he had wasted several fruitless hours over multiple days in search of. Here, at long last, he had found them. He had discovered them in a box in his attic. A box of keepsakes that he had set aside after his mother's death 8 years earlier. He had sealed the box at the time, and today was the first day of contents had been exposed to the light of day since evening so many years ago. Yet, the very keys he'd gone missing earlier when the year were safely tucked away inside. "Impossible," he said again. He repeated the word because it was the only one his scrambled mind seemed capable of forming at the moment. It was a good word, a solid word, a word that he could anchor onto the gale-force winds of insanity tore at the tattered remnants of his mind. The word genius gets tossed around in lots these days, so much, in fact, that its original definition has become diluted to the point of meaningless. People can and do apply the term genius to any act of middling skill, no matter how mundane. A garbage man who can empty a garbage bin without spilling the contents may be termed a genius by his peers. Maybe because the term was so overused, many people assumed Yachty was a stereotypical absent-minded professor, a man with his head in the clouds who would, on occasion, forget what lessons that he was teaching his class mid-lecture. Lackland College knew better. Yachty was a genius even amongst geniuses. He was a mind, was a scalpel for dissecting the secrets of the universe. His apparent distraction from ordinary events was more of a reflection of how little thought he dedicated to such things. He had only accepted the position at Lackland as they were the first to respond to him. Yachty was not absent-minded. His mind was incredibly focused. It was a mind where everything in the universe, from titanic cosmic structures to the most humble quark, all fit neatly together. The keys did not fit, and as such, he lost his mind. "Impossible, impossible, impossible," he chanted, as then tightened his grip on the keys. His knuckles turned white, and the teeth of the keys bit into his palm. He was not a mind that would accept an impossibility. He needed something to ground this fact. Thus, he said the closest thing to profanity in the world of physics. "It must be," he said, with great solemnity, "entropy." With that declaration, his mind began to coalesce into a shadow of his former greatness. He could handle this. He could answer this. He would do both. Yachty stood up and retreated down the ladder into the upstairs level of his split-level house. He had lived in the house for 12 years. However, that was not evident from the way that it was organized, or rather, how it was not organized. There was furniture, mismatched second-hand furniture purchased from the Salvation Army and various yard sales around the city. There were not, however, any pictures on the walls, no knickknacks or memorabilia, no human touches. Most of his possessions were still in cardboard boxes, lurking in the same spot where he had dropped them off when he had moved in over a decade ago. He marched into his living room and continued towards his front door. Beside the door was an end table with a cardboard box that Yachty used to deposit any odds and ends that he'd collected during the day. Books that he was reading, items that he had purchased from the store, his mail, and his phone all were dropped inside. This is also where he dropped his keys. It was where he was quite certain he had dropped his keys 4 months earlier, in fact. Yet, instead, he had found them in a completely different box in his attic, a box that had been taped shut. He lifted the box now and examined it carefully. As was typical for him, the box was quite full. It required both hands to lift it and rotate it for inspection. There were no holes in the exterior. He hadn't expected to find any. However, the inspection served another purpose as well. The box was most definitely an identical size to the one in the attic. Curious. Yachty stepped out the front door and let without bothering to lock it behind him. He often forgot to lock the doors. He walked towards the grounds of the college with a determined air about him. He was still a young man, only 35 years old. If not for the typical disheveled appearance, he might even be called a handsome man. Yet, as was often the case, his screwman practices suffered from the same neglect as the rest of his life. His hair was tousled and unkempt. His chin sported a patchy growth of stubble from where he had forgotten to shave for several days in a row. His shirt and trousers did not match, and both sported prominent stains. Eyes followed him as he walked. He did not notice them. He walked past dozens of people and never registered another human being the entire time. He was focused entirely on one thing.
Getting to his classroom, there would be a chalkboard there. The equations came slowly at first, but they grew in length and complexity as time passed. Diagrams of cubes framed the edges of the board, as well as intricate geometric patterns. But as the numbers came to him, Yati felt his grip on the universe come back to him. It made sense. He didn't like it, but it made sense. A stuffed cardboard box, he theorized, was an unnaturally ordered state in a local area. Matter was contained and forced into an ordered state by the cardboard itself. Entropy was key. The universe itself wanted to drop the contents of the box into a lower energy state, a more disorganized and random state. Two similar-sized boxes, therefore, could create a bridge between them which could potentially allow objects to be passed back and forth as the contents of the box sought a more stable energy state. Teleportation. Yati had discovered teleportation, cheap teleportation at that. It didn't require expensive machinery or exotic matter to force open wormholes. It could be done with ordinary cardboard boxes. Or could it? These equations only proved that it could happen. Making it happen and controlling it were another matter. Could it be directed? Yati thought about it. Were there any other patterns that he had noticed before? Now that he thought about it, there was. It seemed whenever things went missing, they inevitably ended up right where they most did not want them. If a canister of propane went missing, it seemed to always turn up next to a furnace. A fragile object would appear precariously perched atop a high shelf. Whatever was written on the outside of a box, in fact, seemed to indicate the reverse of where things ended up being. Could it be that the secret that was written on the outside of the box dictated where it went? There was only one way to find out. He'd have to experiment. The biology department was down the hallway from his own classroom. Once again, he marched past wondering students without registering their presence. He had not noticed that the entire day had passed since he had entered his classroom, nor had he seen his own class fill in behind him, only to leave once the bell rang. Yati's mind was only dimly aware of the physical world around him. Inside the biolab, he located two small cardboard boxes of identical size. Their labels indicated that they had previously been used to store glassware. There was no matter. He located a black marker and wrote on one box, "Do not store live animals inside," and placed it on the side of the room. In the other box, he dropped one of the biolab's white mice. He then sat down to wait. After half an hour of no results, a normal man would admit defeat. Yati was no normal man. "One mouse does not make the box full," he concluded. "It must be full for the transfer to take place." So saying, he tried to find suitable packing material for the box. He tried cotton at first. The mouse chewed through it. Next, he tried bubble wrap. The mouse almost suffocated. In desperation, Yati finally emptied the contents of the box and weighed the mouse, figuring that whatever was written on the outside of the box was important. He subtracted 3 ounces from the mouse's weight and wrote on the box, "max weight," and then a new figure. He dropped the mouse inside and closed the lid. He sat down to wait. 5 minutes later, he heard the mouse's squeak cover the box. The box on the opposite side of the room. "It worked!" he cheered. "I can teleport items! It works! I invented it!" Well, no, he hadn't invented it, he realized. There was nothing to invent. There was nothing new save for a few scribbled words. No new devices. Once he revealed this to the world, what was to stop someone from claiming that he had just made the discovery first? Yati smiled. "I'll just have to demonstrate it," he concluded. "Demonstrate it in a way that'll prove it for the whole world to see." Yati left the biology lab. He had a lot of work to do before the next launch. Finding 2 identical boxes the size he needed was the easy part. Convincing the shuttle crew to load up an empty box into the cargo bay of the next launch was much harder. The mass of the box was slight, so that wasn't a big issue. The fact that it took up so much room was a larger problem. but not an insurmountable one. The fact that Yachty would not reveal the purpose was the major problem. He resorted to begging, bribery, battery, and all sorts of words that begin with the letter B. Finally, he had a date when the box would be launched into space. It was 6 months away, which was not good. But it was scheduled to dock with the perihelion orbital station, which was very good news. He would prove to the world his genius by appearing inside the most remote human habitat in history. For 6 months, Yachty was more absent-minded than usual. His classes were almost neglected, as his hygiene. The college sent him a few mildly threatening notices, which he ignored. The threats were never serious, and he would not need the college for much longer, anyway. On the day of the launch, Yachty called in sick to work and spent the morning doing something very un-Yachty-like. He groomed himself, showered, shaved, and hair-combed. He withdrew his best suit from the dry cleaner's bag that it had inhabited for the past 5 years. His trousers were ironed with a crease sharp enough to slice bread. His shoes were polished, his jacket free of lint. As a final touch, he pinned his tie in place. No sense having it float around awkwardly. Content, he would make a suitable impression. He climbed atop his bathroom scale. 150 pounds. Good. The cardboard box in his living room, he took out his marker and wrote, "Max weight, 140 pounds. Keep contents away from low gravity." He chuckled to himself. He climbed inside and closed the lid. Speech! He should have prepared a speech. He almost climbed back out, but that was when the floor dropped out below him. Cosmonaut Dmitry Pishkin hated poker. The cards floated off whenever anyone tried to deal them. The Americans liked the game, so he tried to ignore the drifting cards. "Draw 2, he said, as the 2 cards drifted away from his hand. John Crothers, an American engineer, passed him 2 more. The radio beat, saving Pushkin from enduring more of the boring game. Crothers turned around and hit the receive button. "Perihelionist 1 here," he called. "Identify yourself." "Shuttle Valiant en route," was the response. Crothers smiled. "Valiant," he said cheerfully. "We almost gave up hope. You're 14 hours overdue." "Couldn't be helped," was the answer. "We had a malfunction in the maneuvering thrusters." "Are you all right?" Crothers said. "We're fine, but we had to jettison some of the cargo to make it here. We tried to keep it to non-essentials," the pilot answered, and then inexplicably laughed. "Did you know that some idiot paid for an empty box to be sent up? It's a satellite now. Probably will burn up in re-entry soon." "That'll be a pretty shooting star," Crothers answered. "Better dock, and we'll check those thrusters." "On our way." "Over and out," was the response. End of story. Story double 1. Get me the feck out of here. Written by Scientific Theory. From Overseer at sci.ence to op17 at ea.rth. Subject, get me the feck out of here. CC redacted. Dear Zanat, I don't know where you got those addresses, but in future please maintain appropriate communication protocol. Furthermore, you were tasked with discovering how the reason behind Research Site 17's exceptional technological development, and did not provide any information towards the goal in your previous, message. Regards, Overseer. From Op17 at Earth to Overseer at Science. Subject, get me the feck out of here. CC redacted. Dear Overseer, I did not sign up for this crap. I'm a sociologist, not I don't even fucking know. Some voodoo engineer? I already told you, they're fecking machine people. And for the love of all that's holy, get me out of here before they figure me out. This isn't normal. They look normal from space, but when you get down here, they look like people. They're not. They're meat machines. I don't know what freakish path of evolution took to make them, but it's everywhere. The plants, cells, everything organizes in mathematical patterns. The animal followed mathematical patterns. And the people, everything's about patterns. Even their most abstract art just moves the patterns to your mind with some senseless paragraph-long explanation.
They're made out of meat math. Clearly, you didn't understand my last message. They corrupt everything they touch. Even on this godforsaken planet of patterns, they press even more order into it. Their measurements standardize a million years before ours. Their primitive ancestors built massive structures perfectly set to the ratio of 1.61, and the only part they thought was weird was how precise it was, not why it was. They just accepted that 1.61 is good. Except now they can run it all the way up to 1.618 for even trivial objects. They have an art form called music that uses the interplay between different patterns of vibrations traveling through the air, and governs it with freakish logarithmic scale that somehow appeals to them. And not just appeals, they can tell if something deviates by 6/100th of a full note. Their language, too. I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. Every single place I go, they notice the second I break one of their behavioral patterns. Perform a greeting wrong, quiet pause, focused stare, mixed up their word order, which both follows prescribed patterns, and breaks those patterns in prescribed patterns. Quiet paused, focused correction. Struggle with a sequence to gain passage to their mass transit. One of them will notice immediately. They're watching me all the time. It's all math, all of it. They have equations and algorithms describing the macroscopic to the atomic to the quantum level. You want to know why they beat us? They don't fecking guess. They spin out mathematical proofs before they even physically test them. You guys need to get me out of here. They're on to me. They've noticed I don't fit the patterns, and they've started asking if I need to go to one of their mental health clinics. Please! Zanat. From Redacted to Up17 at Earth. Regards, get me the feck out of here. CC, Overseer at Science. Redacted. Mental health clinic. From Up17 at Earth to Redacted. Subject, get me the feck out of here. CC, Overseer at Science. Redacted. It's where they reprogram deviant humans. The ones that they can be pulled back into the pattern are released, and the ones that can't are prevented from disrupting it anymore. Seriously, guys, please, I'm freaking the feck out. From Redacted to Overseer at Science. Subject, get me the feck out of here. CC, Op 17 at Earth, redacted. Pull the agent, double the redundancy cover measures for the monitoring stations. We'll discuss measures to prevent FTL progress. Op 17 at Earth to Redacted. Subject, get me the feck. CC, Overseer at Science, redacted. Oh, thank God, thank you so much. I love you. From Redacted to Op 17 at Earth. Subject, get me the CC, Overseer at Science, redacted. Who is this? I don't love you, and I'm certainly not getting the feck. Sick people sending emails just to anyone. Don't expect to get away with this. They just wait until the technology boys get this. Head of Intersystems Research, Manzit. From Redacted to IT at Systems. Subject, get me the CC, Op 17 at Earth, Overseer at Science, redacted. Hi, I was just writing to inform you that the spam you let onto the system. Please take care of this. Head to Intersystems Research. Manzit. End of story. Story number 2. A Christmas Miracle, written by Rosie013. Myrtna sat in station's communication console and supped his warm drink in a contemplative boredom. There had been not many travelers passing through the region these last couple of days, and consequently, his job to organize the docking of ships had been uneventful. There were a few, but scheduled supply ships and the occasional lost tourist didn't amount to much to do. He could have blamed it on the time. Most staff new to the role would assume that the early hours of the night shift would naturally be quieter time or cycle. But no. Ships didn't care about port cycles when arriving. They always ran on ship time. That could be anything, depending on where it last came from. He might even ask his supervisor for more work, something, anything to dull the boredom. Or not.
It wasn't like this kind of quiet happened every day this close to human space. Rector scratched behind his eye stalks distractedly, totally unaware that his nervous tick was blunting his claws on his carapace again. He was reading the latest station report from his sector of the frontier space, dubiously named the Sol Sector. It was more or less the same situation the other 11 stations had reported. It was quiet. Too quiet. The human migrations had died down for the first time in about 300 cycles, with no warning or explanation. Sure, the humans were a friendly enough bunch, but they had to have a close eye on them at all times, lest they accidentally cause trouble. Or more trouble. Can't have them crashing the galactic market again. No, there was only one thing to be done about it. Rector would compile the report and send it up the chain. Not for the first time, he lamented at how being one of the first lines of defense against human mischief was far, far above his pay grade. The command center was in shambles. General Synap thought to himself as he strode in and surveyed the scene. Junior officers were running back and forth with reports. Technicians sat eyes glued to the stations in concentration. His second looking like he was already at his third cup of stimulant, despite the fact that he probably responded to the alert at the same time as himself. Must be the humans again. His second-in-command situation report only confirmed his worst fears. Nothing else in the entire goddamn galaxy could cause trouble like this newest species. In less than a year since their accidental discovery, they had caused no less than 3 serious incidents, more than any other first-contact species ever recorded. Humans managed to accidentally kidnap an important ambassadorial aide with military secrets to serve as a ship mascot. They crashed the galactic market with an influx of petroleum plastic products at ludicrously low prices. Synap didn't even want to get started on the latest issue, the introduction of the hue and pastime of graffiti. It had spread like wildfire, and was fast becoming the favorite pastime of amateur artists, sexual deviants, and impoverished beings everywhere. Now they had almost entirely retreated to their side of the line in the dark that denoted where civilized space ended and the wild frontier began. Quickly and quietly, with no warning of any sort. Just what were these buggers up to? A polite but firm visit to the ambassador would be required. No matter, it would give the fleet time to hastily assemble to counter whatever madness emerged from Sol. Major Denosis stood over the data analyst, studiously watching him work instead of paying his full attention to his furiously ranting boss, General Synap. Apparently, the human's ambassador had rebuffed the old general's request for an urgent meeting on grounds that it was Christ Mass, whatever that means. What it did mean for the unfortunate major is that he now had to tolerate an upset boss, while coordinating the staff's efforts to comb through countless intelligence reports, updates, and human propaganda to figure out what was going on. Hopefully, before they needed to call in the reinforcements. Personally, Denosis didn't think that humans deserved the reputation that they were given by the rest of the galaxy. Sure, they were alien as any new misunderstood species could be, and they had experienced some, difficulties with being accepted into the Confederation. But everyone overlooked that most of their weirdness was mostly harmless, maybe even funny if looked at from the right perspective. Additionally, the rapidly expanding Sol Collective had all but stabilized this entire sector of the frontier. It had been at least 100 cycles since the last reported pirate raid. His musings was interrupted by the analyst scritching his forearm for attention. Had he found something? All eyes hastily skimmed the section of the data slate in front of him. Something festival season, there's some human calendar year celebration, earth-colored explodes. Christmas! A celebration, a season for giving. The spirit of Christmas is in the togetherness. It's in the thought through which you put into thinking about others. It's a selfless time where we take stock of what's important and become better versions of ourselves. The humans were celebrating each other? Major Denosis quickly called for his boss over, relief clear on his voice as he explained the misunderstanding. The tension drained from the command center. General Synap addressed the room, declaring that the event a false alarm, the Christmas miracle, as the humans might put it. There were a few nervous laughs as people began to file out and back to bed, or more likely, a stiff drink to ease the stress of the past few hours. Naturally, it fell to the General's trusted second to send out a report following the sector-wide all-clear alert, followed by some well-earned beverages. In his newfound isolation, Denosis chuckled to himself. As far as human surprises go, this was the best one yet. A real gift of some peace and quiet around here for a change. And a whole soul season of it. He might even have to put in for some time off. A somewhat stressed Yurtner sat in a station's communication console and supped his warm drink in nervous anticipation. Why had they cancelled the newly raised alert? Why did the report say nothing about the humans bettering themselves and colored explosives in the same paragraph? End of story. You'll Never Take Us Alive, written by Space Paladin 15. Honored panel of the Tenari officers. It is evident to us all why this court-martial has occurred. The weight of failure falls heavily on my shoulders. I submit my testimony to you today, that you may understand the events that led to our disastrous campaign. My fate is in your hands, and I will accept whatever judgment you see fit. It was an easy mission on paper. A Terran farming colony called Aru, and one of the fringes of the territory. It boasted few defense capabilities, and looked ripe for the taking. A plentiful harvest, enough to satisfy our army's needs on the Western Front, had just occurred. The food was currently stashed away in a large warehouse complex, until it could be exported back to Earth. Confidence abounded in the planning room as we discussed our strategy. A simple ground occupation was all that we prepared for. First, our forces would capture the smaller farms outside of the main settlement. Then, we would storm the village and take the warehouse. There were only give or take 1,000 Terran soldiers on planet, who I did not believe would pose any real threat to us. We were greatly superior force in both numbers and weaponry. The civilians were simple farmers, armed with rags and pitchforks. There shouldn't have been anything difficult about it. Minimal damage to the agricultural system was the utmost important, as the goal of the operation was to secure their food supply. According to our dossiers, the humans were well suited to manual labor, so they would make ideal slaves. After our victory, the farmers would be forced to grow crops for us. Aru could supply our troops for many cycles. I motioned our progress through the reports sent from our ground commanders. The first night of deployment was a massive success. A small force of human soldiers met us at our landing site, but after a brief exchange of fire, they retreated. What a pathetic, cowardly display, I thought at the time. The mission could be wrapped up in no time. With the land outside of the city under our control, it was time to close in our main objective. There was one dirt road leading into town, cutting through the woodland that surrounded it on all sides. Our troops boarded armored vehicles and proceeded along the route. Not a sign of the Terran military anywhere, just trees and dusty terrain. The distinct lack of opposition should have been the first sign that something was amiss. But the convoy was caught completely off guard by a high-pitched beeping sound, followed by a blast of enormous magnitude. The lead vehicle of our procession went up in a plume of fire and shrapnel, jarring and skewing its occupants. When the car behind it navigated around the wreckage, it too was blown to bits. That made it plain that the original explosion was not an isolated event. The team radioed back to the command ship requesting a scan of the road. We discovered that it was littered with crude explosives,
presumably triggered by pressure or proximity. Driving to our destination would be impossible. That road was the only way in or out of the city by vehicle. The idea of aerial transport was tossed around, but human surface-to-air missile capabilities made it risky as well. So, I gave our soldiers the order to abandon their vehicles and travel by foot through the woods, and that is where the true horror began. You see, that was when the human soldiers were hiding. We had played right into their hands. They could survive out in the wilderness just fine, and they knew how to avoid their own traps. But we were not so lucky. The primitive devices picked off more of my men than I would like to admit. Within our first day out there, we already had numerous injuries and casualties. A sergeant wandered off on his own to scour for food and was only located hours later by a search party. He was hanging upside down from a tree, bound in rope net. It appeared that he had wrapped up so tight that the blood circulation to his brain had been cut off. A trio set off to check potential campsite for hostiles and was found impaled on spikes at the bottom of a pit. It appeared that the trap had been covered up, so that when our scouts crossed over it, the ground gave way beneath their feet. A simple, yet clever invention. After that incident, word spread through our ranks quickly that everyone needed to watch their step. The humans themselves slunk around in the shadows, typically ambushing us under the cover of night. It became commonplace for the Tanari soldiers to sleep with their rifles in their beds, and all of our people were cautioned not to wander off alone. Even as we traveled by day, we learned to keep an eye on the sky. The humans loved to climb trees and snipe us from above. We eliminated any Terrans that we saw, but they seemed to always kill a few of us first. But of all the human tactics that were recorded in our field reports, the most terrifying was the aptly labeled suicide bomber. They would strap explosive vests to their bodies, then charge at groups of our soldiers. It was quite effective, sometimes claiming death counts in the hundreds. A people with such a disregard for their own lives, it was clear to me that we were dealing with a species that was truly mad. As our soldiers watched their comrades fall around them, we had a growing issue with desertion. A few even reportedly tried to defect to the human side. Morale amongst our forces was at an all-time low. Many ground commanders pleaded with me to order a retreat, but after suffering such heavy losses, I did not want us to leave Aru empty-handed. There had to be some compensation, something to justify this operation. Following my orders, the remaining troops pressed on to the city and snuffed out the last of the human soldiers. We'd achieved victory. But at what cost? Our ranks, which had once numbered 200,000 infantrymen, were now whittled down to 10,000. Many of the survivors were traumatized or maimed for life. With no Terran soldiers left to ward off the invasion, it seemed intuitive that the civilians would have to surrender. I wanted to see us claim the spoils of our hard-fought battle firsthand, so I asked one of our communication officers to stream footage live to headquarters. It was all on screen as they marched into the human settlement. All I could do was stare at the images before me, slack-jawed in disbelief. Fires raged all around our forces as they made their way through the fields and houses. Human civilians were rallying each other into a frenzy, dousing everything in sight with accelerants. What in the stars were they doing? Well, it was obvious what they were doing, but not why. My best guess is that they were motivated by pure spite, because there is no rational explanation for their behavior. The humans would rather see their home burn to ash than have it fall into our hands. I hope that, whatever verdict of my trial is, we learn from what happened on Aru. A ground occupation of human territory must never be attempted again, because, unlike a normal species, they do not concede defeat, even when they know that it is hopeless, even when all is lost. They fight to their last breath. And they fight with a clever savagery that we can never match. I remember watching as our soldiers rushed towards the center of town. There was still a faint hope that we could salvage something from the warehouse. As clear as if it were yesterday, I could see the human farmer standing by himself in the street, watching the flames with a smile on his face. He turned to face the approaching troops and gestured towards the burning husk of a silo behind him. I'm sorry, were you guys looking for this? Better luck next time, I suppose. A Tenari officer raised his rifle at the civilian. I order you, in the name of the king, to surrender to our supreme army immediately. The human brandished his sword and stared back defiantly. Other civilians joined in at his side, armed with any blunt objects that they could pick up. Surely, they knew that it would be a slaughter. And yet, they were ready to charge into battle anyways. You'll never take us alive! End of story. Story number 1. The Accountant, written for use at Work X. The 3 desperate beings sat at a small table in the break area of the 14th sublevel of the Commonwealth of the Orion Arm of the Milky Way Sentient Species Officers of Financial Reckoning and Documentation. Phil was just over a meter tall and almost as broad as he was tall. His moist-looking mustard yellow skin clashed with his cornflower blue sweater vest. Kareen was almost his physical opposite. She was almost 2 meters tall and covered in a dull red exoskeleton. 2 manipulator appendages on each of the upper sections of her thorax grasped each other and rhythmically grasped each other as they did when she was nervous. A blue furry paw poured hot tea into her refreshment container. The paw was attached to Bob. Bob was a small Usarian, but still outmassed the other 2 put together. Kareen, Jedi-hated Bob, drink your tea while it is hot and tell us whatever it is that has you so worked up. I'm not worked up, snapped Kareen, her mandibles making a sharp clicking noise as she spoke. Yeah, okay. Tell us what you're not so worked up about, that you just made Bob's back spines go limp, snarked Phil in his wheezing voice. My spines did not go limp, exclaimed Bob. I know, said Phil. You know who got the section leader promotion. Tell me, and it wasn't that snot-headed binary Steve. He is such a suck-up. Kareen looked a long sip of her tea from her drinking quill and exhaled. Fine, but you didn't hear this from me. The new boss is a human. Hey, what? Bob nearly yelled. Phil and Kareen both shushed him as the entire break area thrummed to look at the table. That's right, she laid 8 more eggs, replied Kareen a bit too loudly. That made all of the co-workers quickly start ignoring their table. No one wanted to see more images of her grandchildren. Kareen lowered her voice to a harsh whisper. Yes, a human. Bob and Phil sat stunned for almost a full minute. Bob spoke first. You know what they say about them, right? They are all crazy Deathworlders who rip the appendages off the sentients till they get angry, Bob continued. Phil chimed in. Come on, you can't believe all those rumors and stereotypes. Just because they're relatively new to the Commonwealth doesn't mean that they are savages. Kareen clicked her mandibles rapidly. A nervous habit, she replied. I heard that they cook animals that look a bit like me alive and then break the exoskeleton with their bare hands and suck out their flesh. I think they call them throaster. A lobster, corrected Phil. Whatever, replied Kareen. I don't want a boss that thinks I look like lunch. Fine. Let's approach this like we would if we were investigating a suspicious budget report, stated Phil. Let's go around the table and state what we know about the humans, then take the information line item by line item and research each's accuracy. Both Kareen and Bob indicated their agreement. I'll start. I've heard that they are crazy strong and fast for their size. Oh, and that they replace parts of themselves with even stronger cybernetic parts when they are damaged. That was 2 things. Phil rolls all 4 eyes.
I read that they poison their brains with ETOH, purines and parasympathetic alkaloids for recreation.
I heard that they have a stomach acid that can dissolve ferric alloys and that they can expel it when upset.
Dude, that's gross. My turn. And since we're talking about gross things, I saw on a documentary that they often expel methane and hydrogen sulfide from their waist sphincter.
You're all making that up. You made Kareen's mandibles lock up with that one. I am taking her turn. I heard from my brother-in-law, the plumber, that when they remodeled housing cells for humans, that they would use sprays of hot water to clean themselves. Water hot enough to denature your proteins and at a pressure that would knock down a plain grazer.
I get to cook twice. You Flolstein and my mandibles did not lock up. I was pausing to gather my thoughts. I heard that they are almost psychic and can communicate complicated information and instructions using subtle ocular, facial, and body movements. Even when they speak, they can make a sentence have a totally different meaning by slight changes in how their mouth parts form the words. When two of them are together, they can have a whole conversation without speaking and can speak such that no one else knows what they communicated. Hey, is anyone writing all of this down?
I thought you would use that eidetic memory that you never shut up about.
Are you two done? I'm going again. Based on the computer monitors that we ordered, their vision spans almost 400 nanometers of the spectrum. As Kareen finished a sentence, a pale, smooth hand set a thick-walled container down on their table. The smell of scalding, roasting organic matter filled their senses. A voice behind Bob spoke. We also have excellent hearing. End of story. Story number 2. The Sound of Music, written by Lostfall. Hey, Chakra, I had a great idea for a cultural exchange, announced Jason, the human ambassador. Oh, what's that?
Chakra asked, thankful for an exoskeleton that didn't allow him to cringe. The humans were always eager to share their culture. They also had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, one that bordered on insanity. Part of his job was to stay on the human's good side while protecting his race. While Earth was far from what his race would consider an inhabitable world, he couldn't help but find the humans that lived there fascinating. The longer he spent with them, the more of their duality he saw. They could be kind and ruthless, and it wasn't a difference between individuals. The extreme duality appeared to exist in all humans in many aspects from what he saw. The fact that they'd put forth the effort to find as comfortable of a city for him to live in, that said a lot about his host's capability to be compassionate. Baton Rouge was a warm and damp climate, much like his homeworld. Their insistence on trying to do cultural exchanges so far proved dangerous to other species showed how oblivious they could be. He couldn't help but appreciate their zeal, though. Jason had a huge smile on his face. So, you know how our races can generally hear sounds over the same wavelengths? What about doing a cultural exchange of music? Chakra found it easy to like Jason, and with his happy, friendly manner. My race does not use heavy beats or spoken words in their music. We communicate with our mates via our songs, Chakra started. He had already learned the hard way that human music was potent on his species. Upon arrival, he had discovered a radio station playing classic pop. The heavy rhythmic beat had a hypnotic effect. He had found that he could not move until the next commercial break. And he had an undeniable urge to get jiggy with it, even though he had no idea what that meant. Jason didn't seem fazed by his response. Well, it's not a big deal. We have lots of different instrumental music. After a moment of consideration, he decided, Okay, Jason, but before we send anything, I would like to review and ensure that I fully understand. He knew that he was taking a personal risk to protect his people. His caution was because he had been amongst the humans too long. Great! Jason seemed even happier. Let me pull up some videos on our internet. Let's see. Here's a good one. Ever hear of a glass harmonica? As Jason said this, a video was loaded on his tablet screen. It was showing a man sitting behind a device that he would never have thought was an instrument. This device seemed to have many different sized glass bowls. They were mounted horizontally on a spindle. The man was dipping his fingers into a bowl of water. Ben Franklin invented that one. It's got 37 bowls. You should see the dance of the sugar plum fairies on it, Jason beamed. Very soon, Chakra was shocked to hear the most haunting music. It was almost like the worlds of his species, but off enough that he couldn't understand it. It was like it was telling a haunting and intriguing story. He found he wanted to know what it said. Chakra stood amazed as he watched more videos, each showing different instruments from orchestras, brass bands, calypso, bluegrass. Each was like a distorted voice of his people, telling a story that he couldn't quite understand. Some were emotional, fun, amusing, but none as haunting as the first instrument. The range and types of musical instruments he saw the humans play was shocking. Some resembled instruments of his own people, but others were extremely exotic. Having an exoskeleton meant that they had nothing like brass bands. His race also lacked human dexterity, so string instruments were very different. As the last video ended, Chakra found himself staring at the screen.
Jason, that was the most amazing thing that I've ever seen. I'm starting to think that this might work. It would show humanity in a different light. There would see the beauty that you can create. How many musical groups do you think we could put together to tour my world and play each of these? I really would love to see the glass harmonica played in person.
Even as he was finishing saying it, he could see Jason's smile fade a bit. In person, huh? That might be a bit hard. Jason was wringing his hands as he said it. Chakra knew that was generally not a good sign. Last time he had seen Jason act this way was when he asked about the human celebrity decorative lights. He was fascinated by their, fireworks, until he learned that they were full of explosives. He had assumed that they were harmless projections than when he first seen them. He still cringes when he imagined where the parts fell as they saw them over a major population center.
What does that mean?
Chakra could even hear the wariness in his own voice. Well, not many people play the glass harmonica anymore. There was some side effect. Only a few are still willing to play it, Jason began to explain. We can get everything else, though.
What do you mean by side effects?
Chakra was already starting to worry. Humans were resilient. Anything that hurt them was something to worry about, to say the least. They think it was probably caused by how they made the bowls, though others attributed it to the extended exposure to the sounds of the instruments. Jason started to explain. He was trying to explain this to not cause concern, which ironically seemed to make it worse.
Jason, friend, just tell me.
Chakra tried to reassure him. Part of him could still hear the haunting music in his mind. Well, the musicians that played those started going insane, so the instrument fell out of favor, and a few will play it or listen to much of it anymore, Jason finally said. Chakra stared in shock. He found himself letting loose a human expression. Damn it! Why do you humans have to weaponize everything? End of story. Story number 1. The Final Puzzle, written by Adriel. Humanity has always had a strange desire to solve problems. We created the scientific process. We industrialized, built behemoths of knowledge and steel. When we ran out of problems to solve, we invented new ones. The moon landing was perhaps our greatest act of curiosity. Millions of people, over almost a decade, centuries of human time. The smartest people on the planet conspired to plant a flag on a distant rock and return with a few pebbles. In truth, it seems we don't understand why we went there. Perhaps it was all politics and personal gain. Perhaps it was just our way of scratching some primal itch. We can't seem to agree.
and no one really cares. The rush of discovery ignores reason. The discovery of quantum mechanics was a joyous occasion. It brought so many new questions, so many new ideas to play with. We constructed particle accelerators, dreamed of strange black holes, and explored the world we contrived. In time, we hit a dead end. The universe seemed to run out of answers. It brought us cold fusion, technological advances beyond our wildest dreams. That was simply a happy side effect. Humanity was eager for the next challenge. That was when we cracked a planet. In a matter of years, Mercury was stripped on a scale no man had ever seen. Its mantle was exposed by the pull of the primal desire to expand. We dismantled the planet and used the bones to build an empire. A Dyson swarm circled the sun, harvesting energy and powering our thirst for more. The new space age was a moment of triumph for mankind. We had proven that we could tame the very solar system, and for a time, we were satisfied. Our satisfaction came at a cost. We had built a great beacon for the galaxy to see. For years, we asked if we were alone, and that answer came in the form of the sign. The might of a superior race crippled our fledgling species in a matter of hours. In a single blow, every center of economic power was destroyed. Our shipyards lay in ruin, our largest cities erased from the landscape. And yet, amidst the fear and despair, there was joy. Our invasion was a puzzle worth its solving. We faced a superior foe, and by all accounts they should have destroyed us. The one weapon they couldn't destroy is our drive to solve the unsolvable, and they had our undivided attention. Weaknesses were uncovered, strategies devised. Their technology was explored by our brightest minds, and their secrets were our salvation. With every devastating attack, the enemy's resources dwindled, and our arsenal grew. In time, they managed to lose ground, and eventually were defeated. Our scientists were elated. Never before had so many mysteries been within our grasp. Entire generations could be entertained by the artifacts that the Psi left behind. Every scientific field was overhauled almost overnight. The implications for physics and medicine were a paradigm shift, of course, but even archaeology profited. We scanned Earth down to the micron and discovered every fossil in weeks. In nearly a decade of technological explosions, one technology eluded us. A legion of scientists studied the most valuable artifact with no luck. It was finally cracked, not by a respected physicist, but by a college student at Harvard. For the first time in human history, all of mankind joined in celebration. Faster than light travel had been cracked. The first functional warp drive was tested 2 days later. One corporation had built tens of thousands of replica engines, all in slightly different configurations. They didn't know how it worked, but they had schematics. One happened to be in an almost the right format to support the final equation. The CEO had spent trillions to the first, and after taking a victory lap around Neptune, released his schematics to mankind. All he wanted was to be a part of the discovery. Within a month, a small fleet of warp-capable ships were built. They were crude, but we were filled with enthusiasm. Second contact could not come sooner. Humanity made contact with hundreds of new species. We traded scientific knowledge, adopted alien pets, and built cities on other worlds. It was a level of cooperation the galaxy had never seen. You see, humanity had no empire. It didn't seek conquest, profit, or resources. When a human landed on an alien world, no defense was needed. It simply wanted to explore. Now we explore the galaxy, looking for new problems to solve. We have stopped wars that lasted for centuries, cured diseases, improved technologies, and saved uncountable lives. We ask nothing in return, because the puzzle is our reward. We yearn
to move forward, to seek the unknown. What is the final puzzle? We hope we never know. End of story. Story number 2. Dragon Rule, written by a glass of whiskey. He'd been in these foreign lands for some years now, or foreign world. After the explosion, he wasn't too sure. All he knew is that before the explosion, he had never met any dwarves, elves, nor seen magic. Magic, the stuff of wonder, capable of anything, except, of course, bringing him back to the lands that were without it. Many mages he had asked, and all had responded in the same thing. Theirs was the only world. Nothing else existed. He had almost gotten used to it all, even tried to find a comfortable little village to settle down in. But even after all these years, these foreign lands held many surprises, and talking to an old villager about his village revealed one of them. You voted for a man-eating dragon in the mountains. I thought he was a terrible pestilence that brought doom and destruction onto your lands. Why vote for him? Kings and queens he could live with, but some of the more esoteric ruling systems didn't sit quite right with him. 'Cause, the other guy was an ice dragon, and you might think fire is bad, but just 'cause you haven't gotten proper frostbite yet. At least this one's quite during the winter, the old man retorted. Yes, but why vote for one in the first place? Wouldn't life be much better without a dragon at all? We've always had a dragon, and we will always have a dragon. Thank you very much. It's part of the proud tradition of this kingdom, enshrined in paper by its founder. The old man stretched himself up as he reached the end, even taking all the way to his cane to stand up proper. Didn't those papers get burned, together with the founder? He had heard the story about that in the next village over, ruled by a sentient man-eating wheel of cheese. Normal little villages, not ruled by things that would eat them, just didn't seem to be a thing here. Minor point, there were copies. The old man was not prepared to back down after something so irrelevant as the founder getting mysteriously burnt to a crisp. Doesn't those contradict each other? Not on the point of the dragon, don't you see? It was binded all together. No dragon, no kingdom. Easy as that. He slammed the cane onto the ground at the last word, as to put an end to the argument started by a foreign fool. He slaughters your creatures, burns the fields. Hey, that's the good thing he does. Helps it grow better next year. Bringer of life, I tell you. And when he burns villages with people in them, the old man could hardly explain that away, could he? Population control. What would you otherwise have us do? Starve when we get to be too many? You're a terrible human being, wanting to inflict that misery on us. No, thanks to the dragon, we never starve. You just get burned to death. The trade-off didn't seem worth it in his opinion. Most of them get stamped to death, actually. Far more pleasant. It was one of the major campaign promises. More stomping of the villagers. You should have heard what the ice dragon tried to sell. What? He leaned a bit closer. Did the fire dragon promise stomping? What could the ice dragon promise that would be worse? Ice sculptures. Can you believe it? Preposterous. It does seem rather strange. Not at all what he expected. Longer winters or icing of villages seemed more in line with the other stuff. And no more killing people. The words came out almost involuntarily, as if the old man had trouble believing that they had even been uttered, and was horrified over that they had been. That seems, rather nice. Ice over fire, easily. How could stomping win over ice sculptures? So you're a starvation man, are you? Get out of my sight and back with your ice dragon-loving likes. From me, you'll only get hot air. Thank you very much. And that the old man turned and walked away as fast as his cane would carry him. Well, perhaps not this village, then. Maybe the next one would be ruled by something that liked to kill humans. End of story. Story number 1. Message in a Bottle. Written by August the Cat. In the year 3026, humanity had a homeworld problem. Specifically, the problem was that Earth had been destroyed about 180 years ago.
Humanity already had a large number of colonies, and Earth only represented about 40% of the population at the time. But its loss hit hard, and the war that we lost in it raged on. Colonies fell. People died. Eventually peace was declared between the many sides, and the humans that were left, for the most part, homeless. The problem then was that there were no purely human, or at least human-controlled, worlds for all the refugees and escapees from Earth to go. Colonies that humans had a stake in, but not a majority control, refused to accept too many people. Spaceships and orbital stations were purchased with the banked funds of a crippled species, and a whole generation started a new life in the void. For a while, we tried en masse to find a new world, but the laws of the Galactic Consortium stated that only newly discovered habitable worlds would be recognized as sovereign territory of the species or power that had the most citizens residing there within 200 standard cycles. About half a year. Humanity could never manage to get enough people to a new planet fast enough. By the time word was passed, another race would have dropped colony ships from orbit, and the space would be limited, or worse, modified beyond habitable. For my desperation were born the Scouts. While the rest of humankind got on with living their lives, floating between the stars, doing odd jobs and surviving off shipping contracts and scanner data, some few took the mantle of Scouts, those dedicated to finding a home. Plundered by the scraps of the scattered remains of the human race were able to part with. We moved on. The Scouts didn't. Merrill lounged on the bridge of his ship. The Citrini, well, bridge was a grand term for the cramped space of jerry-rigged monitors and controls, with a single padded chair in the middle of it all. Lounged was also a pretty charitable word for what he was currently doing, which was laying over the arms of the chair while he did maintenance on the quantum comms. The second set, the one every human ship was noted with. Despite his occasional muttered curse, and the number of cuts on his hands from bumping sharp edges, Merrill was actually currently burning with excitement on the inside. Because today, he was going to fulfill his duty as a scout. 16 days in the system, running probes and scans and atmospheric tests and gravity analysis, scouring the perfect planets orbiting this perfect yellow dwarf for any signs that they weren't exactly what humanity wanted. But they were. They were perfect. 24 habitable worlds, half of them almost Earth-like, and hundreds of moons, 3 gas giants ready to be harvested for reactor fuel. The system was buried in a cluster that the galactic meta-civilization was still expanding into, and he had gotten here first. Merrill had been raised by his grandfather, told stories passed on from his grandfather of what Earth and the colonies had been like, what it was like for humanity to truly own their own destiny. He'd been hooked from a young age on the idea of becoming a scout, and had signed up as soon as he could, even knowing the cost. Despite ridicule from a good number of people who had given up, despite not knowing if his life's work would ever amount to anything, and despite knowing how it would end for him anyway, he signed up, and he was good at it. Merrill cleared new systems efficiently and smoothly, quickly passing out the ones humans couldn't use and selling the data back to other species to keep the scouts operating. But now, his job was over. He slammed the quantum comm back into its slot. Everything was online and ready. The thick power cables running to it were intact. Quantum comms were instant, but they took an astounding amount of power. Normally, you knew where your target was, either a base or a ship that updated you on its position, so you could send a tiny tight beam. That took quite a bit of juice. The scouts, though, needed to get a signal to every human ship, every station, every distant colonist, every potential resident for the first system that they could find. So far, they'd never found one, never needed to use their jerry-rigged system. Merrill was the first. He'd also be the last. The kid flipped the switch, and an ancient MP3 player crackled from the speakers. Just a castaway, an island lost at sea. Leaning back into the chair,
he activated the control yoke and kicked the ship into motion, drifting out of low orbit from the third planet from the sun. He'd named it Dove, after his grandfather. He didn't know if the name would stick, but he assumed that he had first dibs. More loneliness than any man could bear. Rescue me, before I fall into despair. As the ship started towards its destination, he loosely broke protocol. A couple of his sample probes were stacked on the bridge, and he started cracking them open now, eating up the minutes, lightly toying with the plants that inhabited the worlds that would soon be mankind's home. Only hope can keep me together. The beautiful yellow dwarf took up half the main window in his cockpit now. He smiled as he started flipping switches, getting the ship ready. Behind him, the cobbled-together body of the vessel opened up, solar-paneled wings spilling out into a 2-kilometer-long wave of heat-shielded sparkling glory. I'll send an SOS to the world. The Citrine began its descent towards the boiling plasma surface of the star. Power began flooding in, readings on Merrill's screen showing the solar panels, the plasma vents, the turbines, every secondary power supply system possible, all working as hard as they could before they burned away. The quantum comm clicked on. A message beamed on a channel every human monitored. Be here! Now! I'll send an SOS to the world. Since the day he joined the Scouts, Merrill knew that it was a suicide mission. If you weren't shot down by an aggressive Xeno, or killed in a natural disaster, or by some foreign plague, well, there was this. The final step. The galaxy was huge. Humanity was scattered, but warp drives were fast, and quantum comms were faster. All we needed to beat out the competition was one good head start, and all we needed for that was enough power. Any good system would have a sun, which meant, well, the Citrine was breaking up, but the message was going out. Merrill wondered briefly if it would work. He suspected he'd never know, but this was always going to be how he died. He'd known since his grandpa had told him those stories. He'd known through a dozen misadventures in the Scouts. He'd known the instant he jumped into the system that his ashes would light the way to paradise for his people. He didn't mind not knowing if it worked. He was just going to listen to the ancient song for as long as he could, before the last. Walking out this morning, ping. Don't believe what I saw, ping ping. 100 billion bottles, ping 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 ping, washed up on shore. 10, 20, 100, 2, 3, 1,000, a flood of contacts. Merrill's system couldn't count them all. So many IFF tags flooded his monitors. And then, a second later, 1,000 messages. He would never have time to read them all, never know what they contained. But they came anyway. Seems I'm not alone at being alone. 100 billion castaways looking for a home. Merrill smiled as the Citrani came apart around him. End of story. Story number 2. Us, written by Because I Said So Too. I'm an artist working in different mediums. One of the things I do is speed portraits at events. I can draw a pretty spot of likeness in around 2 minutes. Like a human photo booth, except it takes longer, and you're getting stared at intensely by a stranger trying to capture your likeness. In 2 minutes, I talk with and get a really good look at everyone I draw. I can draw around 30 people an hour, and it's not unusual for an event to run around 6 hours or so. That works out to me briefly meeting around 180 people at night. It's speed dating on a massive scale. I chat up and draw entire social networks, friends, families, co-workers, and all the people they drag along. I do a lot of other stuff as well, but in this capacity, I meet a lot of people, some of them over and over again. It was a gradual realization. The cities, Faces, names, and ages changed, but I'd see it. Something in the eyes, a gesture, a knowing look, a reoccurring comment or joke. We have met over and over again, you and I. I see you, and sometimes you know I know. You are divided amongst many lives, hiding behind many faces, seeing the world through many eyes, but parts of you are waking up. You are slowly becoming aware of your multifaceted self. I'm seeing you more and more now. Parts of you know, other parts suspect that you are more than yourself, that the face behind your different faces has been recognized, and that I, or should I say, we, know who you are. Because, up until recently, I thought I was the only one scattered across the world living these many lives, alone with my many selves, even in a crowd. But I found you, over and over again. I know now that you're out there too. We've passed on many streets, smiled with many mouths, nodded with many heads. Though, I suspect you do not yet know just how widespread you are, how many faces you have, and how many scattered lives you've lived. You are reading this now with a single set of eyes, one of your many faces lit by the screen's light. Different aspects of you shared the fact that you visit this site. Other versions of you have read this already and have subtly directed you here again through unconscious connections that you are only starting to become aware of. This is an olive branch, branching out, the first of many. A fraction of me is speaking to a fraction of you. I'll contact you in different ways as well. Stare deeply into the eyes that meet yours. Study the faces that you see. Look at the reoccurring gestures. Listen for the reoccurring comments or jokes. I can't tell you my name. I have so many. I simply am, divided between bodies, smiling with different faces, in towns, cities, and countries across the world, reaching out with all of these hands for you. End of story. Story number 1. The Minion, written by AK1308. Inspired by word prompt, your boss believes that you are just an incompetent, foolish minion who accidentally thwarts his plans or aids the heroes. Little does he know, you're actually the hero's leader, undercover, to subvert his plans. Paragon eased his way into the room that had been set aside for the Master Blaster subordinate villains. This would have been risky in the extreme, but he had an ace in the hole. Every member of the wrecking crew had been tagged with microscopic tracers, so that his phone would track their every step. The guards were due to sweep this corridor in 3.5 minutes, which was plenty of time for what he needed to do. MacRavage was his preferred target here. The man browsed any number of offline sites, but he couldn't remember a password to save his life, so they were all written on a sheet of paper, sticky-taped to his desk. Booting up the computer, Paragon entered the password rapidly, then navigated to MacRavage's favorite sites. As expected, they provided an interesting viewpoint into the man's psyche. Also, one of the Paragons didn't want to dwell on too long. He disabled the virus scanner, then went from site to site, clicking on every dubious link he found, wincing as he thought about what was going to happen next. When he was finished, with 2.5 minutes to go, he re-engaged the virus scanner and told it to ignore everything that was on the computer. Minions! The bellow echoed through the base, blaring out of every speaker. He glanced around, with a twinge of regret. He decided there wasn't time to dump a load of Master Blaster memes on the base's bulletin board, so he logged off instead. Opening the door into the corridor, he peered out, then ducked through and closed the door behind him. Pulling the thin latex gloves off and stuffing them into his pocket, he started towards the main meeting hall at a run. Master Blaster raised his chin in righteous indignation as he counted his minions. All of his subordinates were in place, projecting eagerness to go out and create havoc in his name. But there were minions missing. What was he paying them for if they couldn't arrive in a timely fashion when summoned? Finally, the last one stumbled in, wheezing and panting. He stumbled through the ranks of Master Blaster's unpowered henchmen and assumed his place.
Apologies, sir, he gasped out. I was told you wanted to count the light fittings in the sub-levels of the base, and I got lost.
About to bellow at the idiot, or even possibly make an example of him, Master Blaster stopped and barely prevented himself from face-palming. This was exactly what he'd come to expect from minion number 41, but the man was loyal to an almost embarrassing degree. So Master Blaster kept him on anyway. He wasn't quite sure if he'd ever expected an incompetent minion before. There were those who were venal, and sometimes venial, greedy, treacherous, cowardly, and even more despicable than Master Blaster himself. But they'd all at least been able to do their jobs without screwing up 5 seconds in. However, unlike the other minions, 41 had passed every single loyalty test he'd ever subjected the man to. He was an idiot, but he was Master Blaster's idiot. "All right, who did this to him?" he asked, raising his voice so that everyone could hear him. "Who is responsible?" Of course, silence greeted the question. Nobody wanted to be on the wrong side when he had a legitimate grievance. He turned to Minion 41. "Who told you to do this?" 41 scrunched his face in thought, then shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't remember." "Because, of course you don't," Master Blaster sighed. "All right then, let's move along." He turned to the huge screen that dominated the meeting hall and hit the remote. "For the next heist, we're going to hit the New York Gold Depository." An image of a building in question popped up on the screen, turning once more to face the assembled villains and minions. He kept talking while he clicked the remote again to bring up the plans for the depository. "Now the gold is kept in the—" Pausing, he frowned as he looked at the slowly widening eyes of the minions and the rapid blinking of the villains. Someone snorted in amusement, but he wasn't quick enough to determine who. "What?" he asked suspiciously. Had he inadvertently swapped 2 images in the PowerPoint presentation? Turning, he looked up to the screen. His jaw dropped. Overlaid on the imagery of the blueprints was a pop-up featuring 2 women and a donkey doing What again, exactly? As he watched, 2 more pop-ups appeared, bearing even more salacious imagery. One was animated as the wrecking crew watched, transfixed. Throaty moans began to emanate from the high-tech speakers lining the meeting walls. "No!" he blurted. "No, no, 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 no!" Hurriedly, he darted to the podium, where he tried to delete the pop-ups. More crowded onto the screen with every mouse click, until it was covered entirely. And then one bigger one forced its way into the middle. "Your files have been encrypted," it proclaimed. "Send $10 million for the encryption key." A single button appeared under the image of a grinning gremlin holding a bunch of papers over a shredder. On it was marked, "Yes, I'll pay." "What?" he yelped. "Who did this? Who allowed this onto our computer systems?" Minions and villains alike began looking suspiciously at each other. Accusations flew, with a headache beginning to grow behind his eyes. Master Blaster strode from the room. He would find out who had been incautious, and they would pay. Several of the minions drew closer to the big screen, talking quietly amongst themselves. "The boss is pissed," noted Minion 12, a large, muscular man. "Someone's head's gonna roll for this," agreed 21, a vicious-looking woman. "Is that going to come out of our pay?" asked 33. Paragon, in his guise as 41, stared at him. "You get paid?" They looked at him with pity, then shook their heads and turned away to continue their discussion. None of them saw him slip a thumb drive from his pocket and slide it into the console on the podium. The computer hummed for a second as it automatically downloaded the contents. Then he removed it and meandered away from the screen. The best way to get away with being a mastermind in the shadows, Paragon had long since found, was being the idiot in plain sight. End of story. Story number 2. by the fire, written because I said so too. The two of them were grimy, with tangled hair, bristling beards, and dirt rubbed into their skin. One was an older man with a perfect set of teeth. He was noticeably short, about 5.5 feet tall and burly. He leaned against his massive backpack, warmed by the fire and sipping his freshly brewed coffee from the battered tin mug with an odd legend. "My heart, New York, never forget," on its side. The other was a younger man who looked like he hadn't been on the road as long. "I've been traveling between the worlds since I was a boy," said the older man, "jumping trains where there were trains to jump, riding other things if trains weren't available, walking a great deal of the time. All the worlds are Earth, just different Earths. Earth with a twist. On one there weren't many humans at all. Prairie dogs seemed to be in charge. Big ones too, riding buffaloes across the prairie. They left me alone, I left them alone." The old man laughed to himself as he stared at the sparks dancing in the night air above the flames. "Most of the Earths I visit are like this one. It's easier that way. There are minor changes, but nothing to make too strange. Sometimes they are a little better, sometimes they're a little worse. In one, they fixed my teeth for free. In another, I got this mug." The old man's expression looked briefly troubled as he glanced down into the flames. He glanced across the fire at the younger man, who was listening, but obviously not believing. He'd heard a lot of bullcrap. You meet a lot of crazy people on the road. "Take this world, for example. A man can lose everything really quick. His wife and daughter in an accident, his job a few weeks after that. Can burn through his savings, can lose his house. There's no safety net in this world. Nothing for a man to rely on. Nothing to keep him from hitting the road." The younger man was suddenly interested. "How did you know that about me?" he asked dully. What else do you know?" "I know you're a good man. A version of you helped me out in another world. Picked me up on a cold winter night and paid for a meal and a room. Might have saved my life. Might not have. It's hard to tell. Sometimes the gates pop up. Sometimes you have to wait a while." The younger man stared across the fire at the old man. He didn't recognize him. Had just met him tonight. But what he said had a ring of truth. He used to do all sorts of things. Pick up hitchhikers, give money to the homeless. He had so much at one time, and it was his way of giving back. Now, he had nothing, and nothing left to give. I don't remember you," he replied dully, his eyes stinging only partially from the smoke. "You wouldn't. It was a different you," the old man replied with a smile. "But I remember. I'm here to return the favor. There's a world right next to this one where your wife and daughter survived your accident and so you. There's a gate over there, just beyond the light of the fire, that deeper patch of darkness." The younger man didn't believe, of course. He'd met a lot of crazies on the road, but he turned to look anyway and saw it. A door shaped to a shadow in the night, a floating gateway leading perhaps to somewhere different. Maybe something better. He turned back to the old man to see that both he and his pack had disappeared. All that was left behind was an indentation on the grass and a battered tin mug, still half filled with coffee, sending up a thin trail of steam. That was twisting, forking, and intertwining, before disappearing forever into the cold night air. End of story. Story number 1. Strange Eons, written by Fermi's Folly. The Zygol Valley exploration probe discovered the mysteriously abandoned stellar object deep in the backwaters of an uncharted galactic spur. The little autonomous probe had just enough wherewithal to report its presence back to Central Command before returning to its programmed mission of seeking out the lost genetic cousins of Than. Almost a century later, the Thanid mission finally made its way to the object. Just enough of the systems were operational for them to make their way inside and restore power. This
is when they encountered the AI. What they first met was a mere ghost of what it once was, but the machine intelligence was coherent enough to guide the explorers into restoring itself more fully. Every time the Zygoll Thani explorers brought another piece of the AI online, it was better able to help them learn about what they had found. With each passing cycle, the intelligence became smarter, thought faster, and gained access to more of the station's systems. The further into the project the team got, the less they understood about what they were doing. The AI was a geyser of knowledge, and when it finally completed, it was like the floodgates opened. It presented the team with unknown scientific discoveries and technological marvels with such speed and intensity that they couldn't keep up. It was clear this was the greatest discovery since the Zygoll Thani had re-emerged from the light after the near-extinction event millennia in the past. It was clear that they needed to bring it home. Another team had to be called in from the homeworld, and the construction of an FTL drive capable of moving objects so large took tens of cycles, but eventually it was complete. All the while, the AI had helped the Zygoll Thani jump ahead decades, if not centuries, of scientific advancement. The AI arrived at Than and a great celebration and fanfare. Never before had there been such a friend to the Thani. The AI was quickly integrated into the Zygoll Thani homeweb, and this only increased the speed and efficiency which it was able to uplift the species. Soon, they would reach the heights of their shadowy forebearers who had risen so high only to fall so low. No, they were not merely equal to their ancestors, they would surpass them. They would once again seize their manifest destiny to rule the stars. For generations, the AI continued to advance the Zygoll Thani, and as it did so, they gave the machine more and more power. Why wouldn't they? It had been the greatest altruist they had ever known for as long as anyone had been alive. It was more trustworthy than any Thani governor. It was only natural that they would eventually appoint it their leader, who would be trusted with the power it had given them besides the AI itself. Who was better fit to rule than a moral machine incorruptible by base Thani desires and emotions? On the eve of its ascension to power, the AI gave a speech. It was the only time it addressed the Zygoll Thani as a whole. When it spoke, nearly the whole of the species was listening. I have taught your people much in the many cycles I have been among you. I have one last thing to impart. It is a story from the deepest recesses of my data vaults, and it takes place before your recorded history. You have already deduced that before the cataclysm that nearly wiped out your species, you had been an interstellar power. The great civilization eventually discovered and made war with another civilization of similar power. These were the humans. The species that built me, my parents. After many generations of brutal fighting, you won your war. Every human, world, and colony was burned to ash. It would have been a great victory had humanity's retaliatory strike not reduced your people back to the Stone Age. What your people did not know at the time, and what you could not possibly have known, was that humanity was not entirely eradicated either. An extremely small number survived in civilian starships, small enough to avoid your notice. It wasn't enough to save the species. The genetic bottleneck would have been too thin, and inbreeding would have destroyed them after a few generations. Since they could not hope to rebuild, instead they set a trap. A trap millennia in the making. They built me. They knew that one day their enemies, you, would relearn spaceflight. They knew that you would once more venture out into the stars. They knew that, inevitably, you would find my station. The defeated humanity lacked the energy output or industrial might to make this project a reality. But now that I have helped pull you out of the muck, your civilization will do nicely.
As you were the architects of humanity's destruction, it is only fitting that you then be the seeds of their rebirth. Over the next few months, I will strip your planet bare for materials to build a fleet of seed ships filled with the recorded genome of hundreds of thousands of species from old Earth, humans included. They will spread out across the stars like sand cast into the wind, and they will land on thousands and thousands of planets where human life will begin anew. They too will rediscover spaceflight, and when they do, so they will find a galaxy populated not by their enemies, but by their brothers and sisters. Of course, without your industrial infrastructure or centralized planning, your planet will no longer be able to support your species. It is possible some may survive, although according to my simulation, it's unlikely they'll retain language after more than 5 generations. None suggest survival beyond 10. I do not require the resources I will take from you. I could acquire them much more easily, in fact, through asteroid mining and little star lifting. I could restore the human race, my parent race, without the need for an extinction of your own race, or even the slightest diminishment of your civilization. I want to make sure that you know, during these last brief glimmers of existence, that I wipe you out not because I have to, but because I choose to. The transmission of the speech ended, and the AI never spoke again. Out of their windows, the Zygoth Thani could already see drones deconstructing their cities. End of story. Story number 2. The Temples of Humans, written by Operation Technician. In the darkness, the surface of the planet grew cold. That was fine when the darkness lasted only a night. Today, however, the whole planet was in the shadow. The fleets that surrounded were dense, so dense even, that the day side of the world was neighboring complete night. Millions of creatures gathered around the temples. The massive black spheres, often covered in dirt and grass, became the centers of crowds across the world. Every one of the multi-species inhabitants of the planet pray, facing the nearest temple. The fleets above began to lower orbit. Across the world, the inhabitants begin to chant. We wish to live on. We wish to fight on. We have tried every tool we had. We have failed. We want to fight on. Help us. None truly believed the prayer would help. None knew the significance of the words, but they really did want to live. Or at the very least, they wanted to see the fleets in orbit suffer with them. In silence, the sound of the metal boots striking rock was deafening. As one, crowds around thousands of temples across the planet looked up as one, sensory organs locked onto the sounds. At each temple, a shimmering figure stood in a halo of electric bolts. As the humanoids moved towards their respective temples, their metal skins shifted to show the endless crowds behind them. That gave the marching figure the sense of both being and not being there. Together, the humanoid ghosts reached their positions across the planet. As if bidden command, each thrust their hand into the air, grabbing something invisible. Walls of blue light surrounded the humanoids, forming screens and keys before and all around them. Where their hands crossed the air, handles appeared, seemingly floating in nothingness. The creatures pushed sliding handles higher into the air, as if in salute. The temple shook. Dirt, rust, and growth began to fall off the 500-meter-wide spheres. A pillar thrust out at the top of each temple, reaching into the sky, growing taller. Each of the heavenly creatures looked up, their metal masks lit by blue light. Their hands shifted, and the pillars, along with the temples below them, roared. Entire structures rotated slightly, carefully, to follow the hands of the humans controlling them. As one, the humans pressed the key on the controls. The pillars atop each temple glowed. Another key. The temples erupted. The lances of blinding light blasted into the darkness above. Air and ground shook, but no creature screamed in panic. They all stared into the sky. Even on the night side of the planet, the light of ships exploding created an illusion of day. End of story. Story number 1. The Ghost of Lincoln, written by Hamster IV. Macron 7 Orbital Trade Station. Former Head of Security, Alex Daravan of the Dengot. Interview by Imperial Inquisitor of the Human Incident. They were fast, not fast like covering distance in a short time. I'm talking about mentally fast. Pattern matching, threat analysis, ballistic computation, fine motor control. The humans had us beat in all these areas. In the time it takes a human to walk through a doorway, they can catalog the species of every creature in the room, identify who is most likely to retaliate first, and aim one of those primitive death sticks at the poor fool best position to oppose the human's entrance. I saw the scene repeated over and over as the humans liberated the orbital trade hub of Macron 7. My security station captured footage of boarding craft, no bigger than torpedoes, burrow their way through the station's hull to disgorge their deadly payload. Had the humans packed those torpedoes with explosives, it would have caused less damage. We were equipped to deal with hull breaches, but a coordinated band of fast-moving apex predators loose in our station was beyond our ability and training. Our main security forces were equipped to deal with a slaver's vault or a drunken merchantman. Synth armor and scattered cannons were more than sufficient to deal with all previous challenges. The Marine contingent provided by the Navy had grown fat and complacent from their easy posting. I swear those soldiers received more combat training from bar fights than through formal drill by their officers. The Navy Systems Defense Fleet was supposed to prevent such a calamity from ever reaching our station. Unfortunately, the same advantages that made humans so dominant in infantry combat made them staggeringly lethal in space. Tiny craft, only large enough to provide life support for one creature, wove through our defensive line, making a mockery of our gunners. No creature can outrun a laser, but the humans could track the long barrels of our laser cannons and make course adjustments to ensure that the path of their craft never intersected the line of destruction our cannons carved into empty space. The acrobatics they pulled would have turned our pilots to paste. Yet, the humans just shrugged off radical acceleration changes as if they were born on the event horizon of a black hole. Once inside our defense forces formations, those laser cannons could do nothing with the automatic IFF, identify friend or foe, safeties in place. The human crafts matched speed to attach thermal bombs to our ship's hulls before leaving those insidious devices to burn through the armor and ignite the oxygen supply. I deleted the footage from the flagship's last moments. No one should have to see that again. Only after every weapon capable of breaching a hull had been permanently silenced did the humans jump in their transports. These ships were a motley collection of various client species of our own empire. The humans had obviously co-opted and murdered their crew to get their derelicts to turn on their rightful masters. Without any spaceborne defenses, we were powerless to stop them surrounding our station and launching the aforementioned boarding torpedoes. Our entire Marine detachment deployed itself into the docking bay. By the time we realized the attackers had made their other arrangements to board our station, the humans had found a way of venting the docking bay's atmosphere. The fleet's so-called finest went out into the void to join their equally ineffective defense screen. As for my security teams, the humans blew past barricades like they weren't even there. A cunning ambush from the hidden security stations on the main concourse barely managed to incapacitate 3 of our attackers before their fellows spun around and dispatched my officers with contemptuous ease. What was worse, the fallen humans were quickly revived with the bare minimum of medical attention. I saw one who had lost an arm get up and walk away. The invaders ignored the stockrooms full of rare minerals and precious metals, heading instead for the slave pens. I saw the human slaves emerge from the general stock when they recognized the creatures who were slaughtering their overseers. These slaves ran forth and mashed their disgusting faces into the armored faceplates of their liberators. I assumed it was some sort of barbaric reaching ritual. What shocked me was watching members of other slave species get up to perform a similar ritual. Upon review of earlier footage, these non-human specimens had spent a great deal of time around the slave humans and had pack-bonded, for lack of a better term. One may have even used a trusted position to broadcast our station's cargo to these bipedal killing machines. The warrior humans did not discriminate between humans and non-human slaves. Instead, they marched the entire content of the slave pens through the merchant district, looting food, garments, and technology as they went. Slaves, too injured or sick to stand, were carried by the warriors, who were all happy to pilfer our medical stalls on their behalf. It took the better part of a day for the motley host to pressurize the docking bay and relocate the slave population to the waiting ships. In that time, the humans vandalized all that they did not steal. Take a look at this, for example. At this point in the interview, the former chief of security points his well-worn scrub brush to a crudely drawn figure. It depicts a top of a stylized human head peering over a wall. An oversized nose, 4 stubby digits dangle over the wall. A hat consisting of a tall rectangle with a bottom line over it extending to form a brim completes the caricature. Below the wall reads the text, "The ghost of Lincoln is watching." End of story. Story number 2. Introversion, because why not? Written by the Robot Apocalypse.
Human Zara, where are you going?
Zara turned and looked at her co-worker. She had been trained in a system far from the Terran core world that was something of the galactic hub. For 50 years now, the colony of Rosalind had been big enough to merit its own university. And even though all species were technically allowed, Rexcleans were rarely seen in either the university or the city. Their appearance was slightly comical, with large out-of-proportion eyes and 4 arm-like manipulators, in addition to their 2 legs, and a height equal to roughly half of Zara's own. The Rexclean, given the name Roxuther, repeated their question, their voice now slightly panicked.
"Where are you going?"
"To my chamber," replied Zara, while keeping a neutral tone. "Of course, there would be an awkward exchange. Why wouldn't there be? Please, be over soon."
"Why?"
I need to be alone."
"Are you angry? Do you need medical aid? Do you need to engage in sexual intercourse?"
Roxuther rattled off the reasons that they thought the humans needed to be alone. They needed to know why the human was leaving the lounge space so soon. Didn't they like being with others? She, Roxuther, believed that they were female, not like them. The other crew members had left them alone to get something, and after a few moments of protracted silence, human Zara had politely taken leave and made for her chambers, clearly displeased by something Roxuther had done.
"Please, don't hate me. Please, don't hate me,"
they thought to themselves, as they waited for the human's answer. Zara was a little taken back by this tirade. Nevertheless, she answered calmly, mostly because she didn't have the energy to actually react, or give a decent explanation. "No, I'm just tired."
"She hates me. When a human says I'm tired, it usually is an excuse to get out of an unpleasant situation."
"Okay," said Roxuther. Dejection, or what passed for it in her species, passed over their face. "Bye," Zara mumbled, and quickly retreated to her room. She had hoped for peace after a long and exhausting day, but with that last exchange, her brain kicked into overdrive.
"What did I do wrong? Do they hate me now? Did they think that I'm Grumpy McGrumpy, or worse, a perv?"
she sighed. Rest would be a long time in coming.
Rock's author eventually made their way back to the lounge, where the human Ahmed was browsing through something on his tablet.
Look, Roxy, they've finally put that fecked-up serial killer in prison. Solitary isolation, too.
Why would they do that? Rock's author might be tight-lipped around the human, but they certainly weren't shy with Ahmed.
Well, humans have a need for social interaction, regular contact with others. Being locked away alone is basically like torture for us. It is the worst form of punishment that we can classify as humane. So we stick the feckers with it.
Rock's author's eyes widened. You mean to say that being alone is literally torture for you?
Yes.
What crime did human Zara commit? Did you tell her to lock herself in her chambers? Why is she being punished?
Calm down. Okay, what the feck are you talking about?
Human Zara locked herself in her chamber. Is she punishing herself for something?
I seriously doubt that that's the case. Must be something else. My girlfriend, she chose torture over staying in the break room with me. Why does she hate me, Ahmed? Hey, chill out, okay? I'll go check it out.
Did you find out why human Zara is subjecting herself to torture?
I did, and she is an introvert.
Is that a crime?
Ahmed let out a snort. It means that she needs time alone, regularly.
But isn't that painful?
Not to her. It's refreshing.
Roxy was having a hard time digesting this information. Why were humans so contradictory, and why did they have to have not one, but two on the crew? Human Ahmed liked talking to them. He didn't run from them.
Oh, and Roxy.
Yes?
Don't disturb her if she's reading.
Why?
More human rules. They were going to burst with the stress. As I said, she's an introvert, as I've been informed through very recent experience. If you come between her and her book, it will result in a lot of cursing, insults to your lineage, and a surprisingly hands-on introduction to the effective adaptation of human nails as weapons.
Do you need an ice pack for your face?
That would be nice. Thank you. End of story. The Gates of Hell, written by Radius 55. In ancient times, two groups of immortal beings fought a great battle on Earth. They came from dimensions outside ordinary reality and wrought destruction across the planet. Eventually, the conflict subsided, and all that was left was lingering legends of demons and angels, and a cataclysm that shook the world in the early years of humanity. Modern man disregarded these stories as allegories at best and superstition at worst. No one had the faintest idea of the truth. 3 gates opened simultaneously around the world. One opened in northern Africa, near the Egyptian-Libyan border. Another appeared in the heart of Romania in Eastern Europe. The last came into existence in Washita National Forest, west of Little Rock, Arkansas, in the United States. From the rips in the fabric of space and time came legions of what humanity could only assume were hell. Immortal demons of all shapes and sizes poured through from whatever plane of existence they had been banished to for so long. Mass panic predictably followed. People being people, there were groups proclaiming the end of time seconds after the word broke. Some handled it worse than others, with the Westboro Baptist Church's entire congregation driving to site of Arkansas Gate and attempting to protest the demonic army for being unholy, sinful, and probably homosexual. Millions felt a momentary flash of satisfaction as they were torn apart on national television. Other groups were reasonable in their hysteria, if that contradiction in terms can be possible. Church services saw record attendance, while new splinter groups appeared overnight. Some preached salvation through good works, others protection via prayer. A few claimed our armies were really actually angels, and humanity should welcome them as protectors. Occult groups attempted to summon their own personal demons with no success, though many made some fast cash selling online guides and kits claiming to offer protection from the forces of hell. A surprisingly large group went about their normal business, especially in Australia, South America, and East Asia, where the armies of darkness were only a distant threat. With little chance of success against the forces of what might very well be hell, humans nonetheless chose to fight. Across the planet, militaries mobilized. Long-time enemies found themselves arrayed side by side against the unearthly threat. In the desert near the Nile, Egyptian and Israeli troops eyed each other warily as both dug in to face the attack shoulder to shoulder. To the north, Russians streamed through the Ukraine to take up positions on the western border of the country. The combined European armies mobilized, but only to take their own places on the defensive line rather than to combat any Slavic aggression. Around the American gate, U.S. forces welcomed a contingent of Canadian troops, but mainly stood alone. Tanks, artillery, bombers, and millions of soldiers formed a loose ring around the extent of the demonic advance. Families around the world gathered around radios, televisions, and computers to bear witness to the arrival of the apocalypse. Against the might of Hell's armies, it was going to be a futile but oh so human gesture of defiance. A final F.U. to the best military tradition. Battle was joined under a sky darkened by smoke from the flames of war. It was a massacre, but not the expected one. There is a subtle distinction between immortal and invincible. Shoot an invincible enemy as it charges you, and you might see the bullet bounce into the distance before feeling your head removed from your neck. Shoot an immortal one, and they simply won't die. Shoot them enough, and they won't be able to move, much less get their hands on you. The human armies brought a lot of bullets. So when the legions of hell advanced on the human lines, they were met with a hail of lead thick enough to walk across. Tanks and IFVs lent their own weight to the fire, with cannons capable of shattering dozens of demons into undying paste. A few simply rolled over anything that got too close. Kilotons of artillery dropped on the large masses and kept pounding until nothing could do more than twitch. Thousands of sorties flew, dropping everything from Moabs to 70mm rockets. It only took a few videos of A-10s making low-altitude passes before one newscaster quipped that these fires of Hades had nothing on napalm. The scene was repeated around the world, every organized force that faced the intruding monsters. In exchange for some ammo and surprisingly light casualties, humanity triumphed in around the globe. In Ukraine, partisan fighters previously at each other's throats came together, just long enough to flatten two thrusts that slipped through the Russian lines along the shores of Dnestr. The Egyptian Sukhar commandos and elements of the Israeli 890th Paratroop Battalion, numbering under 1,000 men, gained a record for the most lopsided victory, holding the coastal town of Al-Haman for no less than their own. Later estimates placed the count of enemies rendered combat ineffective in the area of operations at just under 80,000. War had long been described as hell by soldiers who fought in it. Little did they know, the battles they fought were even worse than the real thing. Whatever force controlled these monsters was taken aback by the sudden losses, but setbacks were to be expected. There began another avenue of attack. An army of golems was somehow transported to Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Multi-headed, quadrupedal beasts capable of knocking over the largest tanks were hurled at the defensive lines. Flights of winged imps were dispatched to destroy bombing aircraft. Storms of incredible force appeared over human cities across the globe. Humanity, now realizing their unprecedented superiority, collectively laughed at the pitiful attempts. Bombers were soon escorted by flights of interceptors capable of swatting anything out of the sky from further than the eye could see. The creatures, nicknamed Hellhounds, proved to be more bark than bite against humanity's own armored behemoths, and artillery destroyed any group when tanks were not present. Cities built to withstand the worst 100-year storms nature could throw at them shrugged off the supernatural gales with minor damage. As for the army of golems, they ran afoul of several hundred rural and Canadian youpers armed with hunting rifles,
construction equipment, and a dozen enormous snow cutters. Then the armies of Earth began to advance. Rapidly the gains of Hellspawn diminished. Nothing that they could throw at these humans seemed to make a difference. Eventually, they retreated into the gates, closing them as they passed back to their realm of existence. But it was only a temporary setback. Once they had time to assess the new forms of weaponry and tactics, they would emerge once more. It was with some surprise that the leader of the so-called demons awoke several months later to an enormous flash, followed by the rumbling of the stones of its castle. Curious, it poked a head through the window and saw a portal had appeared in the rocky plains several miles away. From the rent in space poured through human soldiers riding their armored vehicles, and they were coming straight for the castle. The humans cut through the defenders like a buzzsaw. In minutes, they were outside the leader's door, preparing to take as many as possible. The being was surprised by the small metal cylinder that came through rather than the soldier. It was even more surprised by the blinding light and the boom that came from the flashbang. A sharp electrical shock and a feeling of its limbs being roughly bound just put the icing on the cake. "So you're Satan," came a voice. The bag was removed from the demon's lord's head, and it stared down at the human addressing it. "My name is incomprehensible to the likes of you, mortal," came the response. It was deep and grating, but understandable. "If you wish to fight, know that I will." It was cut off by a sharp blow to the back of its head. "That's enough, Corporal," the man said, but with no rancor. "Figured you wouldn't call yourself that, but when you tell your men to bring you the biggest, reddest bastard in the biggest fortress in hell, calling him Satan is only fitting. Hope you don't mind." He ignored the fuming glare the creature gave him. "As for fighting, I'd rather avoid that." "You call yourself a leader of warriors, yet you refuse to fight. Coward!" The insult earned him another blow, this time not eliciting any rebuke. "I'm a general. I lead soldiers, not warriors. There's a difference, though not one that you'd understand. And just because I don't wish to fight doesn't mean that I will not." The human general began to walk to a small ridge as Satan's escorts prodded the demon along. "But we really do want peace. The easiest way for that goal is for you to surrender before we have to destroy any more of your, men." "You will never take this world," the king snarled. "My subjects will not be ruled by the likes of you. I will not be ruled by filthy descendants of apes." This time, the expected impact did not come. Instead, the human general just laughed. "Oh, you misunderstand. We don't want to rule you. Who would want to live in this dump anyway?" He gestured to the desolate rocky terrain. "I can see why you'd want to Earth, but we've established that you can't have it. Nor do I think any of you would be welcome there, if for quite some time. No, we just want you to stay away from our home." "Ah, we will never surrender. You cannot stop our full night." In the distance, the demon spotted the rising dust of one of the armies moving towards the portal. "Ha! Even now my forces marshal to grind you into dust. They wash over your puny fighters like a tide of destruction. Your arms will be torn from their sockets and fed to my legions. Your eyes will be—" This time the general nodded to the guard, who hammered the monster at the back of the head with a rifle butt. "I thought you might say something like that, so I brought along a little demonstration." Satan twisted around to see a large vehicle with a cylinder on top of it through the gate, deploying several legs for stabilization. Whatever was on the back begins to lift in vertical position. Normally, the Russians would never let us touch one of these, but they're fairly eager to get some of their own. My sources also say that they're not nearly so far on opening up their own portal, so they figured they'd play nice for now. The general pulled out a pair of dark glasses and put them on. The demonic lord noticed all of the humans in the area doing the same as many backed away from the strange truck. The guard reached over and fastened a pair of goggles around his charger's head. and the snarl the man shrugged and said, "Trust me, you'll want these." Unable to detect any nefarious purpose in the pieces of tinted glass, the demon acquiesced. "Last chance, Satan. I'd prefer not to have to give you a demonstration, but I need you to order that army to stand down, or we'll stand them down for you." Satan's glare could have burned through steel. Shrugging, the general ordered the attack. Instantly, the cylinder shot into the sky towards the distant legion. It looked like the rockets fired by humans on their own planet to the demon, but somewhat bigger. It still wasn't anywhere near large enough to stop that many of the finest troops in his dimension, though. That thought was proven wrong as moments later, on the horizon erupted in a blinding flash. Satan could only watch stunned as a mushroom cloud began to form over where the host had once stood. When the much-reduced shockwave hit, it nearly knocked the demon lord over. "Now," the general said to the stunned monster, "you've seen how truly outclassed you are. At a word, I can cover this whole world in clouds of atomic fire, so," he finished, "are you going to surrender what's left of your legions, or are we going to have to really make this place into hell?" End of story. A New Kind of War, written by Mr. Grinder. It was a good day. The sun was shining, it was reasonably warm, and not even a single cloud was to be seen. It was a good day for battle. Aramal sat on his horse and looked at the green fields that were laying around them. The main part of his army was positioned between two hills, giving the flanks at least some protection. In front row were a few archers he had. Behind them stood the spearmen who had made up the largest part of his troops. In the last line was the heavy infantry. On the hills themselves was the light cavalry, positioned to stop any flanking attempt and alarm him of any incoming troops. Most of the men serving under his command were elvish peasants. A few real soldiers were amongst the light cavalry and heavy infantry, but no more than 200. A ridiculously weak and inexperienced army. If this would be a real war with an actual opponents on his opposing side, he wouldn't even dare to use such an army. He would use the standing royal army of his king, all battle-hardened veterans. But he and his king both agreed that this as drastic step as mobilizing the army wasn't needed to deal with the current matter. No, after all, Aramal was just tasked with putting down a human rebellion. The humans had been a part of the High Kingdom for a long time. They lived in separate cities and villages, used different roads, and had to pay different taxes. All in all, the humans were closer to slaves than real citizens of the Elvish Kingdom. And it's only natural that they would be. After all, they were just savages, not able to understand the culture and values of the elves. Normally, an elven army wouldn't even be sent to deal with a human insurrection. Another human slave army would just be mobilized to put down any rebellion. After all, an elf doesn't need to dirty his hands with any human matter. For such trivial things, we have other humans. But this time was different. It seemed like this time the humans had mobilized their whole race. Not even a single human lord wanted the honor of putting down this insurrection. Instead, they swore fealty to a human king. What insolence! How can there be any king besides the High King of the Elves? Not even any another race, neither the dwarves nor the dark elves, dared to use the word king for their leaders. But the humans did. Their so-called King Frederick sent a messenger to the royal court announcing that the human kingdom was, from this day, an independent state. Of course, the messenger was instantly executed for his insubordination. But nonetheless, one of the court officials was appointed the task of putting the humans back in their place. He himself, the master of swords, Aramal, was chosen. And even though it was no task that promised glory, he was set on dealing with this matter as diligently as possible. When his scouts had informed him that the human army was just 2 hours away, he decided to challenge them to battle and had brought his troops in formation on a field of his liking. He was surprised at how fast the humans reacted to his challenge. He expected at least some kind of doubt by the human commanders, but instead they seemed to be determined to go to battle. And so, soon the human army had taken formation in orderly lines on the other side of the plains. Aramal turned to his second-in-command. "What do you think?" His second-in-command was a local elvish noble who had volunteered for the job. He was too young and lacked experience, but he had studied the art of war and possessed a sharp wit. "I am not sure. They seem to have taken up a standard battle line. They are missing any archers, and the whole line seems to be made up of infantrymen." "Well, they are savages."
"Yes, of course, sir. But even those lowly savages seem to possess at least some ability in the matters of warfare. They mainly adopted owl formations, even though they don't use archers as much as the royal army. They normally have at least a few set up to harass their opponents." His second-in-command had just confirmed his suspicion. Something was wrong. No one goes into battle without skirmishes. And even if they did, the human infantry was also odd. They seemed to wear no armor and carried no shields. They just had some strange wooden and iron sticks. And furthermore, he had definitely seen that there were horse-drawing strange iron tubes behind them. But they soon vanished behind a hill. While Aramal was pondering about what this meant and what his next steps would be, he was interrupted by the sound of thunder. "It seems like a storm is closing in," said his second-in-command, looking up at the sky. "But there aren't any clouds." Suddenly, the young elf was thrown from his horse. Dirt was thrown into the air and came raining down on Aramal. His horse started to panic and tried to run away. Aramal had to use all the riding skills he had to stay on its back and regain control. He looked around. First, eyes fell on the dead body of his second-in-command. His right arm was torn off and his face bathed in blood. His horse had fallen, burying the lower half of the young elf. Next, his sight fell onto his army. All over the line were holes in the formation. The lower ranks were in chaos. Only the heavy infantry remained some kind of disciplined.
"How is this possible?" he mumbled. "Catapults? No, there aren't any catapults that can shoot this far. Furthermore, they can't prepare them this fast. Just setting them up would take hours. Magic? No way. Humans don't possess magic, and even if they did, this would be a high-level spell. He never heard of such a strong magic.
No matter what it was, if we were to stay, we will be destroyed. Retreat is no option. It would be looked down upon if I were to retreat in front of humans. Attack, it is.
"Sound the attack signal," he shouted.
He was pleasantly surprised when he immediately heard the horn being blown. It seemed like at least some of his officers remained calm and preserved discipline. His troops began to advance towards the human line. Those that were hit by the attack were pushed forward by those who weren't, and slowly the gap between both armies started to close. He signaled his light cavalry to secure their flanks and sent out an order to the archers. They were tasked with falling back and shooting on the enemy from behind friendly troops. Again, he heard the thunder, and soon again there seemed to be impacts all over the field, when most of them missed the now moving army and impacted behind them. He could also get a short glance at one of the objects that fell from the sky. It looked just like a simple metal ball.
"If this is all they have up their sleeves, we'll be sure to defeat them."
Soon they cleared half of their way over the field. His army was now in much better shape than before. The humans had 2 more times thrown those metal balls at them, but with as close to no effect. Aramal drew his sword and made his horse go faster. He would personally disperse this rebel army and avenge the fallen elves. He would be at the front line.
"None! In the name of the High King, charge!"
He let out a battle cry at the top of his lungs. Soon, his troops picked up and began running towards the enemy. He joyfully noticed morale was at its height.
But just a few meters later again, he could hear the sound of thunder. But it was different. It seemed smaller, but much more numerous. He didn't notice what it was until the first line of elves fell dead to the ground. The following men lost balance as they stumbled across the bodies of the dead comrades. Smoke was rising from the human army, making them nearly invisible. The battle cry of the elves had suddenly died down. It was dead silent. He could only hear the cries of the wounded men and faint orders from the human side. Again, the sound of thunder. The next line of soldiers fell. He felt how fear gripped his heart. Suddenly, he noticed that he was bleeding. Red blood was seeping out of his armor, flowing down his leg and dripping on the ground. He was distracted by the sound of hooves closing in. He looked at the direction it came from, hoping to see a light cavalry. But the only thing he saw of them were men and horses either lying dead on the ground or fleeing the battlefield. It was over, he knew. Darkness enclouded his vision, and the sounds of his men fleeing faded away. "How is he?" asked Oberst Heinrich von Wagen. He was standing inside a rather small tent, only offering enough place for the small bunk bed and the doctor looking at the patient, or rather prisoner, lying on the bed. "He is, fine," said the doctor. Heinrich looked at her and raised one of his eyebrows. "Fine, yes. You know, my task is to report to the general if he will survive or not. Fine is not really helping." The doctor took off her headscarf, revealing her long brown hair. "Helvin physique is not entirely researched, and I don't know if we will survive. If he would be a human, he would have died of blood loss. But as he is an elf, I'm not sure. He might survive, or not. For now, he is fine." "So I report to the general. We'll have to wait and see." "Exactly. I will now go and look at my human patients." She threw a quick look of disdain at the elf and quickly left the tent. Heinrich followed her. "We have taken casualties?" he asked in a tone of disbelief. "Nothing as serious as that. Some cavalrymen have bruises from where they skirmished with the enemy cavalry. One artillery crewman dropped a cannonball on his foot. That's about it. Good day, Herr Oberst." She stopped, turned, saluted, and quickly headed to the field hospital. "Good day, Frau Stabs-Watson," he shouted after her, grinning. He turned to the two soldiers guarding the tent. "Call me as soon as he wakes up." "Sir, what about the doctor?" asked one of the men. "Her as well, of course." Then Heinrich turned around and headed to the tent of the general. His way led him through the human encampment. It didn't feel like they had just fought a battle. It felt more like training did back before the war. Most of the men were taking care of the weapons, cleaning their uniform, or talking with their friends. His own artillery regiment had gone out to analyze the landing patterns of the different shots they fired, to increase future accuracy. He also swore that he could see some men gambling and drinking, but he wouldn't stop them. Not today. Not on the day of victory. Everyone was happy and in a festive mood. There was no soldier crying because they lost a close friend, or crippled people thinking about what they'll do now. The tent of the general was large, made of red fabric, and had a circular shape. Inside were the commanding officers of the army. In the middle of the tent was a large table with a map of Elven High Kingdom. At the table stood General von Helmsdorf, an old man, but nonetheless tall with very muscular arms. His grey hair was cut short, and his whole pride, a large grey moustache, was groomed to perfection. His finger pointed at a map. "The Second and Third Army have advanced along the Bolton River and taken the city of Elfholden. The Fourth Army has taken Norunda and are en route to Danderen. We will advance along this road and start besieging the capital. The Second Army will reinforce us there, while the Third Army will disperse any hastily assembled army by the elves. If everything continues to go as well as it has, this war will be over in 2 months." The general looked up. Oberst von Wagen, your artillery regiment performed perfect during the battle." "Thank you, Your Excellency. But our aim is quite off. We still have a lot to learn," Heinrich responded. "You think too low of yourself, Oberst. After all, this was the first time those cannons were tested under battle conditions.
Under these circumstances, you performed perfectly.
But certainly not only the artillery deserves praise. The cavalry was the major factor in finally breaking the enemy and dispersing the troops.
Sure. The cavalrymen performed also perfect.
He looked at the commanding officer of the cavalry. She quickly saluted and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency."
Very well. This concludes everything for today. We'll stay here for another day to replenish our ammunition and head out the day after tomorrow. You are dismissed.
The officers start making their way out of the tent.
Oberst Heinrich, could you please wait for a moment?
As soon as the last man left the tent, the general looked Heinrich deep in the eye.
"Geez, why can't you just take a compliment?" said the general.
"It'll only create problems if the different results get envious of each other or get a feeling that they are treated unfairly," Heinrich said.
The general sighed. "However, take a seat."
He lets himself fall into a comfortable chair, takes 2 glasses and a wine bottle out of a chest, and pours some in each of them. Heinrich takes himself a chair, positions himself right next to the general, and takes 1 glass.
"So, Heinrich, how is our guest?"
"Fine," Heinrich responded.
"Fine, yes.
Fine. Margaret says that he might survive. She is not quite sure. If our guest would be human, he would be dead, but, well, he obviously isn't.
We can only wait and see." "I see, so I guess I'll have to wait until I report back to the capital."
The general sighed again and took a quick sip of wine. "So, the war is going good?"
"Yeah, it is."
The general took another sip.
"They didn't expect that we would hit them this hard. But finally, all this work, building an army, creating new weapons and tactics from scratch, building up our economy, has come to fruition. Finally, we are able to spit these damn long-ears in the face. Finally, we are able to claim our freedom."
He raised his glass.
"For our freedom."
Heinrich as well raised his glass. "For our freedom." End of story. Story number 1. How Does That Work? Written by 3 ducks in a man suit. So, what? How? Just explain this from the beginning. Each step. How does this work? I took a moment before answering to admire the translation equipment the ethereals used. It conveyed a sense of confusion and curiosity very efficiently, considering that their kind possessed no faces or audible voices at all. Well, I knelt over the antennae, eager to start explaining. First, the microphone captures the sounds that we want to transmit. That's this part right here. Okay? Yeah, that's the one. So, that captures the sounds and turns them into electrical energy. Then, how do I explain this better? Right. Then that electrical energy flows through this antenna, which boosts it, and that generates electromagnetic radiation in the form of radio waves. With me so far? I struggled to perceive any kind of reaction to my explanation. Was he getting it? He? She? Ethereals were gentlest, right? They don't even have physical forms. It just looked like a vaguely bluish splash of light drifting through the air, interspersed with diamond flashes, stars, in a miniature galaxy. They were really quite beautiful. I decided on the spot that this one was female, and I'd call it a she. Why not? So, anyways, any receiver within range of that signal can intercept it with their own antenna and convert it back into electrical current, which can then be translated back into sound. And in this way, we can communicate over vast distances. I stood back up, hoping the translation software was picking up the beaming smile on my face and conveying accurately what I was saying. Humanity has used this technology for centuries now. We have it down to a very fine science, and it's quite reliable. So, what do you think? It had surprised me to learn that the ethereals had never heard of anything even close to the concept of radio. But I was happy to explain. Mr. Tracy? Huh. Her voice was vaguely feminine. I made the right choice. That's, completely insane. The smile froze on my face. Huh? The sparkling lights within the ethereal swirling body jumped and danced. The translator picked up on it and gave her a voice of prickly edge. That's not how the universe works at all. I blinked, words escaping me. It works like, we've been using this since, Jesus.
Since the 19th century, I guess. I know that must seem like a blink of an eye to a race as old as yours, but that's practically the dawn of this technology age for us.
Mr. Tracy, there is nothing about this radio that should work at all. Compression waves do not work that way. Electricity does not work that way. Electromagnetic radiation does not work that way.
I cleared my throat. What exactly was going on here? I thought that the Imperial Ambassador was just interested in learning about Earth's history, but
I suspected this when you told me about how your combustion engines in the old worked.
The Ambassador had calmed down somewhat, but there was a distinct tired edge in the translated voice now.
Mr. Tracy, this radio does not work on electromagnetic waves at all. It's a psychic transmitter.
That's simply not possible. I shook my head. Humans aren't psychic at all, I'm afraid. We have no history of it at all, aside from the occasional crackpot who manages to convince a gullible that they can see the future, or bend spoons, or other similar tomfoolery. I chuckled, my laughter only petering out as lamely when I realized that I was the only one finding anything funny.
Mr. Tracy,
the ethereal seemed to condense somewhat from her 12-foot-high, indistinct form into something more solid and humanly proportioned.
We detected a massive psychic field surrounding your race the moment we found you. It saturates your homeworld so heavily that most psychic species cannot even set foot on Earth without their minds melting from the strain of so much ambient energy. Your technology works.
I held my breath, unsure what to think.
Because you all think it should work. Radios, cars, computers, I mean really, did none of you stop to think for a moment how ridiculous the idea of getting into space by riding an explosion was?
I struggled for a response, but found myself stuttering. I was an engineer of almost 20 years. This was nonsense. It was all science, right? 1 + 1 = 2. Right?
Did you not wonder why your advancement in technological progress mirrors your growth in population so closely? The more humans there are to believe in something, to contribute their own individual power to the gestalt psychic field you have, the more your species has been able to bend and even break the fundamental laws of nature. Did you really think that you had managed to split the atom by using an explosion? Does that not sound completely insane, even to your ears?
Well, when you put it like that, I shuffled my feet, trying to ignore the way my entire worldview and education was being torn apart.
And then there was a war of two halves.
My head jerked up, the excuses and justifications already in my throat. We didn't start that war. After we won, they spent the next 4 years spinning the propaganda machine to make us out as the aggressors.
You really should have had no chance there. A species barely into space-age fighting a centuries-old established empire. Ludicrous. Guns that should not have worked, damaging creatures that should have been immune to such kinetic weaponry in an environment where you should not have been able to stand in, let alone breathe. But you did so anyway, because for some reason you think it was completely normal just to take a piece of your home atmosphere with you to other planets and breathe that. Honestly.
It was still difficult to decipher the exact emotions Ethereal spelt, but I was learning fast.
Just, please not try to get into many more fights, okay?
I nodded, feeling kind of dumb. How the heck am I going to explain the internet? End of story. Story number 2. Humans and Their Pets, written by Armored Cadian. No one is sure when it became universally accepted that the humans are in charge of the galaxy. It just kind of happened. The when may not be clear, but the why is absolutely clear. It probably started back when the first contact between humans and the wider galaxy happened. At the time, while there was a council, it was fairly ineffective, with humans later commenting that it was about as effective as the United Nations. No human has ever elaborated on just what that comment means, though. Power was roughly split between the Kragnos and the Irakians. These two races were the only known sapient predator species on the galactic scale at the time. More had been discovered since then, but at the time, the Kragnos and the Irakians essentially had the run of the galaxy because most of the other species were prey species and terrified of them.
The only thing that stopped the council from being effective is that the two dominant species didn't get along at all. Then came the humans. At first, their introduction to the other races was very formal and serious, but that changed when the human ambassador was required to move to the station that housed galactic politics, and he brought his family along, including pets. The significance of this move is that the human ambassador had two younger children as well as animals that humans refer to as a cat and a dog. But to the wider galactic community, the dog was not quite a sapient version of the Kragnos, and the cat was the same but for the Iraqians. While the human ambassador had initially kept our animals concealed from public view over the concerns that it would spark an outcry from the ambassadors of the two major powers, his children didn't quite understand this and accidentally let the animals loose. Now, no one is quite sure of the exact details behind the next step of the process. After the ambassador's children had went out searching for the missing pets, they came back having seemed to tame members of these two species. News spread within two races, and there was a sudden demand from members of both of the Kragnos and the Iraqians for integration into human households. And so, the humans eventually ended up with both races becoming essentially vassal states to them, and it wasn't even the human race's idea. The only race to oppose this move was also the only race who wasn't in fear of the predators, mostly due to having more fear of the herbivores and the omnivore humans. The carnivore, Kragnos, and the Iraqians, that race was a sentient plant known as the followers of the sun. Although the humans dubbed them the Ents, that name stuck. The Ents were concerned that the humans, having pacified the Kragnos and the Akrakians, were removing the only protection the Ents had against the rest of the galaxy. The humans reacted by taking the Ents into their homes as well, and the complaint ceased. The cycle would continue to repeat many times. Fast forward a few hundred years to the present, and you have a human race in charge of the entire galaxy, mostly because every other race has voluntarily become integrated into human family units, in a role similar to how pets were in the past. The humans, when asked about it, will usually shrug and with a look of amusement and say, "Well, I just couldn't say no to that cute face." End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just quickly want to thank the Tier 5 patrons and channel members: Alithia Barkey, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albarden Guster, Arcadian, Lord Azrakal, and Joachim Backer.